Wonderful, wonderful. Like I said, I'm Santana and I'm your host for the day. And I'm super excited. And on behalf of Exchange for Media Group, I would like to welcome you all to the fourth edition of the E4M Pride of India Chennai Conference 2024. Let's start this on a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this going. Wonderful. Now, like I mentioned, this is the fourth exclusive edition of the E4M Pride of India program, which is one of India's foremost platforms for recognizing, celebrating, and accelerating India's best homegrown brands, businesses, and of course, most importantly, their visionary leadership. Now, the last three editions have witnessed tremendous participation from over 350 plus top homegrown brands and over 75 plus founders, CEOs, MDs, and CXOs, and they have used this platform to establish their thought leadership. Today, of course, we are spotlighting some of our top homegrown brands, along with the best advertising agencies that have been born in Tamil Nadu. We will also be witnessing a very stellar lineup of top industry leaders from brands and advertising agencies with one objective, which is, of course, to connect, create, collaborate, and celebrate the rich business and advertising ecosystem that we have here in Tamil Nadu. Now, before we get the ball rolling, I would like to inform you of our hashtag for today, which, as you can see on screen, is hashtag E4M. POI. So you know the drill. We want you to take pictures, take videos, put it out there on social media. Let's get the buzz going. And of course, when you do so, please make sure you use the hashtag E4MPOI. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the support of some of our brands that are powering this event. Starting out with, let's give a big round of applause for ABP Nadu, latest news, latest innovation. A big round of applause for Star Victory, Marvin Pudumai, Mara Pudumai. Guys, let's have some more energy. Come on, let's give a big round of applause because very often most of these important events are successful only because we've been supported by brands like these. And of course, the Hindu, India's national newspaper since 1878. A shout out to our co-partner, Arab Advertising, amplifying brand visibility for 30 plus years. Let's have a round of applause for them. Our knowledge partner, CAM Media Research, and our social media partners, Social Geek. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for all the brands that are covering this event and supporting us. Now, we do have a couple of AVs that we would like to play, a little insight into the brands that are covering the E4M Pride of India Chennai Conference 2024. So can we have a look at the AVs, please?
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network. Condensed creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something in a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that that's very representative still. I think that's really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry press properties like 15 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I'm deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award
with love, pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact Magazine.
If you live an interesting life, you write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पर चलाने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसको थोड़ा विज्ञान विस्तृत होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी एक सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill a supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage. The testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence in retail as people get more and more confident.
Across the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
is going to play a crucial role because as a country that believes in freedom, that believes in democracy and believes in self-determination, you are going to be vital. Because the reality is that the free world is in danger.
Indian society is much more forward-looking than the Indian state. India has this extraordinary opportunity to find a way forward because of its young people.
आने वाले समय में हमारा देश ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, उसको निर्यात करने वाला भारत देश बनेगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
ये जनतंत्र के अंदर जनता हराती है और जनता जिताती है।
आज कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी लड़का सपना देख सकता है और उस सपने के पीछे भाग सकता है।
जब वो मेंटल लेवल बढ़ेगा तो कुर्सी पे बैठने वाले अधिकारी और सामने की पब्लिक केवल अंतर रहेगा तो कुर्सी का, बाकी मेंटल लेवल समान रहेगा, कोई शोषण नहीं कर सकता।
தெருவோரம் கிரிக்கெட்டு
எம்பேட் மார்க்கெட்டு
எத்தனை ஹைகோர்ட்டு
டீ கடை பிஸ்கெட்டு
எம்டிசி டிக்கெட்டு
மெட்ராஸின் மொசாட்டு
சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் கட் அவுட் சல்யூட்டு
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு.
Well, there you have it, our partners for today. Now, before we begin our summit, let's take a look into the journey of E4M, Pride of India, and also a little insight into what we can expect today. Can we dim the lights, please, and have a look at the AV? is now time to kickstart today's program, and we're doing that with a welcome address from Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW, founder of Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please.
Morning, Vanakkam. Thank you, Santana, for kickstarting the, and in South India they call me Batra, but I'm Batra. Okay. If you give me $5 million, I'll change the pronunciation to Batra. Okay. It's my honor and privilege to be at the E4M Pride of India Chennai edition. Me and Naval started this company 23 years back with a friend of ours. LV was asking Amit, Naval started it. And Mr. LV Krishnan is there. He's been part of our journey for the last 23 years. I think we met him 23 years back, and this is our 24th year. And LV in the first few years are very, very important, and they are kind of, the building blocks of what we've been able to do with your support. But Mr. LV Krishnan, right from the word go, supported us. He was the CEO of TAM then, and he will bring out the TV audience measurement data, and really thank you, LV, for being here today. And I remember me and Naval met him. We first went to him because we were building, the reason it's called Exchange for Media is because we were building a B2B e-commerce marketplace, and we wanted to build an end-to-end service where we would run a run which give you the rating of the spot, then you buy the spot, and that's what we went to LV, and he added value to our idea 22 years back, and we were ahead of time 23 years back to build a marketplace. But me and Naval were discussing ideas in the flight yesterday on what we can do now that we have the community on our platform, and we have some ideas, so hopefully we'll come back to our original ideas of being a marketplace. We are a community, and we are the foremost community, not one of the foremost. And I'd like to be humble, but I'd also like to be factual. We are the foremost. Everyone copies us, and which is the biggest asset we have as individuals or professionals? It's our time. You don't have time to read even the number 2, number 3, number 4. There are 17 players. Do you think everyone reads 17 players? You don't, my job is to read newspapers, magazines, websites. I'm able to go to 5, 6. And it's my hobby also. So to say, and we do every story in this domain, ahead of everyone, authenticated. So we are the foremost, not one of the foremost. The script writer has to change that we are, and I say it with humility. It's taken us a lot of effort from our 200 colleagues at Exchange for Media. Some of them have been working with us for more than 10 years. Now coming to the Pride of India, we thought of an initiative for homegrown brands in India, which are huge brands and huge businesses. But only 3 years back we got down to do it, and in the last 2 years we've been able to build Pride of India, and it is an initiative that will grow. It basically recognizes the brands that are regional, that are local, they are homegrown, they are the Pride of India. You can call it the Pride of Chennai, right? This is the Chennai edition, and Mr. LV Krishnan will talk to you about how the spends from homegrown brands have grown by 103 or 106% since in the last 1 year. So really the local Indian brands, we call them local brands, but really they're King Kongs, they are the Davids in this business. They're not, at least when they started, now they're the Goliaths in this business. So really we celebrate them, and we look at what's happening. Throughout the day we have, immediately after me is Mr. LV Krishnan, and then we have Anupam from Cholayal who will talk about success mantra of scaling a local book. So I won't talk to you about brands. I'll leave that to Mr. LV Krishnan. Naval is going to do a session. So really, the leaders of the businesses that have huge brands will talk to you about brands, but let me talk to you about something else. The only thing I want to say is, and yesterday we had the Exchange for Media Indian Marketing Awards jury. We had 17 MDs and CEOs in the jury, no CMOs, only 17 MDs and CEOs. They all showed up, spent time from 9:30 till about 4:30. We got almost 1100 entries in the IMA, shortlisted 240 odd. They looked at it. And one of the trends that is emerging is premiumness of every category. So the premium, the Indians are upgrading themselves in every product and service category. And the simplistic thing is that if you look at luxury homes, there's far selling the affordable housing segment is growing, but the luxury segment is growing at a faster pace. You take the automobiles, the entry-level automobiles are growing. As you would have seen in the last 3-4 years, the two-wheeler market is not growing as much as the four-wheeler market. And within the four-wheeler market, the premium segment is growing faster than the mid-market and the entry level. So I can give you in every segment that is happening. So I'm sure the experts will talk about it. I'm a student, so I will learn. But I do want to talk to you about 3 things that have been on my mind for the last 3-4 months. And I've been talking about these 3 things. So let me talk to you about sleep, kindness, and sustainability. You all are business leaders, and whatever you do, you have a sphere of influence within your organizations, within your communities, within whatever you do. So let me first ask, how many of you sleep less than 6 hours in the night? I'm sure nobody sleeps in the day. How many of you sleep 6 hours in the night or less than 6 hours? 5, 7 of you. How many of you? 10. How many of you sleep less than 7 hours? Another similar. Okay. How many of you sleep 8 hours? So I'll come to sleep in a moment, but I'm glad this is an audience where a lot of people who sleep more than 8 hours. I slept 7 hours last night, but I sleep 8+ hours every night, or sometimes 9 hours. Okay. Me and Nawal's, flights are around our sleep schedule, and we used to take very early morning flights when we started very late night. We still do sometimes, but we try and so I'll come to sleep and why it is important, why sleep leads to excellence at work. But let me start by asking, do you know, his name is written, but do you know who is this guy? Don't Google him yet. Does anybody know this guy? So his name is written, his name is Nadab Ben Yehuda. He's an Israeli. In 2012, he was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He had left the base camp of Mount Everest, and he was about to climb the Mount Everest, and just on the way he came across 2 friends of his, one of who had died, and the other was about to die. So he had a choice either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest and get a accolade for himself, or a thought came to his mind that he could, with another friend of his, could take this person who was about to die to the base camp. He had 2 choices. Guess which choice he took. He took the choice to save his friend. He brought his friend down. He forego his opportunity to become the youngest to climb the Mount Everest. In the process, he had frostbites. 2 of his fingers were amputated, but he saved the life of his friend. Today we have the awards in the evening. We do many awards, and it's okay to seek recognition through a right process, through a right organization, for the right work, through a right jury. But the world is becoming more me and me, whether it's leaders at the political level, whether it's business owners, whether it's CEOs. So in a world where you can be anything, be kind, do things for others. If you do it, it will automatically come back. It's like the karmic balance. It's like karma. So be kind to yourself, be kind to people. Subsequently, Nadab Ben Yehuda became a mountain climber. He was a search and rescue professional, photographer and speaker. He also became the first Israeli to climb Mount Annapurna. So in a world that is so much about individual accolades, try and do, I'm sure all of you do something in your personal and professional life that contributes to the development of other people. This is a book that I bought 12, 13 years back. I think I bought it or Naval gave it to me or I gave it to Naval, I don't know. But we exchanged books like we did one on the flight. Didn't read it, but exchanged. How many of you read this book or seen this TED Talk by Matthew Walker? If you see this, you will not compromise on sleep. The reason I slept 7 hours, because the hotel didn't give me a suite, the phone was in the same room where I was sleeping. That's the honest reason. I spent 1.5 hours on the phone in the night texting, replying to text, reading some stories, Normally I keep my phone away in the next room at home. So really, there are 3 foundational pillars of health. The biggest, as per research, as per this book, as per medical experts, 60% is sleep, 30% is nutrition, and 10% is movement, which is walking, exercising, yoga, whatever you do. Food is a big, contributor to our health. And last is sleep, which is the foundational pillar. So if you sleep well, you'll be kind to yourself, you'll be mindful, you'll be in the conversation, you'll have attention, you'll eat better, you'll make better decisions. So first, to be kind, you need to sleep well, because your brain works better when you sleep well. Everyone, I haven't met anyone who can function without sleep. When you're younger, you can do it because you can do it. As you grow older, body needs it, and sometimes people say, oh, I overslept 2 hours. It's because your body needed it, right? So sleep more, and this is the latest, I read it in July again this year, the same book, new edition, new cover, and it says scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer. It enhances your memory and makes you more creative. It makes you look more attractive. It keeps you slim and lowers food craving. It protects you from cancer and dementia. It wards off colds and the flu. It lowers your risk of heart attacks and stroke. Not to mention diabetes. You even feel happier, less depressed, and less anxious. Are you interested? That's sleep, and that's not bullshit. And I will never bullshit people like you. You know why, LV? I never bullshit bigger bullshitters. No, I'm kidding. But that's the truth. Coming to kindness, this book was given to me. I was traveling with my friend Avinash Pandey in March, coming from Sandeep Goel's daughter's wedding, and Avinash was reading this book. And I took the book from him, read a couple of pages, and then I ended up buying it next day. And it's the best book I read last year. And then it's a book about kindness. How over the last 150 years, human beings are kind to each other. Harari has written that human beings come into their base form, they claw into each other, they go at each other. That may be true, but mostly human beings are very kind to each other. And there is empirical research, interviews, data, anecdotes. So it's a book I recommend. Last but not the least, sustainability. This is a cover of Time magazine last month, about 4 months back. I think and it says the most important place on earth. The most important place on earth are oceans. 2 years back, I was at a UN function. My daughter was speaking there, and the head of the Indian Navy was there, and he was talking about how shrinking of oceans is not good for our environment, for our planet. And I did take notice, but I then forgot about it till I read this cover story. And really, as leaders, your CEOs, CMOs, CXOs, so whatever you do, you do have a point of view on the communication, on the tonality of the communication, on the messaging. So build sustainability, awareness, and consciousness in whatever you do. Because really, I mean, like a lot of things Donald Trump says are not right. He said that climate change is a hoax. It is not a hoax. In many parts of the world, in Africa, summers are coming 2 to 4 months in advance. Even in MENA, summers are coming 2.5 months in advance. Look at the wildfires in the US, in Europe, in Australia. And basically, this cover story says that the mammals, the big mammals in the ocean, the excreta absorbs carbon dioxide so much that it really helps. So if the ocean shrink, we are developing everywhere. We are developing buildings, selling real estate, And I'm not against urban development, but we have to do responsible urban development. So I just want to say that whatever you do, sleep enough, keep your phone in the next room. When it's in the same room, we all are humans, however disciplined or driven may we be to our schedule, but sometimes we may fall the temptation of looking at the phone. It will impact your sleep. So sleep more, it will enhance your effectiveness in every area of work. A lot of people ask me that how are you so energy? How do you crisscross countries, cities every day? And I tell them I sleep enough, and that makes me energetic, and that's the truth. Second, I tell them I have responsibility. And third, I have dreams. Between these three, I do work hard. And I'll leave you to this. In the evening, we have the E4M Pride of India Awards. So do celebrate the good work done by brands and businesses out of Chennai. There are many brands that have had an impact for a long period of time in this ecosystem. Some brands are relatively new. We have brands both in the product and service category being recognized. So we look forward to celebrating the success of brands that some of you have built and others have contributed to their success. I wish you luck in your endeavors, and don't forget to sleep enough. Be kind to each other. First, be kind to yourself. And last but not the least, in whatever you do, build sustainability consciousness. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Anurag Batra. I hope I'm pronouncing that right now. But yes, I think in all honesty, I'm glad I made that little mistake of saying one of the foremost, because now we've had a chance to listen to Sir explain and reiterate the fact that we are the foremost platform for change. So thank you for that, Mr. Anurag. Now, I would like to invite on stage Mr. LV Krishnan, the CEO of TAM Media Research, and he's going to be presenting an exclusive report on advertisement spending and future of brands of Tamil Nadu. I was going to take another minute to just give you a little introduction. He has a postgraduate in mathematics, and he comes with a very rich media strategy and planning experience. His earlier stints include Growing Media, HDA Media, and lastly, Stockholm of Leo Burnett. We're super excited to have you join us here today. Over to you, please.
Do you have a mic? Hand mic? Thank you. Good morning to all of you all. It's been a pleasure, being part of this Pride of India event over the last 2 years. I think Athana said it was a fourth event. I have counted it lesser in nature with the time that has gone by. So probably I mentioned it as 3. But the fact is that, when Anurag was speaking about his E4M, 23 years back, E4M was exactly one of these brands in India, which was actually like a startup. So I could probably put it as an SME at that particular moment of time, actually. And 23 years later, today, they're not just straddling across the Indian marketplace from north to south, east to west, in different media platforms, digital, print, television, etc., but also cross-cutting into some of the other international markets in APAC and European markets with their own publications and media portals. So this is the story of most of the brands that evolved over a period of time, actually. And in India, when I look at this is a huge marketplace, actually. In fact, India is one of the largest SME market anywhere in the world, actually. Today, 33% of our GDP, which now we're talking about around 3 trillion, actually, 300 trillion, and expected to cross around 500 trillion, is getting fueled by this huge startup economies, actually. In fact, when you look at the overall growth of this sector, it's almost 7.5% actually, compared to the GDP growth, which is averaging around 6 to 6.5%. So therefore, what we are looking at is a sector which, in all words, government is also now recognizing it as the one that is growing this particular country. And examples across these 2 decades have been phenomenal, actually. In fact, you will see a couple of case studies in this presentation who were actually small organizations, right, a couple of years back, have grown to such huge lengths in the last 2 or 3 years. The driver is not just coming in from the urban markets. Even rural have huge amount of startups, actually. In fact, 52% of the startups actually are coming from the rural markets. That means the fact that the entire Bharat is involved in this particular makeover that's happening in this country. And apart from that, just to give you fundamentally a data point from the point of view of SMEs that went into public listing, they generated almost around 1,875 crores in 2022. And that's grown by almost 38% in 2023. So therefore, what we are seeing now is a completely different scenario. And all these development changes that are happening, pushing the country into the number 3 spot in the world ranking, is all coming from this new sector. So therefore, in this presentation, we'll look at this hero, the SME sector in this country. How are they influencing advertising? And look at a couple of brand studies in the short time that we have. If you look at advertising itself, okay, the SME sector is actually fueling advertising growth in the marketplace. In a 95,000 crore advertising spends across multiple media, the SME sector contributes to almost 63% now, actually, compared to what it was around 60% prior to COVID. And during the pandemic, it took a little bit of beating, but came back in 2022 and 23. Almost 60,000 crores of advertising is fueled by this sector alone, actually. If you look at the overall pie of advertising, okay, the big MNCs, okay, which we think are fueling advertising money, is just 0.03% of the total number of advertisers listed itself. So it's not even 1% of advertisers that constitute this MNCs, actually. Okay. The big tail that comes in, which is the small and regional brands and the hyperlocal brands, that is the pride of India, which is building up this entire ecosystem on advertising. If I break this down into growing categories on a regional segment, you're seeing phenomenal differences, actually. If you look at the print sector, which is on the left-hand side, it's made up of different kind of categories. It's not FMCGs, it's not durables, it's not auto that you're seeing. These are the categories that are actually building the building blocks of future in terms of advertising. Real estate properties, just like what Dr. Anurag Batra said, actually, it's fueling a new segment. There's a gated community segment which built last year close to around 3 million homes across the entire country. And on the other hand, there's a 15 million set of homes that have been built up by Prime Minister's Awas Yojana. So around 16 to 18 million homes have been built in the last couple of years itself. That's fueling more number of accommodation, plus splits in families. That means that joint families are becoming nuclear families. And the minute there are new families getting formed, automatically it's fueling demand for products in these homes. If you look at the other categories, interestingly, you're seeing coaching, education, schools, universities. Actually, there's a massive jump in growth in advertising by education categories. And you're seeing that across media. You're seeing it on print, you're seeing it on radio, you're seeing it on television, and you'll see it later on, even on digital in the next slide. Retail advertising, which in a way was very subdued, which was largely led by MNC's advertising or the big corporates advertising. And then at the bottom end, you could see a slug saying retail outlets at Velachery or in Besant Nagar or in Adayar, etc. Today, those same individual outlets have gone into advertising their own brand by creating chains across the marketplaces. And that is, again, one of the sector that's fueling the growth. And again, you're seeing that in different formats, retail outlets in electronics durables, retail outlets in clothing and textiles, retail outlets in departmental stores or home and interiors, retail outlets on food. So it's just expanding the horizon of advertising community in a big, big way, actually. If you look at digital platforms, which has primarily started off somewhere in 2018, just prior to pandemic, and has grown in a big way after the pandemic. Okay. Again, you are seeing educational institutes. And the interesting part is this new segment called foreign education or international universities education. That's a big one that has started coming up, actually. Apart from that, using competitive exams, etc. So these are the big top 10 categories advertising. And it's the same categories that are also fueling the growth. So these are the top 10 growing categories, actually. So if you look at the educational institutes, they are the number 2, but in the number 1 in terms of growth factor, actually. Okay. If you look at foreign education, they're number 9 in terms of contribution to the spends, but almost number 5 in terms of growth, actually. So what we are therefore seeing is primarily a fundamental growth factor led by the same categories that are exploding in the marketplace. Now, there's always this question about saying the fact that in this marketplace with a lot of digital apps and portals available, is the traditional media, which is television, degrowing in nature? And is digital taking over television per se? The battle between television and digital is being talked about in a big way in the media space. Let me throw you some highlights, actually. There are almost 130 categories which are still dedicated primarily to television, actually. They have not left the television territory. Their focus on television is pretty strong. And apart from that, while they may be advertising on digital, but their spends on digital is much lower than what they're doing on television. Some of the categories are in the F&B sector, they are in the personal care sector, personal health sector, hair care sector, so our grooming sector. So there's a huge set of categories and brands that and advertisers still heavily focused on the television front. If I look at some of the national advertisers which have relatively spent less on digital and heavily on television, these are some of the brands that you're seeing. And even when I look at brands at a regional level, the story is the same, actually. Okay. So television has not died down as what media sometimes writes about, actually. Digital is there, no doubt about it, but television is still back in the space. If you look at these small brands or the regional brands, or 85,000 of them through this lens of the television or digital, this is what you see, actually. Okay. When I put the index on 2019 and compare the growth in 2023 on television, you're seeing almost between 19 and 23, you're seeing almost 106% growth, actually. Between 2020 and 23, you're seeing 187% growth in television. 21 and 23, almost 96% growth. And 2022-23, around 75% growth. So television for the SME sector, for the regional and local brands, is still strong per se, actually. There are new guys who are coming into the categories, of course, through the digital side, and then using television as a step up over digital. And that's what you will see later on in the case study, actually. Now, this is again talking about the overall rank of television vis-a-vis digital, how television has around 123% growth that you're seeing between 2019 and 2023, vis-a-vis digital around close to 108%. So frankly speaking, when I look at pre-pandemic and today, okay, all the media platforms have actually grown in terms of volume of advertising and literally fueled by the SME sector. There are 2 case studies that we picked up across 85,000 advertisers in this particular segment. One is Achi Masala in the spices category. Achi, spices is one of the most heavily fought category, actually. Unbelievingly, there are almost close to around 400 brands in this particular category. Even a Unilever doesn't have that many brands in the soap or the shampoo or the detergents category. Okay. That's the number of brands. And interestingly, none of the MNCs are still there in the spices category. They have it in small manners, but bulk of them are made by the SME sector of regional brands, local brands, and even hyper-local brands. Okay. If you look at the total advertising spend as a category, actually, 66% dependence on television, actually. Okay. Digital is around 18%, and you have radio at around 15%. And whatever print exists is largely in the magazine sector. Interestingly, between 2019 to 2023, while television has grown by 29%, there's a big jump that has actually happened on digital. So it's a noticeable jump of almost close to around 350% actually. While that is so, look at how things have changed actually over the 4 years. The dotted line that you see is digital, and the red line that you see is television actually. Okay? So the number of advertisers who jumped from almost zero in 2019 to almost 183 brands actually. So out of around 400 brands, you have almost 183 brands on digital, and you have 141 brands on television. So digital is growing noticeably. If you look at the brands, okay, they're more or less equal in nature. There are around 300 odd brands in terms of between TV and digital. If you look at some of the big brands, okay, on each of the categories, each of the media platforms, you have Achi Masala at around 6% on the television side, share of advertising, while you have MDH largely getting the maximum share with almost 25%. It's now, when you notice this, you'll see the fact that there are brands which are heavily on television but not on digital, and there are brands which have been digital which has not been on television in a significant way. So you see separation happening presently in nature. If you pick up one Achi Masala and dig deeper into it, they're a 100% television brand. Okay? And what this 100% television has done for them is actually able to give them a huge market share in the southern market. Digital, they did experiment it in 2022, but they have been off it after that. Actually. Advertising on print has been declined, but TV has been pretty steady in nature. They are among the 6th ranked one in the 141 advertisers in the spices category on television. And they have almost around close to 45 brands that are getting promoted across these 12 categories. Okay. Now, interestingly, when you're looking at them at the Achi Masala side, they're investing heavily on spices, but there are other categories. They're also in instant mix, ghee, and milk beverages. Now, bulk of the revenue comes from spices for them, actually. Okay. And obviously, therefore, that's the hero product in nature. And when you look at their spends, they're segmenting between news and GEC in a significant way. And they use celebrities in a far-reaching manner to influence customers to buying them. So what has it yielded them, actually? So television has helped them grow revenues, almost over 500 crores revenues that they're touching and growing at almost around 11% per annum. They're able to retain their market share numbers significantly, building loyalty, customer loyalty in a highly competitive category, delivering reach numbers, massive reach numbers, which digital is not able to provide to them, and using celebrity able to influence other brand metrics like awareness scores or repurchase scores, etc. But will they be away from digital? I don't think so. Although they tried digital in 2022 and went out of digital, my feeling is the fact that to influence and target specific high-consuming consumers or create increase in consumptions, they will look at use the influencers to create consumption or increase consumption among their core user sets. Actually. So while television does the job for them, digital is not far away from their perspective. And given the number of brands that is already on digital, on the spices category, Achi will also go the same way in the near future without leaving out television. Look at the other case study, Karat Lane, actually. It's a branded jewelry segment from the Titan stable. Okay. Now, when you look at this brand, this is a pure digital brand, actually. Created out on digital platform, connected with consumers on digital platform, and have made history in the last 2 years. Okay. Again, a new brand, although coming from a big Indian company, but started as a startup itself, actually. With 92% focus on digital, that's been their primary focus, although there have been television, radio, and print invariably used in nature. Okay. As a category itself, this branded jewelry has been on the digital platform for years together, actually. You see the dotted line that is actually giving you the digital number of advertisers and brands in the category focusing on the digital platform. Television has been a little less, actually. Where does CaratLane stand, actually, at the overall level? In different platforms, they are probably in the range of around between 5 and the number 12 in the branded jewelry category, per se. But when you look at individually the brand, there's some starking things that come out, actually. The reliance on digital platform has been so heavy, the fact that all the revenues that they've gained has been supplied to them from that particular platform. Print, of course, has been there, but has been tactical in nature. On digital, what have they been using? Almost around 1,600 portals and apps, including almost close to 950 YouTube channels, actually. Okay. They have been using video themes as well as displays to propel customers in. And tactically used print at targeted pin code level, actually. Okay. The pin code usage of print advertising has enabled them to push advertising with discounting as a key element, actually. So if you want to buy certain products, and this is the discount or the promotion that's going on, go to this website and click on the link, and you'll get that promotion offer for the brand that you're buying in. So what has it done for the brand, actually? In 2 years' time, they've zoomed over 2,000 crores revenue with almost around 73% growth year on year, actually. They crossed a 1 million customer acquisition, and pin code level targeting has benefited them in a big way through digital and print. Digital has delivered them almost 50% of their revenues. And today, after realizing this, and now to expand the market, they have started going into physical stores, actually. Their plan is to touch almost on 228 physical stores across 88 cities, actually. So what's the next step, therefore? Now I'm going to look at a mass reach numbers to create footfalls in the stores. And that means the fact that they're going to be into television too. Okay. So national, regional, and hyperlocal presence on television will become important for the brand, actually. Okay. So what we're seeing through these two examples is clearly the fact that there's no such thing called one specific media is giving me will always continue to give me the best ROI, even for a small sectorial brand in a huge reservoir of SME segment, actually. Okay. There is intense competition happening at a regional, hyperlocal level, actually, which means the fact that as brands keep growing year on year with customers, okay, the need to involve multiple media becomes essential, and therefore it becomes a driving point, the fact that how I use TV and digital continuously in nature. So therefore, SME startups who are now fueling the ad growth in this particular country and setting pace for MNCs to follow through acquisitions, actually. And which is true. Actually, last year, there was a discussion by Wipro Consumer Care and Tata Consumer Group saying they wanted to buy Achi at almost 1,000 crores for a company which is doing a revenue of around 500 crores. So obviously, the interest on MNCs and big Indian companies are now focusing on which companies to acquire to create more and more growth in their turnover numbers. SME's robust revenue growth at regional markets is now making them look at national markets, like what you saw on the Kara side, actually, Kara Lane side. The mix between television and digital is getting reworked again and again. And sooner or later, it will be a coexistence of digital and television at a 50-50 ratio, depending on the priorities that the brand sets for itself. And as that happens, television will continue to play the creating reach for the brand, creating walk-ins for the brand, creating education about the brand, and creating brand equity for the brand, actually. And digital will flow in through that marketing funnel to create more businesses, create growth in terms of at a transaction, individual customer transaction level, and also at the same time continuously give feedback on the brand's performances or the customer's experience back to the brand itself. So at the end of the day, the story that I wanted to put forward over here was that media is all set for the sector that is the sun-rising sector in the Indian market. And as India tries to reach the 500 trillion market, actually, from a GDP size, we are actually going to look at seeing these sectors becoming not just phenomenally big brands in the Indian market, but also at a global level in nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Check. Thank you for your thoughts on the ever dynamic world of advertising. It's really interesting to see how digital marketing is also taking such a presence in the world of advertising. So thank you for that, Mr. Krishnan. We would like to extend a little memento to you. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. K.R. Sangraj, the Chief Operating Officer, Marketing of Daily Country. Sir, if you could do the honors of handing over the memento to Mr. LV Krishnan. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I think that was a very insightful discussion on advertising by Mr. LV Krishnan. Thank you, gentlemen. Joining me on stage for our next session is Professor Australia in the industry, has worked with some of the leading consumer goods companies where he has led various sales, marketing, and business functions. He is currently the CEO of Chennai one of India's leading FMCG companies with flagship brands like Mother's, Kinder, and Personal Classy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Anurag, CEO of Chennai.
Check. My check. Okay. Got some time. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's still louder. You can do much better. So good morning, everybody. Yeah. So thanks a lot, first of all, to Exchange for Media to inviting me for this program. I'm going to talk about how the local brands have successfully scaled their operations and become national players, and some of them have become global players. It's a topic which is very close to my heart because in my career in foods and personal care, I worked on local brands, I worked on national brands and global brands, and understood what are the matrices, what are the steps, what are the pitfalls which can make or break this journey. All of us aspire to take our business forward, but there are a few things which make a lot of difference. So let me first start with my journey. Let me start with a brand which is very, very dear to me, is Medimix. So Medimix was founded in 1969, almost 50 years back, by Dr. Siddhan, who was a practicing Ayurvedic doctor in railways. When he was practicing, he realized that a lot of patients come with a lot of skill ailments, and it can be treated if we can take the Ayurvedic, the actives, and make consumer use it in day-to-day life. So he worked hard, looked at some of the most active ingredients and developed a series of products so that the consumer can use it in the day-to-day life, and as a consequence, not to get treated when there is an ailment, but actually prevent the ailment which before it occurs. So that's how the journey started almost 50 years back in a small house, and then gradually the business scaled up. Now, from a small business, which existed in one part of Tamil Nadu in Chennai. Over a period of time, the business scaled up thanks to great product and the consumer love. Today, I'm very happy to tell you that from a handmade small scale business, we have two full-fledged factories which are making products more than 2,000 metric tons every month. We have moved up to an automated process, and in this process, we have won several awards. While that scale up has happened, the brand has evolved. Brand has become more contemporary, far more connected, and has moved beyond a small local brand to a national and has crossed boundaries. So the Medimix portfolio, many of you would know, started with one green soap. Today has moved from that one single product category to within the soap category multi products which are in premium range, and also to other products, whether it's a face wash, it's a body wash, hair care, and it's a large platform of products which exist. From expanding the product portfolio, the brand has moved to multi-countries, and I'm very happy to tell you that today Medimix is sold in more than 30 countries, and I'm very happy to tell you it's the largest selling Ayurvedic soap today in the country, in the world. So this is a story about one brand which has gone beyond the boundaries, and today has established in many countries. But that's not the only brand. There are many examples of how family-run businesses have scaled. When Henry Nestle started his business talking about solving the baby care challenge in one of the countries, he never knew that today the Nestle will become such a large company. Talk about how John Cadbury started a beverage in his small retail outlet, and today is a large scale. Talk about the Michael Dell, how it was a small experiment which has now become one of the largest. So what is it that takes a small business to scale up? In my experience of working so many companies and the brands, I believe there are three clear, distinct stages of brand evolution. Most of the businesses start with a small problem solution. It's a local solution. You would probably look at an opportunity. Many times it's not a business opportunity, but to solve a day-to-day consumer's problem. At some stage, you will realize that this is something which has greater potential, and you start working on standardization. That's when you look at a scale up. You look at standardizing the product, look at building teams, scaling up the manufacturing process. And while you're standardizing, there's a tipping point when you realize that the brand is loved far more bigger than what you can imagine. And it starts transcending boundaries. And then it moves to new geographies where you need to start adapting to new local markets, new consumer dynamics, consumer requirements. And that's when the brand moves from standardization to adaptation. So that's three clear stages. And to move on these three stages, there are 9 success mantras. And that's what I'm going to talk about today, ladies and gentlemen. So the first thing which makes a brand scale up is understanding the consumer. You probably would have not thought that in exchange for media program, you will come and see buffaloes. But honestly, if I go around the room and if I start asking you, what's the difference between one buffalo to the other, we'll all struggle. And that's the reality. There are youngsters who come and say that, okay, I want to manage a brand. And what is your TG? We'll say, okay, it's a SCC. And since we had a lovely presentation from LV, it's a SCC AB 2544, male, female. Then my question is, what have you left out? Right? Your TG is as equal to many other brands. But the truth is, the understanding consumer has to be far more deeper. In my career, I've spent maybe 600, 700 individual consumer immersions traveling across the country, and then I can see a lot of difference in consumer understanding and expectation. the young, and I'm addressing this as young because obviously there are a lot of aspirant who would like to make a mark in their career. Will probably go to a city like Delhi and say, okay, I want to go for a market visit, meet some of the consumers, spend a day or two around the NCR, and then come back. Okay, yes, I've understood the consumer, but that's not the consumer is. I used to travel from Vijayawada on road all the way to Hyderabad, or get down at Siliguri, travel all the way to the far east or northeast, get down at Raipur, travel to Indore. But that's where India is. When you go deeper, you find shades, and then you realize that not every consumer is same. You can't just classify every consumer as one bucket. And there are certainly a lot of differences. It's a common notion that consumers who are buying small packs are looking for value. And then then you at some stage you have this realization in some of the consumer groups when I met, consumer to buy 24 sachets of hair oil. 24 sachets of hair oil, right? You can of course buy a large pack. The consumer believe that if you buy a sachet, despite you have affordable, you can afford a far more larger pack, they believe that small sachet helps you portion control. Plus, it gives you a far more fresher stock. Now, how do you break this down with the common understanding that consumers are looking for value? They will only buy as per their affordability. And there is a distinct difference. The consumer in, for example, south or let's say eastern coast of Andhra prefers sachet. Same is the behavior in central UP. But if you go to Punjab, central Punjab, there are go to Jalandhar, consumer will say it's below dignity to buy a small pack. Vadda pack hona chahiye bhai, right? Whatever brand I am buying. And that's the point which is there. You have to understand your consumer to find out the shade difference. And there are interesting experiences. I would go for a consumer visit in rural part of Bihar. I would be meeting the house lady, and you would almost feel like you're meeting the entire village, because there would be a house lady, her husband, all the kids, in-laws, everybody would be sitting in the same room trying to understand what this young chap is going to ask. You go to the western part of India, and there is, as a protocol, you will have to take photograph of the product and then the photograph of the respondent. And we ask, okay, ma'am, would you be okay if you take your photograph? She says, oh, wait a minute. I'll go get dressed up, far more open, far more confident, and willing to get herself photographed, right? So there are shades. You need to understand consumer far more deeper beyond the numbers, and that is the success of some of the businesses which are scaled up. What is the unique problem the business is trying to solve? It cannot be a Me Too brand, it cannot be a Me Too business. Second, once you've decided that this is the positioning you are looking at, be consistent, be honest. You just can't change. I mean, Colgate getting into foods, or Burger King trying to sell French fries, they were all disaster. In Medimix, we have stuck to our principle. It's a brand which stands for providing our authentic Ayurvedic solutions to consumers. And hence, all the products which have been rolled out, they've consistently been built on the Ayurvedic principles, they have built on the efficacy, and they deliver on the promise. So that's the consistency which is absolutely required when you aspire to grow from a local brand to a national or a global business. But there are challenges. There are challenges. When you move across the globe, you have things like brand name. What are the interpretations? For example, Coca-Cola, when it moved to China, you would be surprised, it gets translated as bite the wax tadpole. Or Lexus, when it moved to Hong Kong, it got translated as beyond ambition. Would you buy a car which says it's beyond ambition? A Kiri, a very well-known cheese brand, when it moved to Iran, they were shocked that their brand name means rotten in the country. So you'll buy a rotten cheese. Or lastly, a Mercedes-Benz, where Benz meant rushing towards death in China. So these are few things which has to be checked before you decide, okay, I have got a fabulous product, a great brand, let me go and launch in a neighboring state or a neighboring country. looks obvious because we are all confident about, but have you done the checks? And it does not stop only at the brand name. Look at the creatives. So when Pepsi, the most famous tagline, "Come alive, we're here, right choice," moved to Taiwan, it translated to "Bring back your ancestors back from dead." That campaign failed miserably. And McDonald's, when it went to China, "Finger licking good" means you eat your own fingers. Right? So these are basic things you have to be aware when you are moving from a local brand to a national brand. What are the cultural nuances? So there are checks and balances. We have been engaging with local our experts whenever required, do the adaptability, connect, make it relevant for consumers. Eventually, what you need to decide, marketing, segmentation is all about sacrifices you have to make. You have to say, what is your true purpose? What do you stand for? And what are the ones on which you are willing to pivot? Fourth, it's an interesting video, and it's on mute for the individuals on the console. So when we move to new countries, we realize great differences in quality expectation standard. We move to Japan, this is the consumer expectation in terms of how the product should be shaped, how it should be dressed up. So when we started exporting Medimix, we realized the difference in standards. And with that difference, we started looking at how do we manage. So we had a lot of challenges. We shipped, the customer came back, say, "Oh, you have a scratch out there, not at all acceptable. You need to improve the specification. You cannot have the country which is running on Six Sigma is looking at absolutely standardization of what a product gets delivered." But that's the beauty of our organization. When we started realizing that there are differences in standards, we had option to create grading of products. Say that, okay, when you are shipping to a developed nation, this is the standard. When it comes to India, we'll use a moderate standard. And when you're going to countries where there are far more lenient, can we have a more, let's say, substandard product? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that talks about the organization. We took a decision that every product which is shipped out has to be the best in class. So whatever is the most stringent norm which is there, that has to be available to the developed nation, to India, and the countries which are also not asking for that. And that talks highly about the organization and what made a lot of difference. Because that's the passion for the quality which has grown the business. Today, we of course, we made all the products, most of the products in-house to ensure that the product is up to the expectation. We have done backward integration. Most of the key actives are grown in our own farms. We extract the actives, put it in the product. All these products are then tested as per the quality norms. We have our own labs which are IU certified. And because of all these smaller steps, today, ladies and gentlemen, Medimix is ranked 9th most trusted FMCG brand in the country. And it is the most trusted Ayurvedic brand. These are steps, you can't just make a trust factor overnight. It takes years of perseverance, passion that's built this name. It's very easy to break a name, but it takes years of hard work to create that name. And that's absolutely critical when you have aspiration to become a global player. Fifth, when you build a brand, it all talks, okay, let's go and meet consumers and tell them what we are and what do you want to sell. Sounds very simple. But consumer is bombarded with so much of information. It could be choice of brands, information. How do we ensure that connect with the brand is at a deeper level? And that's why it's important whenever we are connecting with the consumer, we are driving the relevance of the brand at moments when it makes a lot of difference. So these are some of the activities we have been doing to build a brand, whether it's a Trisupuram, using God cards to ensure that consumer take it at home and then use them. And I'm going to talk about one more activity which is very close to my heart. I've been doing this for so in 2015 I was working on a very large, well-known brand where the promise of the brand was to provide relief and relaxation. And we found out that Kumbh is a great opportunity for us to connect with masses. Now, the obvious solution which came from the activation team was, okay, let's set up a stall and do the sampling and try to tell show ads. But we had to go deeper. So what we took was that, okay, Kumbh is a place where we still have high stress, right? Stress of, even though we won't believe, but there is still a very high instance of getting lost, and that's a fear. Can we take that opportunity to connect deeper with the consumer and provide a solution so that consumer feel comforted, confident when they are doing this holy pilgrim, and also understand what does brand stand for? I'm going to show you a very short clip, and it's a real video of look at the emotion of how consumer have got lost and the emotion of reuniting. AB, please.
We set up a lost and found to help those in need. Navratna is all about relieving stress, whether it be that of a headache or of getting lost at the Kumbh Mela. Registered people then went on to enjoy the Mela, assured that if something were to happen, they would be taken care of.
नवरत्नाची आड लागलेली होती तिथं गेले तिथं माझी नोंद केली माझं नाव गाव सगळं नोंदवून दिलं त्याच्यानंतर मी त्यांना सांगितलं की माझी बहीण हरवली आहे मी प्रयत्न केले मी शोधली तरी मला सापडली नाही नम्र विनंती करते माझी बहीण त्यांना सापडून दिली की मी खूप त्यांचे आभारी आहे मला माझ्या बहिणीशी खूप प्रेम आहे नाही सापडली म्हणून मी नाही का माझ्या बहिणीला बघितलं मला त्यांना सोडून दिलं मी त्यांचे धन्यवाद करते
Yep, thank you. So we started this active 2015, went to the next Kumbh from Nasik to Ujjain to Prayagraj. The first year we got 3 lakh registration. The next year the number moved up 5 lakh, 6 lakh. And you won't believe we had loyal consumers who would come to Kumbh every year. I mean, whenever it happened, and they would say, yes, we had registered in a past activity, we would like to register. And that's the power of the branding, that's the power of Connect. And it was heartening in 2021 when we did the Haridwar Kumbh, and I got a letter from government. A letter from the government, state government, saying that we have a Kumbh happening in Haridwar. We have heard about the Lost and Found Center you've done. Come and manage it. So when you're genuine about the work, it spreads. Your positive word of mouth goes beyond consumers, it moves on. So that's the point I'm saying. When you connect with local consumers, of course, over a period of time, we scaled up, we brought in RFID. Look at the big queues for consumers to register. But when you are solving a solution, you're not looking at short-term sales, looking at deeper connect. These kind of associations have a long way to give a long way to scale up the business. We moved on. What is the sixth thing? When you are scaling, you're thinking about global, you also have to connect. You have to look at local. Food is a fantastic example. I worked in foods. So same McDonald's offers McVeggie and also offers McArabia, a complete contrast. Or look at Kit Kat, a brand which is very close to me. In Japan, they have launched flavors which are very much relevant to Japan. You have flavors like wasabi, matcha, or even green tea. When we scaled Medimix, we have done that adaptation. So while the core of brand remains constant, it's the same Ayurvedic product, it's the same efficacy. When moved to Korea, there are the local connect. You have Taiwan, you have local connect. We have variants like green tea, aloe vera, you will not find in India, but that is relevant for those markets. And that's the approach. You have to think global at some stage when you pivot and start acting local. 7th point. So while we are doing it, okay, so on the product, while we are working on product, the creatives and activation also needs to take into consideration the local culture, local local way of consumers, way of interacting with the product. So let me give you an example. In Japan, you would see our creatives are completely different. It's not the normal face you would probably see. Secondly, you look at this ball. It's a froth of Medimix. Your consumer understanding, the consumer wants to see, feel, smell. It's completely different from the consumer. Try it out. They say, oh, I don't know, maybe it's a washing machine. You have an output which is out there. So when you are expanding the brand, you need to start understanding, appreciating, and pivoting your brand as per the requirement. We went to Japan. We have a endorser who is a sumo wrestler. And when we to US, we have International Yoga Day being celebrated at Times Square. So at some stage, when you're moving from local to national, start understanding, be ready what is going to come. And then what's absolutely critical and has made a lot of difference to our business is choosing the right partners who have been a big support for us. We had a long-term association, and they have been a big source of giving insights and making sure that we have a win-win engagement. So that's the 7 key mantras. Understanding your consumers, look at your positioning, how does it translate across geographies. You stand for a promise, ensure that it gets delivered, connect with the consumer, start acting local when you scale up, and then choose your partners. But there are 2 more very important parameters. First is the people. As a leader, all of us have responsibility to find out talent which is well placed and is as passionate about business as you are. And I think that's something which is absolutely critical. I mean, I'm the CEO. I have a leadership team. We have head of departments who spend 15 years, 20, 25 years in the organization. Plus, we've got the fresh blood. So an organization which encourages the inner talent, it looks at finding out some of the best gems. We are very proud to tell you that Cholayal has one of the lowest attrition in the industry. It talks highly about the environment the organization has created in the company, the team which is there, and how everybody is happy and well, I would say, synchronized to achieve the organization goals. And then the last point, which is eventually when you are scaling your business, you have to identify what's your North Star. What is the purpose you are standing for? The organization started with the welfare being the primary objective. The doctor Siddhan, when he started saying that, I have this knowledge, can I make it reach out to millions of people? With that principle, we have been running the business. So all our products always take into account the consumer benefit. There have been instances where you had to make hard choices. For example, when it comes to when there was a COVID period, a lot of organizations had to make difficult choices in terms of cost, quality, time. All 3 they work at tandem. But we said that doesn't matter. We cannot compromise quality, whatever the cost is. But consumers have to get the best from our organization. So these are 9 things which make a lot of difference for a local brand to scale up to a national level and then eventually to a global scale. So what is it that made us succeed? First, I think it's the foremost absolute passion for giving a quality product. I believe that in physical world or in physics, light travels faster than sound. That's why you see lighting first and then hear it. But in the world of brands and consumers, sound travel faster than light. That's why consumer hear about you first and then think that whether I should consider your brand or not. In marketing, we talk about ZMOT, SMOT, zero moment of truth or first moment of truth. Even before consumer considers your brand, they have a halo of what the brand stands for, and that's only you get considered. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what I believe makes a lot of difference. It's an honor, absolutely an honor to come and talk at this platform. Look at the long list of the powerful brands which are scaling up. They're truly a pride of India. And as I summarize my slides, it's important that we recognize such brands, because India, a couple of years back, or let's say decades back, was contributing more than 30% to the global GDP. Today, it's reviving, and it's important that we recognize such pride of India brands who have potential to become a global scale and take India back to its stature. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Anupam. I think it's very interesting to see the strategies you all have adopted to understand your customers and obviously take the brand to the global stage. I think it's a lot of interesting inputs that everyone here can take from. I found it very interesting. So thank you. I would like to invite Anurag Batra, Associate Vice President of ABP Network, to hand over the memento to Mr. Anupam. Please. Let's have a round of applause for him. Very interesting. Session by Mr. Anupam.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before we move on, I would like to once again remind everybody, please feel free to take pictures, take videos, and of course, put it out there on social media, get the bus going. And when you do, don't forget to use the hashtag that we've got on screen, which is hashtag E4M4R. Yes. Now, I'm super excited to introduce and welcome our next speaker, who I've also had the pleasure of working with multiple times in the past with this company. It's none other than TVS Product. So our next session, we will be diving deep into the world of big screen and its role and potential when it comes to building brands and successful Indian businesses. I'm super honored to have and introduce and welcome on stage Mr. Chavan Singh, the Chief Marketing Officer at TVS Product. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. He has definitely had a legacy of award-winning campaigns and revamped the brand identity at TVS Product. Mr. Chavan, over to you, please.
Got the mic here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hello. I know it's a difficult act to follow after an FMCG company when most of the people sitting in the room are marketeers, advertisers. I'll try my best to keep you engaged. The context of this topic is, initially it was supposed to be a panel discussion, and somehow I was not there for the pre-panel briefing. And I was told by my PR lead that somehow the panel thought it's not a very interesting topic to have a panel on. And I had already set my mind on it that, okay, let's talk about this. So then I requested, can I do a speaker session then instead of a panel? And obviously the question that intrigued me was that why did all the panelists think this is not a very in vogue topic or should be discussed or not? So as usual, I went back to my team and asked them, why do you think big screens people are not interested in, and what's going wrong with it? And some of the notions or myths which came across is what I like to start off with. So one of the things which everybody said that these days people are consuming content largely in individual spaces, which essentially meant that people are using laptops or mobiles to consume a lot of content. So when we did some research, we found out that Amazon had done a study last year where they tried to understand, that what actually consumers prefer to do for streaming content. And surprisingly, they found that 78% of respondents actually want to watch content, streaming content on television, set-top boxes, or smart TVs, and in their family setup or community viewing. And community viewing is still very much prevalent. And incidentally, last weekend, I came across this video which PVR Inox has recently released, where Pankaj Tripathi, sorry, we couldn't get the subtitles for this, but I think most of us understand Hindi. So I'll just play this video for you. He kinds of says this much more eloquently that, why community viewing is never going to be out of vogue. How to play the video from this? Sound, please. Okay, I don't know whether the audio at the back was clear or not, but the idea was that post-COVID, there has been a steady increase in big screen viewing, and we'll show some numbers in the upcoming slides. And I think that's what they are taking an advantage of, that community viewing is back in vogue. And so when most of the people think that big screens are out and most of the content is consumed on small screens, it's not actually true, not only in terms of preferences of the consumers, but also in the actual viewing habits, which we saw in 2023. Another notion which team talked about is that no one watches commercial anymore. It's partially true, right? People don't watch commercials if they are very intrusive in nature, right? You can't like, like for example, even in cinema hall, if you go inside and some ad is playing, you might not really register it also. So what brands have done last year or last few years, the trends have been that most of the brands have moved to episodic ads, because most of the streaming platforms are actually playing with this format now. They're testing this format, that if we have to go away from subscription models in India and we have to start showing advertisements, already Jio Cinema, Disney Hotstar has plans where they start showing pre-roll ads, right? So what kind of ads engage people more? The way we used to see it on TV or series ads? We saw a very big brand, PhonePe, actually doing an episodic format ads during the World Cup, right? So people are actually treating advertising content as a form of storytelling, and therefore episodic format content works. At our brand at TVS Credit, we also tried something like that. We did a mini series for New Year resolutions. We did a series where we have two characters, Sid and Pooh, who actually buy multiple products from us and what is happening in their life, and we pick up a theme. And these contents have really resonated well with the audiences on channels like Instagram and YouTube. But at the same time, while the content was targeted at Instagram consumers or Instagram users, 36% of our consumers actually watched this content on TV while streaming, which is an interesting fact because our entire campaign was mobile first. It was not targeted at TV. Still, people watched it on TV. So that also was a myth breaker internally for us, that people are using all kinds of devices, and let's not just go by that everything is mobile first. Not saying mobile is growing, but if the content is immersive, if the content is in episodic format, if the content is actually telling a story about the brand in some way or other, people are watching it on all the devices. I don't know whether I should play these ads if the sound check is okay now. Ankit, sound चल रहा है पीछे? Okay, let's skip the ads then. You can watch it on YouTube or our company's channel. They are based on interesting memes also. This series I think already has 70 million plus views and high amount of engagement and shareability in this kind of content. Another notion which came forth, that people's attention spans are shortening. It's true again to some extent, and long format content is not expanding. But what are the advertisers doing? Right? There are three things which happened last year, two or three things. One, most of the big hits in cinema last year were nearly 3 hours, right? Whether it is Jailer in Tamil or Animal in Hindi or English Oppenheimer, most of these movies are 3 hours or even more than that. So people are engaging with long format content, but the way you tell the same stories has changed. So for example, my own personal experience, when I was watching Animal, I didn't understand one thing, that why people are not able to realize the passage of time. The pre-interval movie is almost like a full movie. It's like 1 hour 40 minutes, right? And you don't realize the passage of time, because when you watch it again, you will realize that every 10 to 15 minute segment of that movie has been designed in such a way that it's a mini movie. You can watch it without knowing what happened before that and what happened after that. And most of the movies which have worked in theaters are actually having that quality in them, right? That you can start the movie from anywhere and you will still enjoy it, even if you don't know. It's not like that you will get the story, but you'll enjoy the movie. So I think that's what is working, that while the content long format will work, the way you tell that content has changed. So that is something which is interesting. Most of the campaigns, people use short format videos, right? 20 seconders, and so that skip button doesn't come on YouTube and all. But you look at Diwali campaigns, more of the brand campaigns start telling long format videos because the viewers have more time at that time. So if they have time, and the content is interesting, they will watch. So that also is somewhat mythical, that people are only watching 15-second reels and they're skipping. True, if they are on Instagram, they are mirroring that behavior, but that's not actually true everywhere. So people are also taking this conscious call on what channel I want to watch what. So that's something which, again, a notion which the numbers don't say that it's true. Another notion which came is that our big screens only TV and cinema, and there is a third kind of big screen which is emerging in outdoor media space. That means when you are captive audience at a bus shelter, at an airport or office complex, and brands have started using big screens in an interactive or immersive way, I think that is working in a very big way. Can you play this video? Even if there is no sound, it will work. Yeah. So I came across a very interesting campaign, how interactive digital media used to get donations. Very interesting storytelling in small snippets of time. So the interesting part here is the screen is the same, what you are used to see in your airports, right? But the way the interactivity was built in that small story, that if you're feeding something, you do your bit, right? And interesting underlying factor here is that obviously this worked because there was a purpose behind the campaign, right? You are donating to some NGO, but there are interesting ways in which brands can use it also for commercial purpose. And I'll talk about it how, advertisers should actually use big screens going forward. So what's the common thread? Obviously, I don't think big screens are dead, right? And it continuously remain an important and relevant media. And we should use it the way some of the numbers which talk about it are in TV. Last year, the advertising spends grew by 10% in India. So 36,500 crores were the ad, spends previous year. A 10% growth. In 2024, it is expected to further grow by 10%. At such a high base of spends value, the 10% growth is good. Last year, 2023 was the highest box office collection year for India ever across all languages, right? 12,000 crores box office collection, never seen before. People might call it revenge viewing after COVID, but I think every movie earned money, and it was the biggest footfall year also. It's not just that the ATS of the tickets went up, the actual footfalls were highest last year. So people are coming back to cinemas. Outdoor spends have grown. Within that, if you look at digital outdoor spends and pragmatic digital outdoor spends have grown. So that's what that video was telling, that how digital campaigns are working, right? Even in the BTL space or the outdoor space. So obviously, you know what I stand for now, right? That I am all for big screens and they are here to stay. And therefore, we thought that what advertisers should do. This is just the last slide. And we tried to understand what are the 5 or 6 key themes which are emerging. So we have called that framework called Depict. So D stands for is easiest to guess, data driven. That while you cannot do the advertisement same way on TV, that you go and you show the ads for 30 seconds or whatever slots you are getting, and you assume that this is the reach and frequency of your TG, and you will carpet bomb them on TV and you will get 60% or 70% of the reach you want for your TG. The data available today, even for TV, whether consumers are, consuming content on smart TVs, whether they are actually going from one device to other device, whether they are going for a booking, you can check if you have that ability to have that kind of, you have consumer data platforms, whether he has booked a ticket on some channel and you are reading their SMSs through some means, right? People are saying that I want to watch movie. If you are that brand where you can get the cinema bookings data, there are so much you can do with cross-functional devices. So data helps a lot. A simple fact that we did 2 kinds of campaigns last year. One was the brand campaign, which was targeted at Instagram users, which the focus was that you want to reach out for our consumer lending products by not talking about the products much. Show the situations where the products are used, which was basically the 2 campaigns I couldn't show, Sid and Pooh and New Year resolution campaigns. Now, data shows that those campaigns worked really well on Instagram as compared to, let's say, YouTube or Facebook or those kind of channels. And obviously, there was a TV viewing. But at the same time, whenever we did a campaign which was for core products, which we have been doing traditionally, like two-wheeler loans and all, the audiences for that are little older. They are above 30 age, 35. Those campaigns are getting more engagement or more views on YouTube or Facebook, clearly showing that my audience or my customer base is also now split across multiple channels and therefore consuming content on multiple devices. So that was an interesting thing. This data can be used in multiple ways for the campaigns this year. So I think data-driven approach towards, what to show on big screens, what kind of, we could also find out if I'm doing a series ads, how many consumers of mine actually came back and watched the next episode or the 3rd episode in that same series. So that helped us a lot to understand that what kind of engagement the overall campaign is driving. Is e-commerce integration. You would have already started using or buying products on Instagram through Instagram shops. And YouTube is also now very big in terms of using AI for this. Every time I see an ad on YouTube today, there are interactive links which allow you to buy the thing right there and then. So the big screen can be used to now do e-commerce integration, where the entire journey can transition from, let's say, TV to your mobile device, or you can do it on TV if you have a smart TV. So that's another big thing that advertisers have to look at in using that. When you're doing an ad, where does your interactive link come? Where does your shop link come? Where does your buy or lead link come? So that that's an interesting trend which we have started seeing of late. In Chennai, you see a Titan I Plus ad, you already start seeing the nearest eyewear store to your home. So they are detecting your location and giving you those links. Purpose driven is what P stands for. Here I am little split. Like, you should be purpose driven as a brand, but you should not be really activist, is what my belief in current environment in India is, that you should not take up a purpose just for the heck of it, right? You really, the brand should have a purpose. I won't name the brand. I was discussing with my colleague just before the session that I saw an ad 2 days back of a particular moisturizing cream. And I felt that the purpose they are talking about is not even relevant to their brand, right? So they are just doing it because they have money, right? And they are just trying to be woke, in my sense, which is not a good word anymore, right? Because brands are getting trolled. So purpose driven, what I mean by purpose driven is that what you want to do for your customer and their communities, if that is clear, your campaigns will be purpose driven, rather than taking up you have never done anything. Your brand may not be doing anything for, let's say, women empowerment, right? You may not be doing anything, but you are deliberately putting your brand that, oh, this is what we are standing for. That won't work. So purpose driven, but not activism. I is immersive content, immersive or interactive storytelling. That is becoming very important. What do you mean by interactive storytelling? Everybody watches Coffee with Karan. This year they had app and TV cross collaboration, that you're watching the content, you answer questions. A lot of other TV shows have used it, and this is working in advertising space also, that you are actually giving choices to the consumers to scratch cards, or you're giving them voucher redemption offers within the ad itself. I think that's going to work. And how do you become interactive with the consumer? Let them choose what they want to watch. And I think that's going to be a big thing. So it's, I think, a higher form of what we used to call 10 years back permission marketing. So interactive marketing actually is a implicit permission that if the consumer is interacting with your content, he is interested in you. Then C is more cinematic experiences, right? How do you build collaborations? So what I mean by cinematic experience is not just cinema viewing. What we mean by that is that cinema is coming to our homes. The audio, the AR, VR are improving at such a drastic pace that even home viewing experience on big screens is going to change forever. And this is going to create an experience that people will actually look forward to watch content on big screens. People are already thinking, if this is the kind of movie I want to watch, I want to go to cinema hall. If this is the kind of movie I want to watch, I am okay watching it on my flight, when I have just mobile phone with me. So people are already differentiating content in their mind from that point of view. And this is continuously going to increase. And therefore, if you are targeting big screens where larger audiences in hinterland, smaller towns are still not using OTT and all, you are going to know that people are watching it in a very different way. Their habits have changed, but the screens are remaining the same. The last one is transitioning across channels or cross-platform integrations. That is very important. How many people already feel that this conspiracy theory is true, that if you say a word and you start seeing an ad for it? I don't know whether there's actually an algo behind it. But if I'm watching some content on TV, and if I am logged in through my own Gmail account and I am logging with the same Gmail account on my phone, I already see that ad starts coming in for that. But what as advertiser we need to be very careful about is that the same ad cannot be shown, should not be shown ideally. If the device is different, are you interacting with a different set of triggers and stimulus? If that is happening, your content is a winning content. And that depict framework is what we should reflect on. And as an advertisers, if we are going to make big screens really big, and some of the things which we thought as a team that will help us. I'd like to thank the organizers for this event and the entire audience who listened to me. I don't know how much you got out of it. I'd also like to thank my colleague Aishwarya who helped me put these things together. And thanks a lot. If there are any questions, I am here.
Thank you, Mr. Charandeep, for that very interesting session. To extend thanks to you, I would like to invite on stage Sita Lakshmi Iyer, the Director of AGSA, the Fleet Staff. Can we have her on stage, please, to hand over the memento to Mr. Charandeep. How's everyone doing? Our energy is still high up? Yes or no? Yeah? Okay, wonderful. Our next session is on a new digital violence. Okay, so as some of you might have guessed, this is going to be a panel discussion. We will be hearing an array of perspectives about how you can digitize businesses from some of the industry leaders of Tamil Nadu's most renowned brands. Starting out with Mr. Shivakumar P., the CEO of SPR Constructions. Let's have a round of applause for him. He is an ISB-trained tech-savvy professional with a distinguished 22+ years career, which reflects continual advancement, a depth of valuable and diversified leadership experience, and consistent achievements in driving innovative, cost-effective sales and marketing strategies, programs that have given dynamic results. Also joining him for the panel, we have Mr. Bharat Chandra, the Director of Junior International Private Limited. He's a retailer for the last 24 years and has worked with leading brands in retail. To join us on stage. Mr. Bharat Chandra has a master's in international business from IISc USG program and an Broad Street Board University. We are excited to have you join us here from the panel. Next up, I would like to introduce on stage Mr. Vignesh Managaran. We have the contract manufacturing who is an alumni of Bangalore, and he comes with a leadership experience of over 15 years in business, starting with management consulting, automatic service and strategy planning, business development, project optimization, and operational improvement. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Ramesh Narayanan, the CEO of Adya Anand Trades. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Ramesh. Who has an expertise gained from private professions at LV Private Limited, Global Ventures LLP, and Action. And he also has a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Madras. He possesses a comprehensive skill set encompassing business strategy, management, development, editing, customer relationship management, and more. We have to go back to this panel discussion. And of course, last but not least, and not for the panel discussion, we have Mr. David Apasani, the strategy and brand creation group around the world. Again, renowned digital marketer and a highly regarded person in the realm of marketing strategy. Mr. Director of Strategy and Brand at Social Group, India's foremost independent digital marketing company. He contributes extensive expertise and experience with a diverse background that encompasses several domains like global management, business strategy, brand and marketing management, advertising, and more.
Hello everyone, you're in for a very, very exciting session as we talk about the new India that is Bharat and the digital transformation that is taking place, not just in metros, but in the new India. And I can't think of a better panel than the panelists that we have today. Each of them has immense experience. Their businesses reach out into the hinterland, into Bharat, and they have a presence in Bharat, which is meaningful. Now, in terms of this new digital India that we're talking about, let's take a quick look at the numbers. How many people do you think are online today? Anybody? What's the current number? The current number is supposed to be 759 million and counting. And there are more being added on every day. And what do you think they're doing? 220 million of them are shopping. 80 million are paying utility bills. 110 million are paying for online games. 65 million are ordering food online. 25 million use ride-hailing services. And 15 million have paid for edutech courses. So this is fairly mainstream. This is not just, entertainment, not just social media. The drivers of digital are actually largely what the government of India has done, and they've done it very, very well. So you have the train booking site and app, IRCTC, that has 100 million people booking tickets on it. UPI, the payments interface, has 350 million on it. And the CoWIN app, and all of us are familiar with that, right? After the pandemic, has 1 billion people on it. That's the extent of transformation that's taking place. But that is all India. I'm just setting the context for all of you. What about Bharat? What are they doing? What are the people in Bharat doing? In terms of activity online, they are spending 4.5 hours on their phone every day. The All India total has exceeded 5 hours, driven by Bharat, where they spend 4.5 hours online. The average spends on digital services are at par or higher than metros. Grocery is on par. Health tech and pharmacy is 1.3x. Food delivery, believe it or not, is 1.1x. EduTech is 1.6x. And guess what? They trust local, relatable influencers more than anybody else. 84% of them would rather listen to an influencer from their area speaking in their language. In metros, it's 63. In tier 1, it is 75. And 83% of them in Bharat prefer made in India products. And everything that we have here is made in India on the panel. So that all goes well for us. Now, these are numbers I'm giving you from studies done by Google, Temasek, and Bain & Company. And also from a Kantar report, which was commissioned by the IAMAI, the Internet and Mobile Association of India. What do you think is going to happen over the next 2 years? Digital users are going to grow to 900 million by 2025. Urban India penetration, which is at 71%, will grow much slower at 6%. Bharat will grow at 14%. And 56% of all new users online will be from Bharat. In addition to payments, the most used are, of course, entertainment, social media, and communications. That sets the context for the new India that is Bharat and where we are going. So now on to the panel. And I'm going to open it up with some questions. We're going to hear from every one of them. Given the transformation that is taking place, especially across Bharat, how have you made use of digital optimization to be able to streamline and make more efficient your processes and to increase your throughput, so to speak? So if you could hear from you one by one, I'll start with Ramesh of Adyar Ananda Bhavan.
Thank you, David. I think so. When you talk about people online, there is another big group which is offline, which is LAN, local area network people, which is the workforce. Basically, the lot of activities which businesses are depend on internet as well as the tools, digital tools, which are working within a certain environment, which is within the company. So digital adoption is kind of omnipresent right now. So a lot of businesses who are scaling up or who's giving as a service, digital adoption is the foremost thing any company would ensure that there is quality products coming out, quality services coming out, and also they're able to track them, monitor, course correct, and everything you need tools for the services to be rendered the right way. So from our perspective, being in a food industry, food retail, as well as packaged food, uh, so we have a lot of touch points of many stocks and products and people moving across India and even globally. So we have made a tracking mechanism for each of these. I mean, let's say our logistical tracking with IoT devices, and also every batch which moves from the factory to the outlet, everything is now digitally monitored in a control center. So imagine 10 years ago, we didn't have this kind of a facility. Now we are able to use that to monitor, and we know at what speed a vehicle is going. If they are like over speeding, we'll be able to know now. And if there is a delay in sending the products on time, we will know now. We don't have to even call the driver and say, where are you? We know exactly where he is. And we'll also send a push notification to them that you're delayed by 5 minutes. We have to reach there soon. So the digital adoption in doing ease of business as well as how well you do it. I mean, now we have come to a stage from ease of business to how well you're going to do. So the digital adoption is more towards how well you will be able to do your business, and people who are adopting to it will definitely see the change.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think to give you a context, ADR Ananda Bhavan sounds very traditional, right? But you heard the level of digital transformation and adoption. They have 150 outlets, 15 outlets abroad, in addition to the 150 across Tamil Nadu and a few other states and Delhi. So you can imagine the scale at which they are operating. Thank you very much. Vignesh, would you like to speak about Waycool and digital adoption to ensure supply chain as well as vendor management?
Thank you. I'll give a little bit of context about the space we operate. We are essentially at Waycool is a tech-enabled agri and food supply chain company. So what does it like? See, in India, food and agri is a $800 billion consumption market. How does this food or ingredient reach our plate? It takes about 6 to 12 steps for every product to reach the end consumer. So imagine the multiple varieties of products. Each of this, the supply chain is about 6 to 12 layers. And many of these transactions, imagine the amount of transactions. And our farm holding is very fragmented, typically about a couple of acres, not more than that. Every transaction is probably about 1 ton at the farm end, whereas 300 million tons is our annual food grain production alone. Another 300 million tons is about our fruits and vegetables production, right? So the number of transactions is huge. And the time within which these transactions has to happen is also fairly short. In case of food, fresh vegetables and all, typically within 12 hours, all these transactions will happen. Now, each transaction requires 3 things to flow both sides. One is the physical product, second is the information, third is the financing. The payment has to happen for the transaction. Now, all of this, okay, let's go back maybe 30 years or 40 years. The amount of people migration was fairly limited. With globalization, people have traveled all over, not just within the country, abroad as well. But food tastes have remained the same. So they all want the same food which they grew up with, right? I mean, David was mentioning people taking hotels in California closer to San Jose because they want to be closer to the restaurant they grew up with. So when this happens, the complexity of the supply chain increases. The reason I say this is digitization for us is not from a consumer point of view, but each of this transaction in such a high volume, complex set of transactions is actually made easier thanks to digitization. As I said, both information, because we are able to plan better what the consumer demand is and build a demand-led supply chain that reduces wastage. Payments. In fact, even when we source from farmers, the payments happen only through digital medium. No cash has been used. This has been the case for like 7 years, 8 years. So the amount of infrastructure which has gone in and the amount of adoption is phenomenal even at the back end side of things. And also from a trust point of view in terms of quality, dissemination of quality information, etc. See, food is complex because everybody has different preferences and it's not easy to quantify these preferences. But there are tools we use. We use tools to kind of figure out what is the grade of the product. You can do that by taking a photograph of the product. That brings in objectivity. Whenever objectivity comes in, transparency is there and more transactions can happen and the sector can get formalized. And food, I think the TAM presentation, we saw that there are a lot of people who are coming up with their own private labels also for brands. Food is by far much less branded than other segments, right? I mean, today mobile phone or footwear or apparel, I mean, rarely do we find people wearing unbranded. Why not for food? Why it should be branded? It's not just about being branded as such, but brand gives a sense of trust. It stands for certain parameters, etc. How do we make this happen? By having more data around what it stands for. And for that data, digitization does help in a large way. So for us, we've had impact of digitization right from the farming side where we have a program called Outgrow, where more than 2 lakh people have downloaded and used this app. This is like the farmer engagement side of it, whether it is inputs or pest, early detection of pests, etc. through taking a photo and they get early warnings, etc. There's a lot of, I mean, like us, there are many other companies also who are doing solving one segment of the problem on that side. And even from the distribution point of view, there's a lot of, given the complexity, we serve more than 70,000 outlets. So given the complexity, there is a lot of digitization which has helped us manage this kind of tough supply chain as well. So that would be our sense of where digitization has really helped us.
Thank you, Vignesh. I hope you got the perspective, right? They're dealing with thousands of farmers with a few acres of land holding, but the total volume that they are generating at the user end is 300 million tons. So you can imagine the scale of fragmentation on one end and the scale of consolidation at the other end. There's another aspect of digital transformation of Bharat that I would like you to take note of. The names that you hear are fairly familiar, right? Junior Kupana Restaurants, Adiyar Ananda Bhavan, Vaycool, of course, is new, and SPR Constructions. Yet all the people sitting here are professionals, CEOs or directors of companies who are professionals. In other words, these traditional businesses are also becoming institutions and they're using modern digital transformation to become efficient and be able to scale their business. Thank you so much, Vignesh. So Bala, could we hear from you?
Yeah, thanks, David, and good afternoon to all of you. It's an interesting topic, and I'd like to open with what we are doing at Junior Kupana. Since see, we are a 62-year-old business, but 30% of our business comes from online now. So we're also modernizing. That's not something a favor that we are doing to ourselves. If we don't digitize, we will probably no longer be there, right? So whether reaching out to customers or servicing them online or fulfillments. So I would try to bring this whole digital thing into 3 frameworks. Many of you are entrepreneurs here. When we talk about digital or technology, which we can interchange in terms of words, there are 3 things that we need to look at. The first basket is the customer, right? We call this the DFE model: discovery, fulfillment, and engagement. So the discovery from offline is going more online. Fulfillment is both offline, online. Engagement is again online, right? Because offline engagement is that more expensive. So how you can play this DFE model in your relationship with the customer is changing drastically. So that's why Junior Kupana is now more on digital, with influencers, and so on and so forth. So I think the customer basket is something that is changing, and we are adapting to that change. Second is the business process, how you do it, how you use technology, how you better your payment cycle, how you use technology that can optimize and increase your efficiency. This is needed because otherwise you will get out of business, right? You might be selling, but you have to make these reasonable profits. You have to be competitive. So that's also place where we are adopting digital in a major way. So that's the second basket, which is more internal. So first basket is customer. Second basket is internal, which is your process and systems. Third is a very interesting basket, right? I mean, I'm not sure how many people have thought about it, but there is in digital, there is a digital adopters, somebody like us, we are adopting digital, and there are people with digital DNA. Unfortunately or fortunately, market seems to reward people with digital DNA. Okay, so I'll tell you an example. There are apparel manufacturers who have apparel brands, 200, 300 crores. They'll get a 400 crore valuation if you ask 2 times of top line. Recently, Rare Rabbit is negotiating a valuation round with Tata Capital, 300 crores top line at 2,500 crores valuation. Lenskart has raised, Lenskart sales is at about 3,500 crores. They've raised money at 10 times their valuation. If you talk in food, our own food business, Rebel Foods is at 1,200 crores. They've raised money at 12,000 crores valuation. So when you're talking about digital, one important thing is you have to understand that because if you have a digital DNA, you can probably scale fast. That's what the market is recognizing and rewarding better valuations. So a Kapleshwar Opticals, which might do 100 crores, will get 200 crores. But Lenskart, which is doing 3,000 crores, will get a 30,000 crore valuation. So as a businessman, I think what we are trying to do is how we can get a digital DNA. So that's probably a key takeaway from digital.
It's a very interesting perspective, right? Junior Kupana came out of Erode. They were the pioneer in Kongu Nadu food. And they are about 51 restaurants across Tamil Nadu. And here is a traditional brand out of Erode looking for a digital DNA. That's transformation of Bharat for you. Finally, Shiva, we come to you, CEO of Marketplace of India for SPR Constructions, where 40% of all the people who've taken space in the Marketplace of India are from rural India, from Bharat. So let's hear from Shiva.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. The most difficult part of being in the panel where 3 veterans have already spoken everything about digital, and then you have to just speak. But the good part about it is all 3 are from the food industry. So I'm the only guy from the construction industry. If you can just look at the shelf quick response, faster adaptations. It's more in terms of they speak about processes and other things in minutes. Probably the shelf life is a month or a year max. We are talking about a product which would take at least 3 to 4 years to complete. Thanks to pandemic, after pandemic, the industry has grown multifold. We are forced to look at the digitalization in terms of delivery of the product to the customers, updations. All this needs to be automated so that there is no error from our side. And second part is we are coming out with one of the largest facility as an a B2B market option, which would facilitate the entire trade, irrespective of which business they are into. This would be the largest display center across the country. We are looking at almost around 1.4 to 1.5 lakh footfall every day. So for me to just bring in this kind of footfall into the market, definitely we need to adapt to the digital this thing. Second thing is products which has got initially when Paytm, GPay and all came, people are thinking about smaller denominations in terms of transactions. We started seeing even huger transactions, bigger transactions started happening in terms of digital. So that's one huge change that we see. The trust in terms of Bharat as a transaction medium and as a medium for people to just quickly transfer money and then take decisions. Buying a house normally takes 1.5, 45 days, 45 days to 60 days time for a decision maker to decide on which property to buy. Now they're well informed because of digital informations. People do their homework, come to the property. They would have already done their homework before coming to the property. Once they come to the property, they take decisions instantly. The transfers are happening immediately where we are able to fulfill our transactions much faster. We always look at from like, point of sale, how do we measure is the conversion in terms of site visits, like, because the decisions are predominantly in terms of after seeing the product. So customer has to come to a place. We look at the transformation from being a prospect to being a customer. Earlier used to be like, 5%. Now it has gone up to 30% in terms of conversion of site visit. And that is majorly because of digital inputs and digital information that customers are able to get it, update it on daily basis. And if we are behind, like, if we are just falling short, I don't think like, we'll be there in the race. Thanks.
So you've heard what the panelists have to say about digital optimization and the difference it's making to their businesses, although they are spread across Bharat or their source markets are in Bharat. Now, one fun fact, okay? All the three panelists there are from the food industry. He's from construction, but he's the one with the hotel management degree. So, by the way, I also have a hotel management degree. Okay, we'll move on to the next section. And I think by the time we finish this, we'll have done a half an hour of panel discussion, after which we'll open up for Q&A. The next section we're going to talk about is digital payments transformation. And, you're all familiar with digital payments, right? I don't think there's a single person in this room who has not made digital payments. You're either using GPay, Paytm, BharatPay, PhonePay, whatever, and which is all on the UPI interface. So this has transformed the way, and that, Shiva touched upon it very briefly in terms of the way large transactions are now taking place using digital payment systems. So we're going to delve into this to see how it has kind of increased the efficiency and the velocity of their businesses. Shiva's already mentioned that the time for a person to buy a property has been telescoped because they see everything online, come and visit the property, decide to buy and pay online, so that everything happens much faster. What used to take place in 6 months takes place now in 30 to 45 days. So we're already seeing the transformation. We're now going to hear, and this time I think we'll go the other way around because Shiva will not have such a long wait. Digital payments transformation. How has it made a difference? The past, and what is it like now?
See, past, like, it used to be instruments, like, people used to bring checks. So there is no other way in terms of, like, either a DD or a check. And many a times check gets bounced because it's a large transactions and a ticket size of demand, we will not be able to hold it for long. Okay, because if you just look at any property, people today have choices in terms of vastu, like, then the preference of which floor, facing which side and all those things. So if I lose one, it is as good as a full product. So if a customer, if there are 5 customers looking out for the same property and it is not getting realized, I cannot wait for 3-4 days because I run schemes, like, so that needs to be realized faster. So now the faster aspect in terms of how it is happening across is, as I said before, customer comes with a lot of knowledge, lot of information. So the moment he comes, he's able to decide, and he doesn't have to carry his check. Even a customer who comes to just visit takes decisions instantly. So he makes the upfront payment. And typically, like, in this industry, the booking charges are nothing less than 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs. So that kind of a transaction happens instantly. So that's a huge difference when we look at from the payment pattern as such.
Thank you, Shiva. So Bala, Junior Kupana, we all know because we've been to these restaurants and so on. But I think the level of digital payments transformation is not only in the front end with consumers, but to vendors and suppliers as well. So it'll be interesting to hear how that has changed from the past to what it is today.
No doubt, like every industry, payments has been game changing all sectors, and ours is not an exception. So I'd be repeating the same thing if I say customers pay now more, through your UPI, through Google Pay and stuff like that. And also vendors, I don't think we issue checks anymore unless, there is some specific reason. So it's more or less transfers. But I think what's really happened is post the demonetization and UPI adoption, it's cleaned up the system. That's why you see the GST collections have gone up. It's gone into more of white. So approximately at least 25 to 30% of every turnover that is getting captured is going to the exchequer some way. I hope that this translates into good infrastructure and something where there's a platform for all businesses to build upon. And that's what we are hoping for, because more and more money and collections to the government and more government spends on infrastructure, I think it'll come back into the economy. So it'll indirectly help. Otherwise, yes, I don't know last time when I carried cash. Personally, as a customer, I've got used to no cash. So I presume that's what we all are getting used to as well. Yeah. And we're also designing our customer process for that we don't expect anybody to bring in cash anymore.
You did mention earlier that you're looking at having a digital DNA. So it's very much in keeping with the overall scheme of things in terms of digital DNA. But payments are all streamlined as digital.
Yeah, payment is a process, but I think digital DNA is more, is more very ingrained. It's something that we have to do a blood infusion. Probably we have to acquire somebody with digital DNA. I don't have a digital DNA. Neither Junior Kupana has. But we are aspiring to be. There's nothing wrong in aspiring. Digital DNA is something like people like Flipkart, Lenskart, all these guys have. So somewhere we can collaborate with those kind of people who have digital DNA, and we also have that digital DNA.
Thank you, Bala. Vignesh, you touched upon digital payments earlier. Would you like to expand on that?
The digital DNA part also, I think we also have it. So I don't know about that, but children these days, for them the point of truth where the coin flips is whether Google says that or not. It is not whether somebody has said it or not. So I mean, people are looking for, I think people are looking at digital as a means of not just discovery, as also as a source of truth as well. So there is going a few years down the line, we will see more and more increasing transformation towards digital initiated transactions, etc. Coming to the payments part, I think a lot of payments has become instantaneous. You don't need you don't have a need for carrying change, etc. Many business models have grown well because of the ease of transaction on the instantaneous payment side. But we also do see, and many of our customers do use payment mechanisms like QR code based payments, etc. All that is happening. In bank transfers have always been the norm. But there is still a large scope for how digitization can happen in the credit part, because businesses run. There's a lot of credit associated with running businesses, but the risk of taking that credit, there is a lot of minimization which can happen. The moment that happens, a lot of energy of the businesses can be focused on creating better products and better services for their customers, and in real value add rather than focusing on the auxiliary aspects of managing payments and protections, etc. We do see a lot of potential there. I mean, taking slightly more perspective, we see that digitization has helped modularize things. For example, we have a private labeling and contract manufacturing business. Here, we are able to guarantee product and process quality because these are digitized and there are records for each of this. Even something as like, is it a hygienic facility? There are 250 points which are there, which are auditable, and it can be repeatedly demonstrated that it is happening. So something like this helps the sector grow. Payments is one part of it where it's very objective. Okay, transfer has hit me now. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about contribute and all that, right? So similarly, that kind of enabling happens everywhere. And when that happens, people can plug and play with somebody to launch their brand. They can focus on doing their own marketing and distribution better. In every aspect of the value chain, this can happen. Modularization can happen.
Thank you, Vignesh. Ramesh, would you like to?
Yeah. So as rightly mentioned by Bala, so how many of you have gone to the ATM in the recent past? I think so. The amount of people going to the ATM is gradually decreasing, and Yeah, of course, that's the end. So I'm also going to touch upon what is going to be the next changes in the way the payment or the payment economy is going to work. Because being a chartered accountant and have my peers in the banks and the fintech industry. So from the macro level, India is going to save billions of rupees in the mint, what they spend over. The coins, the amount of steel goes into the coins. We could build a skyscraper or we could build a bridge. So the savings, what we are going to make using the digital payments is going to be humongous. And the first thing is the ease of payment. Other thing is the byproducts I'm going to talk about. The ATMs are going to go away. Banking as such, the retail space which the banks currently occupying will shrink, and the interaction of going to bank will drop drastically. And the cash collections mechanism, which is the so-called CMS, cash management services, which is one of the largest revenue grosser for the bank, will also drop because the cash collections will decrease. Theoretically and practically, I have seen this practically at Adyar and the amount of cash which we used to carry 4 years ago versus what we are carrying today is far less. So for the lack of time, I think so I should cut short my point that adoption of payments is actually increasing the reconciliation cycle. Digital payments is actually reducing the reconciliation cycle, and the businesses are having much more control over their receivables these days. And I know clearly this payment came for this particular invoice. So we are able to map it using an robotic process automation or backend tools which are available these days. So there is a huge kind of savings across, and also the efficiency has improved phenomenally because of digital payments. And everybody has to follow the suit and actually look forward rather than what we have currently. There is more to come.
Thank you so much, Ramesh. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We know that Bharat is going to grow even faster than metro areas in the years to come, and that the scale of transformation and the scale of efficiencies that Ramesh touched upon will only increase. And things will become more and more digital, not just in terms of processes and payments, but in terms of the overall experience of digital will become mainstream. That brings us to the end of the panel discussion. I've been told that because we're running late overall, we don't have time for Q&A at this point of time. But I would request the panelists to interact with you during lunch, and you can certainly ask them whatever questions you have, and they'll be happy to oblige. So that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Can we have a round of applause for the panelists? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting panel discussion. I'm going to ask Mr. LV Krishnan to join me on stage to do the honors of having our first speakers. We've taken paramount from of this event and live. So, feel free to connect with them later on during lunch, discuss. I think it's definitely a great opportunity to be doing that. One more. Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. Can I have a round of applause for them, please? Our next discussion is also marketing strategy, key to success. And joining us for the discussion, we have panelists. If you could join me on stage as I introduce them, Mr. Vijay Krishnan, and CEO, Gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for him, please. We have Mr. Sharda Jim, Chief Financial Officer of Miranda Learning. And let's have a round of applause for Shikara on stage. Mr. Sakshi Kumar Kampana, Managing Director of BFC Developers. Mr. Arvind L, the Head of Marketing, KPV Health Service Private Limited. And a moderator for the panel, Money and as mentioned, we have been here talking about corporate strategy and key to success over time.
Now you know what a YouTube ad feels like, no? Because everybody's just waiting to skip ad and then go to the main section, which is outside. But anyway, we'll try to keep it as engaging as possible and reward your attention. I think the topic itself is a very broad topic. So what we thought was we'd try and divide it into a few key sections and then just have a discussion. See, we have people from everybody from FMCG to a real estate developer. So my first question to all of you would be, how do you allocate budgets? There was a point in time where, when the dinosaurs were walking the earth, and I got into advertising, where you just had 2 or 3 segments where you broadly put your money in. So you'd say put some X in television, Y in print, and then Z in outdoor. If there's anything left behind, okay, Pona Porde, we'll just give it to radio, right? But that was pretty much all that was maybe in the early 2000s, even as late as the early 2000s. Today, I mean, the proliferation of media is so huge that while your media monies haven't expanded in proportion, now the options available are huge. So how do you allocate, for what objective, how do you go about, segmenting your media monies?
So hi everyone. So we are a major edible oil manufacturer based out of Tamil Nadu. So our ad spends, and we are a very traditional organization. So initially our spends catered to ATL, which was TV, radio, print, as she mentioned. As time goes, because the consumers are more towards their mobiles today, and the consumption pattern today has varied into different streams like audio, video, games, etc. that is there. So the contribution of our particular spends that was there. So previously there was 80% of ATL and 20% of BTL that was there. Further today, if you ask me, my budgets are 40% ATL and 40% digital and 20% of BTL that is there. So the contribution towards digital has drastically increased, and digital meaning right from your third-party websites to generate traffic, third-party YouTubers to generate traffic. Then we have our influencers that is there, that social media that is there. So digital today has become a world by itself. So from being a traditional organization to capture eyeballs, our spends have now catered differently, which is there. Yeah.
So again, a great question, but there is no right or wrong answer to this, right? So I'll take the example of one of our companies. which is Veranda highlighted, right? So you're a working professional, you want to do an executive program with one of the IIMs. This is one of the products I offer, and another product is probably as a college in Turkmenistan, which is completely going MIT, offering MBBS, excellent college, where we help them find students. So both these products or services are offered under the same brand that's for an IIM. But when I do the first, I'm looking at working professionals like all of us here, and all of us are present, in the digital world. So we probably only are on LinkedIn. We try and only attack digital to get to our segment, and there is absolutely no marketing budget that goes elsewhere. But when I see the latter, there is a statistic in India that says need takers, people who get into medical colleges, more than 80% of them are repeaters, hardly 15-20% even first time. So I'm better off standing outside the coaching center and probably just distributing it only at the top of my voice and just doing it here. If I want to send someone to say a reference, because I'm going to find them at a particular place. So do I really want to do digital? Do I want to spray and pray? Or do I just want to reach out? So it completely, there is no right or wrong answer. Within a particular segment, there is such wide variety in terms of how you optimize to market. That's my take.
Hi, I'm Satish Kumar from Tag Developers. ரொம்ப நல்ல கேள்வி கேட்டிருக்காங்க. இது ஒரு 2-3 years பேக் எனக்கு இதுல நிறைய கன்ஃபியூஷன் இருந்தது. நான் என்ன மாதிரி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஜெனரேஷன் ஆண்டர்பிரனருக்கு எது பண்ணணும் எது பண்ணாலும் எந்த லெகசியும் கிடையாது. பட் இப்போ பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல உட்கார கொஞ்சம் நாலேஜ் எடுத்திருக்கேன். சார் மாதிரி சீனியர் கூட எனக்கு ஒப்பீனியன் இதுல கொஞ்சம் டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு. முன்னாடி நான் என்ன நினைச்சேன்னா டிஜிட்டல் தான் பெட்டர் அப்படின்னு டிஜிட்டல் பின்னாடி மட்டும்தான் இருந்தேன். பட் இப்போ லாஸ்ட் 2-3 இயர்ஸா எனக்கு ஒப்பீனியன் அப்படியே மாறி இருக்கு. எங்களோட பட்ஜெட் ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு 2-3 crores ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்றோம் மார்க்கெட்டிங்க்கு. ஒரு 60-70% மாஸ் மீடியா, டிவி, பேப்பர், கோடிங்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்றோம். 40% டிஜிட்டல். ரெண்டுமே காம்பினேஷனா இருக்கும்போது மட்டும்தான் ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகுது எங்க இண்டஸ்ட்ரி. இப்ப நான் சொல்றது நீங்க எப்படி புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம்னா, ரியல் எஸ்டேட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு என்னோட பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ல நான் அப்படி பாக்குறோம். எங்களுக்கு வெரி மச் நல்ல ரிசல்ட் இருக்கு. டிவி, பேப்பர்லாம் உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும், எல்லாம் பெரியாளா இருக்கீங்க, ரொம்ப காஸ்ட்லியா இருக்கீங்க. பட் பரவாயில்ல, டிவி பேப்பர் விட்டுட்டு டிஜிட்டல் பின்னாடி இருந்தாலும் ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகல, டிஜிட்டல் இல்லாம எங்க பின்னாடி இருந்தாலும் ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகல. இதுதான் என்னோட வியூவர்ஸ்.
Lovely guys. Vanakkam Chennai. Super. Thank you so much for the response. My name is Vijay Kapoor. I'm the founder and CEO of Derby, Responsible Menswear. So the complete spend that we want to do purely comes from the strategy. What is the strategy of the organization? What is the strategy of the brand? Today, marketing and advertising are two different worlds altogether. Advertisement is all about push. Marketing is all about pull. Two different universes. And you cannot just do performance marketing. Performance marketing is because everybody is under pressure to do, ROI, return on investment. So you need to actually see how you build your brand. One is brand marketing. Brand marketing does nobody can calculate the ROI. So what is going to be the brand marketing spend you're going to do? Secondly, how are you going to get the footfalls? What is retail? We run chain of retail over this. So typically look at the budgets that we do. It's basically from the strategy, okay, what is the type of turnover we're looking at for the entire year? Out of that, how are we going to ensure we're going to do justice in building the brand? So because people buy an emotion, people just don't buy a product. The minute you only commoditizing your brand, sort by price, and you're the cheapest person out there, you don't have a brand sale. Earlier it used to be purely that I want to deliver a great product. Then when I want to deliver a great service. Now it's one beyond that with experience zone. Only when you get all these three, in fact, experience is where you have a premiumness, and for that you need to build a brand. So the people are curious enough to come and experience you. Over the years, that's fun. I used to be completely traditional marketing. We used to do hoardings, outdoor, television, theater ads. Over the years, I realized all that is okay, but what is really necessary is how you go even digital. Because we need to be where the attention of customers are. And the attention of customers, especially post-COVID, is completely gone into your device, your mobile phones. That is where the entire attention is. If the attention of the customer, or if they're in a marketing shop, You're all the time on your mobile scrolling it, and that is where you are. So how do you actually get their attention? So a lot of emphasis is gone into digital marketing first. Second, we still do a lot of BPL activity, below the line activity, because we also run retail store. If you're running retail store, you have to ensure you engage with your customers in and around your store, 10 kilometers. How do you ensure you're doing enough of BPL to make your presence felt and bring it? But this is a slow process, a shift from BPL to not only ATL, but also brand building. And also seeing more and more how can we move from paid or performance marketing to organic. How can we pull customers organically? How can we make our customers fall in love with our products and services? And how do we actually show them value? And that comes from a position of generosity. How do we be generous enough to educate our customers? How do we make them feel good about it? And how do we make them really fall in love? Because if they don't fall in love with you, they're not going to be brand loyal. So that is the whole crux. How do you make customers fall in love with you? And that's what, for me, advertisement and marketing is all about. And my spend will go only if I'm able to achieve that. So I'll give you a perspective of manufacturing. So coming from a steel industry. A typical answer is like how you say we have a budget. So I want to sell 2 lakh tons of steel. So let's say I'm working at 1,500 rupees a ton. So I have 30 crores. So I have to divide that 30. So this is like backward integration. From I have a fund allocated, obviously I have to spend. And combination of everything what I said, obviously digital have gone up. Digital have increased from less than 10% to over close to 30%. Still about 30% is there in PVC. We have a lot of retail stores. So obviously, like you said, a lot of retail activities. So only slightly different what we have done this time is we understood that the target of the population, the target audience or the end customers still don't know the right way of selecting a product. So we come up with a campaign which is like know the truth, right? So typically earlier when you were going to buy a jewelry, right? You go to a shop and you ask them, is it a 22 carat or 24 carat? And the jeweler says it is 24 carat, whatever, and you then believe it, and then you buy it. But now you don't, right? So you ask them to show it to you. You know, you have to check it with a carat meter. It has to show 22, and then you buy it. So same is what we are trying to do. So typically in steel, there is an IS standard, and there is a some parameters associated with the IS standard. So people really, the end users really don't know what it is. So we'll have to teach them. So there has to be so much carbon content, so much sulfur content, so much phosphorus content. So how do you do that? You have to test. Now, typically, testing steel is very costly and very time consuming. So we have imported a machinery from Germany where you can just cut the steel, keep it on the table, and it will show you the results. It will show you how much is the chemical content, how much is the iron content, how much is the sulfur content. So you exactly know what you're buying before you buy. So this is a free of cost, and we spent about 15 crores on this year. And we are telling the customer, see, this is how you test the product. This is how the result is. This is what the standard is. And then you decide whether you want to buy this or not. And you want to compare my competitor's product, you're welcome. I have the machinery, you cut it, and you see. And then you take a choice. You select what you want. So this is like a powerful way of demonstrating your product. So when I'm able to demonstrate that this is the quality that I'm giving to the end user, somebody who's buying the house. So he's also my customer, but I'm actually going one step further to actually the guy who's buying, who's paying the money to buy the house, and to telling them, boss, this is what the right quality is. Select it and then buy it. You can buy any product, but these are the parameters that you need to look out for. So we've done this strategical campaign, but on a broader perspective, about 30% mass media PVC, and about digital, which was only about 10 to 20% earlier, now it's come to about 30%, and close to again about 30% on the retail activities. So that's how we do it.
I also want to add a point that let's say we do ATL spends right now. So with the help of digital, you're able to measure things. Now, let's say, for example, I take a Rajinikanth movie, let's say on Sun TV today. The agency will, let's say, post the activity, the agency will say, sir, Brahmandama pochu, supera pochu, amazing TRP which is there. So we have close to 1,700 traders and we cater to around 60,000 retailers today.
Now, the next minute I want to sell to him and I ask him, did you see the ad in Rajinikanth's film? He is saying, I don't know. So we made sure the habit to take a snippet of each and everything. Today I do a hoarding in Central. I take an image of it and say, there's a Sunland ad in that, and WhatsApp it to all the retailers saying that it's there. So
We also buy tickets for them.
yes,
We make sure that
correct. Correct. So today we are in an era where it's called digital, where it's physical plus digital. So it's always a balance of 50-50 that's there. Yeah.
Nice. So it's an ad for an ad, and then we'll have to have an ad for an ad for an ad. So it can go on endlessly.
It's like indirectly. So the engagement. So we sponsored TMPL cricket, but what we made sure is we sent about 1,200 free tickets to all our digital, all our dealers to go and watch the matches. So we are spending on the TMPL on the boards and all of that, but we make sure that we engage with the customer as well. So both has to be done to make sure we get.
No, it's interesting how an ad or a sponsorship becomes an engagement opportunity for a channel partner or whatever. So it's about milking that product for every buck that there is. But there was another point that you had raised, which is very interesting about how educating the customer and telling them how to choose the right grade of steel, hoping that translates into eventual brand benefit for you.
We said about awareness. So this is like a awareness for the customer, awareness campaign. So direct results will not come. It is not going to directly. So once you make sure he is aware, it's not necessary that he's going to buy your product. So he would be aware and he will still buy something else. So there's this risk, but the advantage that we have is there's a lot of products which is not good quality is also being sold. So at least that will not happen. So over a period of time, we are so confident that if you give the right quality product and place it at the right price, only educating the customer will support you to get the business. So we've done that and we are finding a lot of success. And how we measure it is now some of our competitors have started doing it. So we think that we are on the right track. So because they are also started doing the same thing.
Nice. Imitation is the best form of flattery. So Vijay, your views on content marketing?
I believe content marketing is extremely it's extremely powerful, and a lot of us do not understand the difference between advertising, marketing, and sales. Sales is when a customer is making a purchase. Marketing is there is a huge market out there, and customers who potentially need your product and service are not aware of that. Making that awareness is what is called as marketing. So how do you make that awareness? One is being very clear about who your target audience is. Unfortunately, most of us come from the mindset is, I want to reach more number of people. Reaching more number of people who are not actually going to patronize you, buy your product or brand, doesn't make sense at all. Can we get focused about who we want to target? For example, we are a fashion brand. I'm just taking an example because we're a fashion brand. We decided that we want to come from a responsible position because of responsible menswear brand. The word responsibility itself means responding with ability. We have asked ourselves what ability we have to respond to this global warming situation, to this climate change. Can we be more conscious about the type of resources we use from the environment, and how do we go about doing that? So that is the brand stand itself. Now, how do we communicate this back to the customers? Second, why do consumers buy a product, especially a fashion product? Not because they have run out of clothing tomorrow, they're going to go naked. It's because we're inducing a need for them. Third, how do you dress up for any occasion? So we come from a pure space of generosity and educating a customer what should be the style based upon your skin tone, about your dressing, about your body tone. What do you dress for which occasion? What is trendy? What is fashion? And we keep it very, very neutral. So you'll be surprised in our social media feed when we took over the feed from the agency and started doing it directly. And as CEO of the company, I directly handle the entire digital team under me, which is a team of very young, energetic kids out there. And we were about organically, we were about 12,000 following in Instagram, which we grew to 217K as of yesterday following, which has happened purely organic, and many of our posts gets into millions of likes. I'm not, that's the type. Then the amount of shares, the conversation that we create, because people find content value. When you're able to give content value that people are able to share, they're able to speak about it, and they're able to engage with you, Because the whole idea of marketing is building trust. The entire idea is building trust. And how do you build trust? The only way to build trust is find out where people's attention is. Within the attention period, give them what they know they can. And over a period of time, it keeps rubbing. Okay, this brand knows what's doing. They're the best in the industry. They do this for certain reason. Their values are reinforced repeatedly. In fact, we do 3 reels, 3 posts, 3 days, every day on Instagram, which is crazy. Nobody does that. But that type of engagement that we have ensures what is a brand? Brand is nothing but the amount of mind share you have in customers' mind. And today, the amount of information load that we have, and people keep on scrolling, the more mind share, the better. That is how the whole brand works. The larger the brand image, larger the premium you're able to charge. So we need to create this brand image and also be a top of the mind recall. When they make a purchase decision, they probably will give you an opportunity to shop. So that is why the whole content marketing came, where we are actually able to create great content that people are able to relate with. They enjoy watching it. They want to speak about it. They want to share it. And it's all done organic, no spend. So it's not about performance marketing. It's not about how much money you're spending, but it's all about the reach you're able to have without spending money. At the same time, create the impact and eventually create a trust in the brand.
எல்லாத்தையும் சார் கவர் பண்ணிட்டாரு. கண்டென்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். மார்க்கெட்டிங்க்கு நம்ம என்னோட வியூ அவங்க வியூ ஒன்னாதான் இருக்கு. நம்ம என்ன கன்வே பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறோமோ அதை கண்டென்ட்ல நம்ம எடுத்துட்டு வந்தாதான். ஏற்கனவே அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் யாரும் பாக்குறதே இல்லை, படிக்கிறதும் இல்லை. எப்படியாவது பார்க்க வைக்க முயற்சி பண்றோம், படிக்க வைக்க முயற்சி பண்றோம். கண்டென்ட் எப்படி டிஃப்ரெண்டா நம்ம வந்து கொஸ்டின் பண்றோங்கிறது வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இப்போ நாங்க எங்க டேக் டெவலப்பர்ஸ்ல இந்த உடச்சி பார்க்கலாமா விஜய் டிவி அவர் புகழ் வச்சு ஒரு பண்ணோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன போற இடத்துலாம் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஆக்சுவலா என்ன என் டீம்லாம் கிண்டல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, சார் நீங்க எங்கேயாவது போனீங்கன்னா முகத்தை மூட்டிட்டு போயிருங்க அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி. ஸோ கண்டென்ட்டும் நம்ம எப்படி ரீச் பண்றோங்கிறது வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஆக்சுவலி நம்ம நல்ல கண்டென்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ணிடுறோம். நம்ம கிட்ட நல்ல இப்போ நம்ம பிசினஸ் பண்ற எல்லாருக்குமே வந்து எனி இண்டஸ்ட்ரி பெஸ்ட் ப்ராடக்ட் தான் கஸ்டமருக்கு கொடுக்க ட்ரை பண்றோம். அதுல எந்த மாற்று கருத்தும் இருக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்லை. எப்படி ரீச் பண்றோங்கிறது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப எல்லா இடத்துலையும் மாஸ் மீடியாலையும் சரி, டிஜிட்டல்லையும் சரி. டிஜிட்டல் அதுவும் இன்ஃபுளுசர்ஸ் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப நல்ல ரீச்சா இருந்தது. நிறைய ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸ் கிரியேட் ஆயிருக்காங்க. அதுல ஒரே ஒரு மொபைல் ஐபோன் இருந்தா போதும், ஒரு சூப்பர் இன்ஃபுளுசரா ஆயிடுறாங்க அவங்க. எவ்வளவு கிரியேட்டர்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஊர்ல வந்து ஒரு 10 டைரக்டர் சொல்லுவோம். இன்னைக்கு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு தமிழ்நாட்டில் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 10 லட்சம் டைரக்டர்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க. டிஜிட்டல் வந்து அந்த டிரான்ஸ்ஃபார்ம் கொடுத்துருக்கு. ஒரு நல்ல கண்டென்ட், நல்ல ப்ராடக்ட் எல்லா இடத்துலயும் தெரிய வச்சோம்னா போதும். ஒரு ஆண்டர்பிரினர் நம்ம போய் சேல் பண்ணுங்கிற அவசியம் இல்லை. ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா கஸ்டமர் வந்து வாங்கிடுவாங்க. தட் இஸ் மை வியூ.
You know, Bala, I love this word content marketing because as the CFO, I can ask my head of marketing not to spend a penny, right? So it's the easiest way out. But, you know, I come from the education industry and content marketing is I'm sure everybody here has seen a teacher put up a viral video, teach something very innovatively, and, you know, it just goes viral. So that's what it is, right? For us in the education industry, the best thing about content marketing is I'm giving a free sample of my product and showcasing what I teach, how I teach, and, you know, then attracting the audience. And going back to what Mr. Vijay was saying, so for example, we are present in the UPSC category. We train people to get into IAS, for example. And a lot of students who enrolled with other IAS, you know, academies also watch out, and we put out all this free content on, you know, general knowledge and everyday bites, bits, and reels and stories, everything goes out. But the best thing that I've noticed, and this is supporting what Vijay had put out, is when it comes closer to exams, they want to take up these bite-sized courses or crash courses. They want to revisit the portion. And when the content is good and they know you have good teachers, you have good content, you can cross-sell to even your competitors. So you are always in the, you know, you always have the mind share of the target audience. And that's where the content marketing is really helping us. And just a small trivia, content marketing, like there are a lot of education companies who are putting out YouTube channels. And you would say, oh, you're giving your product out for free. How are you making returns? And, you know, that question is always looming around, what's the returns? But more often than not, YouTube channels in the education sector have led to negative
cost of acquisition, which many of us may not have heard, because you're making ad revenue and you're making students. I mean, you're making revenues through your normal stream. You're not spending, you're making money out of marketing, which is probably, the lovely way to do it. So yeah, content marketing is great in my opinion.
So marketing finally stops being a cost center.
Which is the dream scenario for all of us.
For me, content is actually a very integral part of the way that I plan the entire marketing. Because for us, our main product is palm oil, which is there. So we have a product called Rubini palm oil. And by the government's decision to give it via the rations, it is termed as poor man's oil, or in Tamil, Elangal in Chennai. So to give a stat, out of 8 crore population, 50% of the population still uses palm oil. So I still make money out of it. So the concept of driving cooking oil is one major segment of it. Then comes sunflower oil. So I receive a lot of feedback saying that sunflower seed is so small. How can you produce so much of oil out of it? So we have to educate the traders, distributors initially first, give them that, okay, we are importing from Ukraine, we are importing from Argentina. There's a lot of sources, there's so much thing behind it. And surprisingly, petroleum raw material is also called crude. And any seed you crush is also called crude. So there's a lot of circulation saying that, hey, you are mixing something in the oil, blah, 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 and all. So then there's another 30% of the 8 crore population are sunflower oil users. So there's this balanced 20% who uses your gingerly oil, your groundnut, coconut, and you have 1% who uses olive oil. But the amount of content that you see is this 1% that you don't have to use. So doctors recently, we use a lot of doctors. We do a very silent selling that is there. So what we suggest is use the right type of oil for the right type of use. So you can't fry your French fries in gingerly. Because it's a very thick oil in nature, pungent, those different uses which is there. So content plays a very major role in terms of educating our first customers who actually are primary and traders. A recent campaign that we did that I can touch upon is something called Sanlanla Samacha Shakti Panavaram. So because end of the day, we are adding vitamins to it. We wanted to have a differentiating factor because I don't have large budgets to do storytelling. Because a simple example, people can resonate Dairy Milk to the Kiss Me ad is because because for them as a user, they are able to relate to the content. But from a marketing perspective, it's crores of spend that's gone to register that particular campaign. So for us, we thought of a very thoughtful campaign saying that why don't we give a consumer offer where it's sale oriented that is there. I don't, because today you have like sir was saying today there's branding different, advertising different, sales different. But even though I'm young, I'm from an era where sales and marketing is one team which is there, and we are more dependent on driving sales. So we designed a campaign because Shakti, which is a brand, a traditional brand by itself, and has a very strong presence in rest of Tamil Nadu. In the festive time, especially in the October, November, we reached to 30 lakh households. So basically, I doubled my sale during the festive season with a very powerful content piece called Sanlanla Samacha Shakti Panavaram. So Shakti means energy. Shakti also means the turmeric powder which is there. So we use this and we split the funnel. We kind of use a little bit of ATL, BTL. We use a lot of influencers. And surprisingly, the influencer content that is still running, I close to got few billion hits because I use Behind Words Galata. I use a lot of influencers today, which each video gets close to 2 million hits, 3 million hits. So because let's say if I take Erode, there's a star in Erode. If I take Tirchi, there's a star in Tirchi. So even though if I use someone and advertise in a Sun TV or etc., that's there. The power or the impact that the influencer has and which I'm able to measure is very powerful, and it's all through content piece. So I have an audio-based content, video-based content. So So the impact that I'm able to measure is very, very strong. And the content that we use in each stage of the funnel is really important for us as well.
Yeah, Arun, just a follow-up question. You had mentioned, using influencers, right? And this is something that, I mean, like, earlier, it used to be celebrities, now it is influencers. What do you see as an FMCG marketer? What do you see as the role? Does it work? Does it not work? Sure, in terms of numbers, particularly on digital, you can see the number of, the views and the engagement and everything else. But beyond that, what does it do for the brand?
Yeah. So for me, I'm a fundamental core digital guy. So the when I reach out to an influencer, so what we also do is we tend to, because we have partners, because here you have multiple vendors who will say we'll bring you influencers, which is there. So we decided, as my tagline says, Sanlanla Samacha Shakti Tana Varum, the word Shakti. So the entire brand, what we want to resonate is women's empowerment. So what we are doing is reaching out to influencers, telling them that this is not one stream of revenue that you can earn. You can earn through social media platforms. You can earn through brand integrations. There's also affiliate marketing that is there. So because your Amazons, Flipkarts, name the big guys, the knowledge that is there, because we have partnered with Google. So recently we did an event in Coimbatore called She Creates, partnered with YouTube. So we are creating, YouTube is also wanting a lot of creators that is there. So we had close to around 500 plus initial creators who have crossed the threshold of 1,000 in our network. So I would term them as micro influencers, medium influencers, and macro influencers, telling them that, okay, as a big brand in the city, I'm willing to invest a certain amount of money with you, send you products through barter. Plus, what I want you to do is build a community of your own, because reach and the views is something that I don't view. I view only on the engagement ratio, the conversion ratio, the shares that is there. So that's the more impact metric that I follow. So it is important. It's as an advertiser, it's not only that we do an influencer activity, because I hear this a lot, because there's a lot of advertisers here also and agencies here. Brands like HUL, brands like Britannia, brands like P&G, you have a lot of brand managers that are there who just oversee and they just show a metric and a very beautiful presentation saying that we've reached so many things. For us, as we are the brand itself, we, like Sir by himself is advertising. For us, you have to put your heart and soul to it. So, and it's very beautiful where we've created a community by itself. We're creating small women entrepreneurs that is there. So it is really beautiful that the way. So only when you consider influencing marketing that way and utilize to its maximum potential, and that's when it's a very beautiful medium that's there. And today we have, so like Sir lightly said, there are 10 lakh directors and everyone wants to become an influencer today, which is there. Yeah.
I'm curious, Sharda, talk about the influencer for the Turkmenistan college.
Yeah, so I'll probably ask you this question as a parent as well. I mean, I'm going to express some opinions which are contradictory to what's happening in our industry. But I don't think if, Shah Rukh Khan's going to come and tell me that put your child in so-and-so school. I mean, it's outcome based. Our promoter was talking to one another media forum and he said, if at all you tell somebody that you climb to Tirupati every single day and you get a seat in IIT, everybody will be climbing, right? So we are a very outcome based country. We want results, in our case, ranks. So I think celebrity endorsements may not be very apt for service industries that completely depend on outcomes. So the last industry I worked with was healthcare. So I'm not going to get an angioplasty because Shah Rukh Khan says, so I'll go and get it because somebody had it, was successful, came out alive. Then I want to get it from that very hospital, right? So I think it totally depends on the industry and the believability and the outcomes rather than celebrity endorsements alone. So we see that live, right? The teachers who take those courses are the influencers, are the celebrities, and their words are more powerful than paying crores and crores to some celebrity. That's what our industry has showcased time and again. So that's my limited opinion.
அவர் என்னோட சின்னவரா இருக்காரு, இருந்தாலும் நானும் சின்ன பையன் தான். இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சஸ் ஆப்வியஸ்லி ரொம்ப நல்ல இம்பாக்ட் இருக்கு. ரொம்ப நம்ம எல்லா விதமான இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சஸும் நாங்க யூஸ் பண்றோம். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, எது இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சஸ் மட்டும் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டா பரவாயில்லையான்னு கேட்டா எனக்கு ஒப்பீனியன் டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு. கொஞ்சம் நல்ல பிராண்ட் அம்பாசிடரை நம்ம வச்சுக்கணும். நல்ல ஒரு தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லா தெரிஞ்சவங்களோ, சவுத் இந்தியா ஃபுல்லா தெரிஞ்சவங்க, நம்மளோட பேண்ட் வித் என்ன இருக்கோ அதுக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி ஒரு நல்ல பிராண்ட் அம்பாசிடர் இருந்தாதான் மார்க்கெட்டிங்க்கு கண்டிப்பா யூஸ் ஆகும். நம்ம என்ன சொல்ல வரோங்கிறத அவ பிராண்ட் அம்பாசிடர் மூலியமாவும் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் எல்லா விதமான அந்த மார்க்கெட்டிங் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கணும். நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, பெரிய கார்பரேட்ஸ் ஃபாலோ பண்ற மாதிரி நம்ம எதுவும் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு நம்ம ஏதோ சர்வீஸ் கொடுக்குறோம்னு சொல்லி நம்ம எதுவும் பண்ணாம நல்ல மார்க்கெட்டிங் டீம் வச்சுக்கணும், நல்ல சேல்ஸ் டீம் வச்சுக்கணும். மீதி எல்லாத்தையும் அவுட் சோர்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு கேஷ் ஃப்ளோ மேனேஜ் பண்ணிட்டா போதும், பிசினஸ் வந்து நல்லா இருக்குங்கிறது வியூ. நல்ல பிராண்ட் அம்பாசிடர் வச்சுக்கணும் கண்டிப்பா. அதுல கொஞ்சம் டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு ஆக்சுவலா அவங்களுக்கு இவங்களுக்கும். ரைட்.
I think I caught a few keywords that I want to just elaborate on. One was community building. The word community itself, Oxford Dictionary describes us a group of people coming together for a common purpose, common vision, and something that they believe in. If you want to really build a brand, you need to build a community around it. Most of the time, we are taking machine gun and shooting all over the place, hoping they hit some target. It never happens. So community building is all about consciously making the effort to see and target whom you want, and how are you going to build them so that you're able to influence them in the right ways, so that they're able to patronize you. That is only possible when you're able to speak their language and be with them. And today it's all about transparency. It's all about transparency and building trust. For that, influencers definitely work. I think it's a wind up time. I'll just wind up another minute. So it's very important that we need to have influencers definitely work. We realize that today in fashion industry in Tamil Nadu, unfortunately, we didn't have many local influencers. So we decided to do a campaign called as Clothes Don't Make It a Man. The age-old saying is clothes make it a man. We went contrary to that, believing that who you are, how you think, how you feel, and what you do will only be magnified if you wear the right clothes. Clothes alone don't make it a man. So we started doing this whole online program wherein we got about 3,000, 4,000 participants to apply, selected out of them about 100 participants, and took them through a rigorous program online to create influencers who could not just be great in dressing, but also, the way they think, the way they feel, getting the emotional quotient writing, getting the emotional, that thinking quotient, entrepreneurship, social responsibility, all aspects. And we created our own community of influencers. And how one of the way we awarded, apart from the cash prize, we also gave them opportunities to be brand ambassadors. So we do a lot of shoots. In fact, we do a lot of social media. So it's a lot of, reels we create, posts we create. So we do a lot of shoots with them, giving them a platform to actually come up and making them today influencers. And it's surprising when you create your own micro influencers. And it's a very painstaking process. But when you're able to do it, the cost involved is nothing, because they are yours. You have grown them the way you want. They're really, when you speak about responsible menswear brand, I don't know the influencer I'm approaching is responsible or not. What is the thought process? So we know we've invested 6 months, 8 months into grooming these people and got them into the right thought process. And then using them as influencers actually to create them, as well as the process, create a community in each town. So if we have 27 districts in Tamil Nadu, all the 27 districts has one representative of yours, who is your brand ambassador, speaking your language, speaking your thoughts, and creating a community around that. So that's how we build it.
I think we're already short of time, but I'll make it really quick. So, see, traditional manufacturing sectors, we do have the traditional influencers. So we have, as far as steel is concerned, we have our bar benders, masons, engineers, contractors. So we have a big list of all of them. But the only difference now, what I think we are doing better is we need to constantly keep engaging with them. So like he said about the film shooting. So, I mean, the promotions, So when we did the advertisement for the Jailer movie or anything, so not only make sure that we send them tickets, we make sure they go to the theater and there is a cutout of Rajinikanth and they stand next to it, take a photo. There is some bites that we capture from them about the movie or whatever is the experience. So something keep them engaged all the time. So however best you're able to do that, keep them engaged. That's when you actually draw them. And so see, this is a commodity product that we're selling, and the requirement is huge. It's a mass product. So, and it goes to the masses. So you only want a certain share, right? So you make sure that you create this community, what he's talking about. That community has to be nurtured. So we keep on. Now we have launched a foreign travel scheme for the influencers. So some of the influencers get to travel to Malaysia, Thailand. So yesterday we had a trip to Malaysia for about 30 influencers. So we keep sure that these influencers are constantly engaged throughout the year. That's when they stand loyal to your brand. And obviously, see, there is an influencer program done by all the competitors. So only if you keep them engaged, they stand loyal to you. So that's how you make sure that they are loyal to you.
Sounds good. So thank you very much, everybody, for this really insightful session. And thank you, everyone, for patiently listening to us. I think we can head for lunch right now.
Thank you, panelists. Before I leave, I would like to obviously extend a thank you to you, mentor, for the first Mr. Naveen Bhagan, the director of Art. This is start with the honors please join me on stage. Thank you. I think a quick big picture before we break for lunch. Requesting everyone to join for slide for lunch, and we'll be back again for our next session at 2:30. We have some very interesting speakers, some very interesting panels, and of course, the highly anticipated awards in the evening. So yes, have a good lunch, and I will see you back for at 2:30. And once again, thank you to our panelists.
Check. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, just want to let you know that we are starting in the next 5 minutes. So we request everyone to find the time, drama, take questions, get comfortable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I hope everyone's full and happy. I know we've had a very interesting session in the morning, and I can promise you that if everyone gets better, we have a very exciting things in store. But before we move on, I would like to remind you once again that we do have a hashtag, which is hashtag E4MPRL. So we encourage everyone to take pictures, videos, make sure you post it on social, and yeah, use the hashtag. Now, like I mentioned in the morning, obviously the event has been supported by our partners. So I would like to provide a special mention to everyone who has ABP Nadu, the latest news, the subscribe the drill, Madam and the President, India's National Musical Lessons, 1978. We had a quick document on transparency, for 20 years, with our knowledge partners, plan media research, and with the social media partners, social media. So, before we could move on to our speakers, I think only third we have a look at a couple of videos we have giving you a bit of insight into our partners. Can you have the AD on screen, please?
India is going to play a crucial role because as a country that believes in freedom, that believes in democracy, and believes in self-determination, you are going to be vital. Because the reality is that the free world is in danger.
In society, it will not matter for everybody when we discuss. India has this extraordinary opportunity to find a way to
आने वाले समय में हमारा देश ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, उसको निर्यात करने वाला भारत देश बनेगा, ये गलत है। ये जनतंत्र के अंदर जनता आती है और जनता इखलाकी है।
आज कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी लड़का सपना देख सकता है और उस सपने के पीछे भाग सकता है।
जब वो जनता लेवल बढ़ेगा तो ऊंची पे बैठने वाले अधिकारी और प्रशासनिक की कौन केवल आंतर बढ़ेगा तो ऊंची का बाकी जनता लेवल समान रहेगा तो दूसरा नहीं कर सकता।
ABP Nadu, Strategy and Behavior. After our next session, we will be getting to know the ABCs of building a successful brand, and who better to guide us through this than the co-founder and CEO of Natural Salon, Mr. C.K. Kumaravel. Let's have a big round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. He started the salon in 2000 with his wife, Mrs. K. Veena. Now has 75 stores across Europe. So super excited to have you join us here today. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be a part of the E4M event. I was part of this the program by the Anurag Batra and the team at E4M last month as a jury, and then followed by this program here, and I had spoken in quite a few programs. One of the very good thing about E4M, that is Exchange for Media, is they are one of the few group who really want to spread good quality content and without charging money. In this kind of world, it is very rare for either first time to get a good quality content, and many a times good quality content means it will be very costly. They are able to pull a great people together. Some extraordinary, I saw in the morning lineup of the speakers, some extraordinary people, and this is going to be followed later. I think the audience are also what you call given a wonderful set of people here. It's an honor to be a part of this Exchange for Media group. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Entrepreneurship is not new to Indians, but scaling is. The 20th century belongs to America. 21st century is an Asian century, especially an Indian century. In this world, the values are hidden or trapped at different places, at an individual level, at a country level, at a community level, at a company level. Business models to unlock the hidden value using technology are going to be the new winners. Business models
to unlock the hidden value using technology are going to be the new winners. Airbnb used the technology and unlocked the hidden value of extra room available in everybody's place. It became the world #1 hotelier. Uber and Ola, an extra car available everywhere. Today we are all going by Uber and Ola. The Swiggy and Zomato used to be what you call the bike available and the energy of the youngsters and using technology. I think that is where the connecting the dots, if you do that, they are going to be the new winners of this new world. The illiterates of the 21st century are not the ones who cannot read and write. The illiterates of the 21st century are the ones who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Especially after COVID, how much are we going to unlearn? And how much are we going to relearn? And that is what is going to make a new winner. And that is what is going to make a new entrepreneur. My entrepreneur journey, if I have to speak, I am from a small town called Kadalur near Pondicherry. My father's primary business is to buy pharma products in bulk and put it in small packets. He was a very curious, innovative entrepreneur, always looking for new ideas. One day he was traveling to Singapore to attend an exhibition. He was carrying a Tata bottle shampoo in his suitcase. Fortunately for us and unfortunately for him, the bottle broke and it soiled his entire dress. Instead of blaming the Tata bottle maker or the suitcase maker, he said, hey, here is a problem. Can I fix it and convert to an opportunity? And that's called entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not about an MBA degree, is not about a Tata Birla surname, is not about having lakhs of money in your bank account. It's your ability to think different. Can you look at a problem and say, here is an opportunity? Then you are ready for entrepreneurship. In India, left there is a problem, right there is a problem, middle there is a problem, above there is a problem, 140 crore people, take one problem and solve it, $1 billion opportunity. Remember, I told you my father bought pharma products in bulk and put it in small packets. He thought, why not I also pack shampoo in small packets? He made his own shampoo formulation. He made his own machine to pack the sachet shampoo. He packed the India's first sachet shampoo and called it Velvet and launched it to the market. Last decade, India Today came out with an article about 50 revolutions which changed India after independence. My father's sachet innovation was number 8 in that. That was one of the most gratifying moments. He said something very interesting. He said, what a rich person is able to enjoy, the poor person should be able to afford. In the late 70s and 80s, shampoo was affordable only by the big people, only by the rich people. Today, it has reached everywhere. Not only shampoo, many products. I silently thank my father for 2 things. 1, for pioneering the sachet revolution, and 2, for not patenting it. All his friends and well-wishers told him, this is a brilliant idea, you should patent it. My father told, no, I don't want to patent it because sachet should be available in every product in India. That's what is entrepreneurship all about. Entrepreneurship, don't come to entrepreneurship for making money. There is an easier and better way to make that. When you come to entrepreneurship, it's an opportunity to express yourself and create a positive impact on the society. And that's what entrepreneurship. See, when you buy a pomegranate fruit, when you break it, you can count the number of seeds in that pomegranate fruit. But you can plant 1 seed. You will not be able to judge how many fruits will come from 1 seed. The seed called sachet, what he has pioneered way back then, is today available in multiple products. And that's what my younger brother, C.K. Ranganathan, shortened his name, Chinni Krishnan, into Chick Shampoo. And today it is selling everywhere. Second, I finished my college and I joined my second brother, Dr. C.K. Rajkumar. I used to be a very young, restless kid even now. And every time I tell him a new idea, he will dismiss me instead of dismissing the idea. He says he is too young. In life, you have got 2 choices. You can discuss or you can decide. People who discuss don't decide, and people who decide don't discuss. I decided to start my own business. That's the beginning of my entrepreneur journey. See, he said one point which is very useful to me. He said, if you want to be successful in business, be unreasonable. A reasonable man adapts himself to the world. An unreasonable man makes the world adapt to him. So all the progress in this world is made by unreasonable people, period. Rain fills the size of the vessel you carry. Keep a spoon outside, rain will fill a spoon, a tumbler, a bucket, a river, a ocean. What is the size of your dream? Do you want to make 30,000 rupees, a lakh of rupees a month, 3 lakh, give job to 100 people, best in Chennai, number one in the country, or want to leave a mark in this world? What is the size of your dream? It takes as much time and energy to lead an ordinary life as it takes to lead an extraordinary life. Might as well lead an extraordinary life. There's a beautiful scene in the movie called Pursuit of Happiness. In that, the father, Will Smith, will get a basketball gift to his son. Next day morning, the father and the son will get into the basketball court. This young kid will dribble and try to shoot the ball. The ball will not get into the basket. The father will scream, "Hey boy, don't try. You need to grow. You come out." And this kid will again dribble. This time he will throw the ball. The ball will get into the basket. The father will come into the court and put his arm around the shoulder and tell this little boy, just because the world thinks they cannot, they will tell you you cannot. If you have a dream, go ahead and shoot it. Do not listen to this world. That's the thing what I got from my brother. I want to end it with the topic of the day, which is the PhD of entrepreneurship. I'm not talking about academic PhD. If all entrepreneurs should have this PhD degree. P stands for passion, H stands for hunger, and D stands for discipline. Passion, it is not what job you are doing, it is how you are doing. Involvement makes you important. If an individual is to be called a street sweeper, he or she should sweep the street so well, as if Michelangelo has painted, or Beethoven has composed music, or Shakespeare has written poetry. Everybody walking the road should stop and say, "Here lives a great street sweeper." You should do that kind of work. When I talk about passion, I need to talk about my favorite book called Ikigai. In that, they talk about 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4. First one, what you are good at. Second is what you love doing. Third is what the world requires. And the fourth point is what you can make money out of it. The meeting point of all these four is called Ikigai, your passion, your purpose. If you can find that, I think then your life will be in a bliss. When I talk about passion, I need to talk about my friend. My friend is Auto Annadurai. In Chennai, there are 80,000 auto drivers. Nobody is my friend. Auto Annadurai is my friend. You get into his auto, he will say, "Aditi Deva Bhava," means guest is God. You get into his auto, there will be a spotlessly clean auto, Tamil daily, English daily, Tamil magazine, English magazine, hot water, cold water, juice, tea, coffee. Then Alexa will be there, iPad will be there, then mobile charger will be there. And if it is raining, he will give you an umbrella, half an hour journey in an auto, Annadurai auto. You will feel like you are transported in a Mercedes Benz or a BMW. Okay, that is the kind of impact he has created. NDTV made an article about him, and then he became very popular. Today, he is a trainer for Reliance, he is a trainer for Naturals, he is a trainer for Accenture. All because of passion. He is not another auto driver. Okay, that is what is Auto Annadurai for you. Passion will get you started. It is only hunger which will get you, which can survive. A lot of people say, "I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that." Start with a lot of enthusiasm. After that, they drop off. You should have hunger. When I talk about hunger, I need to talk about what you call, there is a guy who went to Socrates, Greek philosopher, and told him, "Hey Socrates, I was told you are the most knowledgeable person in this world. Can you give me some knowledge?" And Socrates got very angry. He took him by the hand, took him to the corner of the road, and there was a pond where he dipped him to the pond and put him for 20 seconds, and then pulled him up. And he said, "What do you want?" He said, "I want knowledge, I want," he said. Again, he pushed him to the water. This time he kept him for 30 seconds and pulled him up. He screamed, "Air, air, air." And Socrates told, if your quest for knowledge is as much as you want air now, knowledge will come searching for you. You should have that kind of hunger. When I talk about hunger, I need to talk about Sachin Tendulkar, the batsman who got all the forms, most number of century maker, all the forms, the records in all the forms. Because you know why? Every day till his professional cricketing days are over, he will go in the morning and play 300 balls every day. His objective is he need to improve one stroke. In case he is not able to improve in the morning, he will come again and play in the evening, another 300 balls. His day never ended without improving one stroke every day. You should have that kind of hunger if you really have to scale. And then last one, which is discipline. When you heard of this word discipline, only we think discipline takes away the freedom. Our teachers and parents right from our younger days told discipline, discipline, discipline. We think that it takes away freedom. Discipline doesn't take away the freedom. It gives us the freedom. Discipline is a track to run on. Today, train is the most energy efficient mode of transportation because it runs on a track. Imagine you are getting into a car, there is a what you call a accelerator pedal, there is a clutch, there is a brake, there is a what you call gear shift, there is an engine in the front, petrol tank in the rear. One thing is missing, there is no steering wheel. A car without a steering wheel will not take you from point A to point B. So is a life without a discipline. So if you have these three things put together, when I talk about discipline, I need to talk about my brother, C.K. Ranganathan, Calvin Care, MD. He is a first role model for first generation entrepreneurs. When he was in school in Kadalur, nobody knew him by name or by face. He was not in the top 5 of the student. He was in the bottom 5 of the student. When he joined the college, he was not in the top 5. Again, he is in the bottom 5 of the student. After that, he has built his life based on the platform called discipline, personal discipline, professional discipline, time discipline, and financial discipline. If he says he is going to meet you by 10 o'clock, he will be ready by 9:55. His word is a commitment. On top of it, he built the other skill, which is the what you call networking skill, team building skill, marketing skill. All these skills are built on the platform called discipline. That is why he is able to reach that level. So if you really want to scale up in life, all entrepreneurs should know this. They should do this PhD, which is P stands for passion, H stands for hunger, and D stands for discipline. Together, let us build a beautiful India. Thank you and best wishes.
Sir, I'm going to request you to please come back on stage. We want to extend our gratitude for you joining us here today. If I could request Mr. Farid Jain, founder of EcoVME Digital, to hand over a memento to CK Kumravale. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually, Saurav made me very popular in his podcast. Now more people know about me through his. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Up next, we have a panel discussion for the day, the most important one yet, if I may say so. In this discussion, we will detail the leaders before the panel discussion, we have one more speaker joining us. Mr. P. Shanmugam Sundaram, the editor of ABP Nadu. He's going to be here to guide us through ABP Nadu, serving as the all-in-one digital destination for the Tamil universe to market their brands. If I could have you join me with a round of applause to welcome on stage Mr. P. Shanmugam Sundaram.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. அனைவருக்கும் அன்பான ஏபிபி நாடுகளின் தமிழ் வணக்கம். I would like to thank T4M for the great opportunity on behalf of ABP Network. I thank you, Exchange for Media. Before I start speaking, I would like to have the AE of ABP Nadu. Guys, are you playing it? Yeah. I think you have seen the review of what is ABP Nadu. Though it was delayed slightly, we have a famous dialogue. Later one dollar our one. That's what in playing this. We are the latest. We are the number one. That's why we call up destination for in Tamil universe, digital universe. Actually, I like the theme for E4M. That is connect, create, and celebrate. That's how we also travel. ABP Nadu also travel in that way. We connect with people, we create platform, and we celebrate the success of our milestones. In 2021, when we launched ABP Nadu, we got connected with the Tamil people, not only in Tamil Nadu, but Tamil diaspora all over the world. By connecting with Tamil people, we got an address. Then we created a platform which is credible, trustee, and worthy also. Tamils like that, and in fact, they gave us big numbers in short time to shine in the very tough market. With that support, we just completed successful 1,000 days in the market. Not only news, for any help, users come to us. That's why I say we, ABP Nadu, have become the one-stop digital destination for the Tamil universe. These days, numbers are very important in the media business. In that case, ABP Nadu numbers are really encouraging and growing very significantly. Every month we are growing and very significant in the competitive market also. ABP Nadu's presence is seen as almost in all social media platforms, especially very strong in website, YouTube, Facebook, X, that is Twitter, Instagram, ShareChat, WhatsApp, and TEDs. As of now, on an average, every month, ABP Nadu YouTube touches at least 35 million users. And so far, we have touched 500 million users in the YouTube. And if you take another popular social media, Facebook, on an average monthly, we reach 40 million users. And in 1,000 days, we have touched a record number of 750 million users in Facebook. Apart from this, ABP Nadu website, on an average monthly, we get around 7 million users and at least 16 million users per year. So far in 1,000 days, we have crossed a record number of 330 million page views. That is something very big achievement, 330 million page views in a year. If you take ABP Nadu website, YouTube, Facebook alone, in 1,000 days, we have crossed 1 billion users, which is a big record for a new entrant like ABP Nadu. Though this achievement is done by a lot of big players, but they took more than 10 years to achieve this. But ABP Nadu, in just 1,000 days, 2.5 years, we have touched that 1 billion users. That is a very big achievement as far as ABP Nadu is concerned. And we still have Twitter, Instagram, and many other platforms. We just taking a 3 platforms like website, YouTube, Facebook. Alone in 1,000 days, we have crossed 1 billion users. This is one of the biggest milestone for us. And we still have Twitter, Insta, and many platforms where we have a significant presence. And if you take how we credibly created our platform, in this digital area, competition is not only from big players of the market. Everyone who is having a mobile in their hands is a journalist. Even when we started typing the stories, our media companies started typing the stories, they will break the news in the social media, those who are having the phones, because they're all have become journalists now these days. So anyone can break the story. So these days, some of the popular media also break the story of popular personalities. The breaking news has become a joke these days. If any popular personality visiting a temple is a breaking news. If he goes to a hospital for a regular checkup, it becomes a big breaking news. That's how the media is playing. But we don't go by that. We respect the basic ethics of journalism. We stick to the journalism basics and we follow that. Only news which makes really breaking, which is really worthy for breaking, we do that. We have done thousands of breaking stories, but one of the stories I would like to highlight is in Tiruvannamalai district, there's a temple, and more than 100 years, a section of people were not allowed. A section of people is not under 200 members. There are more than 5,000 people who are not allowed to enter a Mariamman temple in Tiruvannamalai. We got the story, our reporter got the story, and we broke the story. And it was reported in our website, YouTube, and Facebook. Then the collector saw the news, and immediately collector and the SP rushed to the spot, and they took the people in hands to the temple, and they opened the temple after 100 years. After 100 years, people went into all the section of the society of people went to the temple because of ABP Nadu's story. This is one example. That's why people have trusted us. People have trusted. If anything comes in ABP Nadu, they trust it's 100% foolproof. That's why Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, gave a mega exclusive to first digital exclusive interview to us, ABP Nadu. Not only Chief Minister, Governor R.N. Ravi and Governor Tamilisai Soundarajan, they also gave the exclusive interviews to us. This is how we build the trust. That's why people trusted us for the credibility. If something comes up in ABP Nadu, means it is foolproof. Our numbers are the reflection of the user's trust. That's why we are getting numbers, astonishing numbers, that too. And our unique content and authentic and compelling news and way of storytelling, powerful way of storytelling, and the incomparable hyper-local news coverage. See, this hyper-local is becoming very popular these days. Mostly in those days, we used to say district news. Now it has become a hyper-local news. Hyper-local news plays a major role because normally Chennai-centric and Delhi-centric news are playing a big thing in social media. But we give more concentration, we give more focus on hyper-local stories, which is really working for us. Not only for us, it gives the reflection of users, which we have a big users because of this hyper-local coverage. And our incomparable hyper-local news coverage gives the extra edge to be as a trusted digital brand of Tamils. We, ABP Nadu, when we entered the market with the determination to create an informed and open society. That's our motto, to create an informed and open society. That's why we entered the market with the determination, which we are doing it with perfection, and the feedback is the proof that we are on the right track. That's why we are getting numbers. The high internet adoption rate in Tamil Nadu, even the people too are digitally savvy and highly engaged in accessing news content online. And the ABP Nadu is successful in addressing the growing information needs of the people of Tamil Nadu, which enabled us to create a bigger stride in the regional news. We have a tagline called Latest News for Latest Tamils. It's our tagline. And we stick to that and we follow the credible news and views. Not only news, we also go with the views. A lot of top writers, top spiritual leaders, political leaders, sports personalities. Because normally these days, news means only political news, only they are. Everybody is saying political news is a big news. But we not only touch political and entertainment and sports, apart from that, we carry a lot of other stuff, almost all genres. If you need anything on health, if you need anything on spiritual or astrology, anything, if you need to see about a gadget, then you can come to ABP Nadu. Everything is that. That's why we say it's a one-stop digital destination for the Tamil universe. Not only for Tamil Nadu people, Tamil diaspora, wherever the Tamils are living. You know, almost 85 countries, Tamils are living in 85 countries around the globe. And we are reaching all the 88 countries. We have a significant number of users in USA, Gulf area, and Southeast countries like Singapore, Malaysia. And we have a lot of Tamils who are watching. Regular subscribers for us are from France and Germany. This is a really encouraging sign for ABP Nadu. In short span of 2.5 years, that is in 33 months, we have touched millions of hearts with credibility and trust and worthiness. That's a big success of ABP Nadu. And like that, what I said, latest news for latest Tamil Kaka. That's why it sounds like it's for young people. We are for young people, but we are catching all sections of the people, all ages of the people, because we have more female followers in Facebook and subscribers in YouTube than the male. That is very important because நாங்கள் பெண்களின் ஆதரவு பெற்ற மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு மீடியா டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா என்பதை பெண்களுடன் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள ஆசை. ஏன்னா பெண்கள் சாதாரணமாக டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா பக்கம் போக மாட்டாங்க. Normally female don't go because lot of men will always start surfing because normally ladies used to watch entertainment, but news means male. Now it is broke up. Now, a lot of female followers and subscribers for us in YouTube and Facebook. That's why we say latest news for latest Tamil Kaga, including everyone, all genders. And 2 years back, we got connect with the people and created that trust, worthiness, credible working platform, and users gave us numbers to celebrate. And now we are celebrating the milestones regularly. We have become the voice of voiceless in Tamil Nadu. I make it again, I'll say it again. We are the voice of voiceless people in Tamil Nadu. That's why they are coming to us. If they come to us, they think that we'll get a solution for that. Even we started a page called Pugar Petti. where they have any issues, they will write us to us. So we will publish it immediately within 2 days, within 48 hours, the action is taken. The service has happened. So that's a big thing. That's why people trust us and they come to us. So that's why I used to say we are the social soldiers of the Tamil universe. For the people, for the users. We are the social soldiers. ABP Nadu are social soldiers for the users and social ambassadors for the advertising world and also the clients. For them, we are the advertising ambassadors. Because if they come to us, people will trust us. People will trust the brand. If something comes in ABP Nadu, they will trust them. That's why ABP Nadu is very popular in short term. That's why I used to say, we are saying that one-stop digital destination is ABP Nadu. And thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. If I could request Dr. N.C. Rajamani, the CEO of Pudhiya Thalamarai, to join me on stage to hand over the memento. Yeah, you can take this. Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. We will now be having our first panel for the second half of the day, and it's a very important one, if I may say so. We will be decoding the leader's mindset on building successful businesses and brands. Joining us for this one, we have Mr. Harish Mani, the Group CEO of MGM Healthcare, a healthcare management professional with almost 2 decades of experience in P&L role, project management, operations, and more. Joining us also is Guru Nadu, the co-founder and CEO of Private Lane, responsible for developing, managing, and supporting all the technology touch points across the company. We have Mr. Venu Srinivasan, the MD and CEO of the company, a third-generation entrepreneur and alumnus of One Bosco School. And he's going to be talking about how he keeps the legacy of a 100-plus-year-old brand. We have Mr. Balaji V, the director of Reports Matters, joining us on how he embraces fresh ideas and cutting-edge technologies. We have Dr. Suresh Ramanathan, the Dean, Great Lakes Institute of Management, joining us today, and of course the moderator for the session, we have Mr. Suresh Shishadri, the business editor of The Hindu. If I could welcome them all on stage, let's have a big round of applause. I know we come together a little hurriedly after lunch, but let's keep the energy on. Let's the second half of the day round because we've got some exciting things coming up, and if I could have the panelists join me on stage. Yes, gentlemen, please take a seat. We're going to be discussing how we can decode a leader's mindset when it comes to building a successful business. And yes, everything on Mr. Suresh.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I trust you can hear me. Without much ado, let's get started with this session because we're running fairly late and some of the top panelists have sort of broken off from various things to cover. Mr. Harish Mani, for instance, is just in the middle of a fairly significant healthcare acquisition deal. He's just left his bankers back in the office and come. So without much ado, let's get started. You'll have already heard from the lady up there about introductions on each of them. So we'll sort of cut to the chase. So if I could start with Mr. Manian of MGM Healthcare. Healthcare industry, especially in Tamil Nadu and Madras, being sort of almost called the capital of medical tourism and healthcare of a certain high quality in India at this point. How do you sort of ensure that you differentiate yourself? How do you ensure that MGM Healthcare manages to acquire a fairly large volume of patient, should I say, patients? Would you like to just sort of talk to us? So I'd request each of you all to try and stick to about 2.5, 3 minutes so that we have enough of an opportunity to go around a couple of times, and then we'd probably throw it open to the audience for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. And thanks for having me. And thanks to E4M for organizing this event and inviting us for this particular session. And I'm probably the odd man out in this entire gathering today, talking about healthcare and marketing together. Interestingly, this concept of marketing in healthcare and healthcare as an industry has been recognized quite late. And marketing in healthcare was always considered as a taboo. But coming to the point right now, I think I always remember one point which is mentioned in Kotler's book, that if the product is bad, whoever comes can't market it actually. For us in MGM, I think what we got it right was the product, what we wanted to do as a city which is overcrowded with probably the best destination for medical tourism and healthcare. What we got right as a company was the first product which we launched in the market. We got our doctors right. We got the positioning right. We got the people in the system to run the operations right. And maybe that is the result why today we see ourselves as one of the newcomer or the startup in healthcare, which has significantly made a dent with the big boys in the market actually. So my take on healthcare journey for MGM, I think I'm presenting a paper in IIM Kharagpur on the journey, shortest journey for MGM to become a brand. I think for me, I think the biggest problem solving statement when I came to this company was, this is the most abused name in India. From roads to buildings to everything is MGM. Our MGM stands for Mahatma Gandhi, by the way. So Mahatma Gandhi is everywhere. And what we couldn't find is that MGM was given to probably almost 10 big hospitals in the country itself. There is MGM in Wardha, there is MGM in Vizag, there is MGM in Bombay, everywhere. So what has happened is, I think to figure our positioning right between the crowd of MGMs was the biggest challenge. And also to set a product which is set apart in terms of the kind of excellence what we do in clinical services, what also a challenge. I still remember a day when one of my juniors landed up in MGM Vashi in Bombay and he said, "Sir, मैं आ गया हूँ, मिलते हैं अभी." मैंने बोला 7th floor आ जाओ, बोलते हैं यहाँ तो 2 ही floor है. So I don't know. So this was the issue with the brand, to lost in a large brand identity with the same name, to create and yourself stand out. The biggest challenge was to get the product right, get the specialties right. And I think that we could do it reasonably well so far. And today we recognized as one of the go-to place for tertiary quaternary care work in the country. So I think something we have done right, and that is from the positioning and the product point of view.
Thank you very much, Harish. If I could go to Guru Kirti. Carrot Lane is this omni-channel operation that you've started right from the get-go. You have a fairly interesting, should I say, parentage now with Tanishq Titan having come in, and you're sort of co-working with Tanishq. Tanishq has a very unique, distinct identity, and you have a distinct identity. So what's been your journey so far, and how is omni-channel working for you all, especially in something like jewelry, where it's a very traditional market? You have the established Womadis and GR Thangamala guys and so on. So people would like to go to a store and see the object and buy it. So how does the omni-channel, especially online ordering of jewelry, work for you all?
Thanks, Suresh, for the question. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for inviting E4M. We weren't omnichannel from the word go. Actually, that's the big insight that we were able to get from running this business for the last 15 years. So we started off as a digital native company, just like many other, organizations or brands that want to get online. This was in year 2008. You can imagine Flipkart was trying to sell books online, and we had the vision, or we wanted to have the jewelry being sold online, or we wanted to have people buy diamonds online is the larger goal, right? And it was, I mean, people would laugh it off in 2008 when the internet was coming up, but somewhere deep in our conviction, we wanted to do this, and we think that India's journey aspect, and it definitely will happen. It's just a matter of time. So the what started as a digital native, the biggest learning came in 2012 when we realized that you can't just have a website and sell a product, and you need to have a big brand presence, and people want to have a touch point where they need to know that this brand is real. Jewelry being a segment, there's a lot of inferior quality, or there are a lot of frauds that happen on purity and so on. So the trust factor plays a very big role. So to build the trust, you need to have a strong presence somewhere physically. So we opened up our first experience center in Delhi at that point in time, and it was a simple touch point. People can come and experience the brand, questions answered. Still, it was an online heavy journey. And somewhere during 2013, 2014, we realized that is the way forward for us, and started slowly opening up more showrooms. And we started realizing there is a lot of interplay between online and offline that the customers are naturally tending to do. So 2016, when the Tanishq association happened, when Titan did a strategic investment on Carrot Lane, the trust factor actually amplified a lot, on the brand Carrot Lane itself. And now we can actually do a lot of things that we were not able to do before. So across India, the name started, getting recognized and so on. So what we did strategically within the organization was we actually merged the performance and the motivations of the team towards a central business goal, and not have a retail and online being separate. That's a very big shift in mindset, because traditionally when you hire people from a retail industry, they're tuned to selling people as a typical retail person. And now for them to talk about customer journey on the website or on the apps, how many products are in the cart, what are they viewing, what are the preferences, what do you recommend to them, all of that were all digital jargons for them. So we did a very big shift inside and started calling it as an omni-channel journey. And what is now an omni-channel journey, back then it was a unified journey, is what we started to do. And in a traditional jewelry sector, we started doing certain other innovations, like jewelry is bought by families together. So we brought in the try at home as a concept in the jewelry industries, where you can just book few jewelry from the website or the apps, and we bring the product to your home, and the family can view it and buy it. That expanded to a natural journey of Carrot Lane Live, where people across abroad and India can do a group buying. You can be on a video call and still buy it. All of that happened because the trust started building up. And today, what we see is 90% of the journey for people starts online and ends in a retail showroom, because we have more than 260 showrooms across India, and 100 cities are covered, which means every few kilometers there is a Carrot Lane showroom on large cities. So they can easily trust the brand, but still they do the shortlisting, discovery, preferentials, all of that happens on the digital medium. Conversion happens mostly on the showroom. So even our revenue shows about 80 to 90% is actually coming from the retail. And online, if you take just as a medium, it contributes only 10 to 15%. But anyways, the business benefits, and which is what, so the consumer habit is actually, we are trying to change our business towards a consumer habit. That's the biggest learning that we had. And looking forward, if there is time, to share more insights also.
Sure. It's very interesting. Thank you, Guru. Yeah, Venu, if I could ask you, 100-year-old coffee brand, the brand you said was 50 odd years old, but 100-year-old coffee business, and what's the journey been so far? You've sort of parachuted into a legacy family business. So what is it that you saw as a challenge when you came into your hereditary family business, and where do you sort of see it going from here?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Venu Srinivasan of Leo Coffee. So as you said, sir, it's a 100-year-old legacy brand. So it comes with its own challenges. So I took over in 2011-12, and I'm the third generation in the family. It was started by my grandfather. The
we were Chennai only brand. So up from for the last 100 years, we've never ventured outside Chennai. So we were always present in Chennai, and those days coffee was consumed primarily in the south. Even today, south dominates, but then coffee was prevalent more in the south, and even today, 80% is south. So when I came in, the immediate challenge was, okay, we have a base in Chennai. How do we move out of Chennai? That's the main challenge that we faced. And also, like you said, the legacy also brings a lot of baggages. You have some preconceived notions, there's some ideas, outdated ideas that you need to replace. It takes time. So it took about 7-8 years for me to truly get things on track, launch new products. We were primarily into our own shop. So you could come to my shop, grind coffee, and buy it right then and there. We didn't have a range of FMCG products per se. So we launched a range of products, filter coffees, instant, now recently decoction and so forth. And we launched it into the market. We also came up with this fresh grinding kiosk. Instead of you coming to my outlet, you can go to a supermarket and grind in a supermarket itself, along with your other products. So we launched a lot of these verticals, if you may, within the organization. And then we started slowly going into the other parts of Tamil Nadu. We went into Bangalore, Hyderabad, Bombay now, parts of Kerala as well. But it's a slow and steady process. I mean, I've made tons of mistake. We're still learning. Coffee is growing pan-India. North is picking up big time. So it's a very interesting part of our journey today, because there are a lot of coffee startups as well, who are heavily funded. They have a lot of money, capital. Capital is easily available today. So that's another thing we grapple with, because we still are a family-owned concern. We haven't taken outside capital yet, especially venture capital or private equity. That's another point I wanted to raise. For homegrown, since today's discussion is about brands of Bharat, I think it starts with the capital. If you can, manage your own resources and have your own capital, then you have the freedom to do what you want. So it might be a slow drawn process. It might be a time consuming process without tons of capital available. Even we now are sometimes tempted, should we go in for external capital? But like I said, even if you do go for external capital, something like what Carrot Lane has done, who's taken from Titan, which is again an Indian brand. So I was just telling him, the fact that a co-founder is still there in the company speaks volumes. So anyway, so it's been and we are there in the digital as well. I mean, we sell across all online platforms. So for a traditional brand like us, innovation has been interesting, yet challenging. The future seems very bright at the moment, especially for coffee. So, looking forward.
Thanks a lot, Venu. So, Mr. Balaji, good afternoon. You've come down from Coimbatore. Repose mattresses. I hadn't heard of Repose, to be honest, till this summit was announced. Fairly crowded marketplace again in sleep solutions. You have the Curl-ons and the legacy Duroflex and so on. So how has Repose sort of taken on this challenge of entering a fairly crowded market? And during lunch you were saying that anyone can start up a mattress business. So how do you sort of ensure that you differentiate yourself and create a niche for yourself?
Good afternoon to all of you. Thanks for having me here. Suresh, I think before we get into the details of that particular question, I'd like to set the context over here. The problem is, unfortunately, mattress is something that people spend 1/3 of their life on, but they don't give it the importance it deserves. So if you take most of the people here, I mean, even an informal survey that we had done, 9 out of 10 people don't even know the color of the mattress they're sleeping on. So forget the brand name. So that's the level of involvement people have. Let's take, for example, a mobile phone. The kind of involvement and the research and all those things that you do before you go and buy the particular phone. I mean, there's enough and more research you would have done. And also you will be having a very meaningful kind of dialogue with the person at the other side. But that's not the case when it comes to mattresses, because unfortunately mattress is something that is always triggered by a certain occasion for purchase. For example, it could be a wedding in a family, or it could be moving into a new home, or you got backache, you go to the doctor, doctor asks you which mattress do you sleep on. That's when you come back and lift the bed sheet and check the condition of the mattress. I don't know after how long. And in fact, that's the time you'd probably notice how uneven or all the other kinds of things that would be there inside the mattress. So this is where the fundamental issue lies. And even before, this cluttered market that we are fighting with, it is the consumer involvement issue that we are trying to address. For example, there are lots of people who come to the showroom to buy a cot and a mattress. But the kind of importance they give to a cot, I mean, they're okay to spend 50,000 or a lakh on a cot. But when it comes to a mattress, it's like the whole attitude and approach is, I'll give you another 5,000 or whatever. Can you please, give me a combo offer? So we are actually educating people on the importance of a mattress, and we ask them, are you sleeping on the cot or the mattress? And obviously, I mean, they're sleeping on the mattress. So that's when people also, get aware of the fact that a mattress is so important. Not just that, I mean, at the same time, we're not undermining the importance of a cot. Anything at home needs to look good also. But the fact remains that people need to be a little more involved. Now, let's take the pandemic that we just, had it a few years ago. All of us became very health conscious. At least we pretended to be a lot more health conscious. In the sense, we started having less sugar or no sugar in our beverages. We started having juice instead of colas. We started doing yoga, exercise, Zumba, walking. And to make our lives worse, we've got our WhatsApp bombarded with so much of information where everyone and anybody is coming and advising on what to do and what not to do when it comes to health. So this being the context, after all this, people go and sleep on a pile of garbage, which is your mattress. Actually, you'd be surprised that the kind of dust mites, fungus, bacteria, virus, sweat, hair, your pet's hair, and lots of other things that gets accumulated over a period of time in your mattress. And you are actually inhaling and exhaling for 6 to 8 hours every night, thereby picking up a lot of allergies from your own mattress. And we complain about the pollution outside. I mean, that's the sad state of affairs we're living in. So this is where we are trying to educate people on the importance of a mattress. And obviously, when it comes to a product where the involvement is really low, price becomes an issue. People are okay to spend a lakh on a phone. But when it comes to mattress, it's like, do I really need to pay so much is the question. So keeping all this in mind, the way we went about it in a very cluttered market, and making mattress is no rocket science. Anybody can do it. But the whole approach we took was in terms of our positioning of our brand, we went out and, I mean, all the brands, if you looked at in some way or the other, they were talking about sleep. I mean, different adjectives, whether it's deep sleep, great sleep, sound sleep, whatever sleep. And if you go to a retail showroom, the entire retail space in terms of communication would pretty much be a category communication. You'd see a nice looking mattress. You'll either see a nice looking girl or a baby or a family, and there'll be a predictable line about the mattress and a logo. That's the construct of the communication. Now, when we went about it, we thought we should be a little different. And when we looked outside the window, we thought that this entire era is about ideas, because ideas is what is shaping this world these days. So externally, ideas is something that's going to be there forever. And how could we as a brand connect with ideas is what we looked at. So there was a deep connection between sleep and ideas. I mean, a well-rested brain will really make you fresh to get inspiration and think about whatever ideas, no matter what business you're into. So that's how we went about positioning the brand. And the expression of that was wake up to fresh ideas. So that's the way we went about positioning our brand. Due to paucity of time, I'll keep it short here. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very interesting thing. And even the name Repose, I guess, sort of comes from that. Yeah. Dr. Suresh, if I could ask you, Great Lakes Management Institute has been around for some time. It's built itself a fairly, should I say, storied reputation. Would you like to just sort of take us through the journey? And I mean, you're up against the Indian Institutes of Management, the ISBs and XLRIs and so on. So sitting here in Chennai, which is not earlier, I think LIBA was there, Loyola Institute of Business Administration. So how have you all sort of positioned yourselves? What is it that you believe has now helped you all to sort of carve out this unique niche for yourselves?
Post-lunch session.
still quick. But I think we were set up in 2004 by a professor who was from Kellogg, from Northwestern University. And his dream was to actually set up something in his home state, which is Tamil Nadu. He was earlier involved in setting up ISB and MDI program as well. But his dream was always to do something in Chennai, and Great Lakes was one of that. Great Lakes, of course, and also the Great Lakes in the US. We don't have any lakes on campus, but to answer your question in terms of what we are all about, we were set up as a school with a vision of what we call a global mindset with Indian roots. And it is our firm beliefs that today's managers need to be asylum. They need to be equipped to handle any kind of a situation anywhere in the world. There is greater fluidity in the way managers are expected to perform. The learning curves are, they're steep, and therefore you really have to be on top of your game if you want to succeed in today's world. Just today, I was actually talking to people from BCG as well as from Bain about what the needs are for today's graduates, and a lot of it boils down to things like basic things like communication skills, but it is also about problem-solving skills, the ability to deal with abstraction, the ability to deal with incomplete information. And unfortunately, the education system in India has basically been very regimented in the way it has approached things. Essentially teaching to the book, and everyone who talks about Butler and any other book that we may refer to, books may capture the information or the knowledge that existed. Books don't capture the information that is, or the knowledge that is yet to be created. And the greater we focus on creating new knowledge, the more likely is it that our graduates are going to be future ready, that they're going to be equipped for what is going to come out there. Just think about what happened during the pandemic. Every single business model that companies functioned on basically got called into question, because the assumptions that you went in with were just not there anymore. And you were basically forced to innovate on the fly. You were forced to come up with solutions which may not be the most ideal solutions, but you had to, I hate the word jugaad, but there was a lot of jugaad in the way we went about things. And that spirit of experimentation, that spirit of being agile and trying new things is not something that is taught in any school in India. And I will say this, it's not taught at the ISBs and the IIMs of the world. I come from the IIM system. I went to IIM Calcutta. I know for a fact that it didn't. I never learned about it. You learn all these things on the fly. And what if there were an opportunity for students to learn some of these things and incorporate it into the curriculum that you can basically innovate, you can experiment, you can try different things. And that's really what we're trying to build into our program, to stand apart from everyone else. And it is my belief that most incumbent schools, and this is classic for any kind of an incumbent versus a disruptor. I would hate to say that we are a disruptor because we're 20 years old, but we at least have a disruptive mindset. But the idea being that incumbents typically suffer from this typical, mindset, which is to say that, if saying broke, I don't need to fix it, right? And therefore, the idea that you should be prepared to disrupt yourself before others come in and disrupt you, that needs to be inbuilt into the DNA of the institution, and that certainly is for the way I think about it.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience would have found it fascinating, some of the aspects that you spoke about. Mr. Mani and Harish, if I could ask you quickly, in terms of how do you ensure that when patients come to you and when they go away, do you all have exit audits or something? How do you ensure? Because one of the big things, the challenges in the healthcare industry, as it now obtains, once upon a time, a person who had, relatively small illnesses went to his family doctor who had, without computers, an entire knowledge of everything about his health and his parents' health and his siblings' health and everything in the back of his head. So how do you ensure that you need to build goodwill and you need to build, should I say, stickiness with your patients to come back? So, and it's not just a price point element, it's also about the quality of the clinical outcomes. So what is the sort of approach that you all have taken?
So, Suresh, I think, one thing which I would like to add to what Mr. Balaji said now, I think, as he mentioned, the cot is very important and the mattress is the least priority when you go for a purchase. We also come from an industry where this is the least priority for everyone in this room. I think everybody would have spent anything and whatever is needed, but I'm sure that many people wouldn't have proper insurances, or they may not be the first priority today, that tomorrow morning my first priority is to get the health check done for my parents. I think nobody has that in their calendar for sure. I can ensure that. Of course, going by that yardstick, I think South still has a lead in that. Now, what happens with our industry is that being a least priority spent in your total bucket list, right? Anything and everything what we do, people try and find faults with that. I think that's one area. That's first, because if I don't have a, I would say, margin for error when I'm running a business. And I always say that in my business, the consequence is death. The consequence is nothing less than death. So if I mess up anything, I might end up killing a patient. And that's huge. The consequence is huge for me. So for my checks and balances, as you mentioned, my audit mechanisms are quite high. And as an institution, as I said, when I got the product right, I think I comply with probably the world's highest standards, which is available today. And that goes through, as it stands in pecking order, we are a JCI compliant hospital with NABH and all the stuff. That's, again, we can still manage. You can get an accreditation process or an audit process through. But if the company's DNA doesn't believe in that, I think we always question us every day in and every day out in the morning, that whether these accreditations are truly, I would say, credible, and we live up to those certificates which are hanging on the wall. What happens is that whether we check these numbers on a frequent basis, in fact, I will just say some numbers for all of you to understand. If in my hospital, the surgical site is not marked, the patient will not move from the room. I think that's a criteria.
What is not?
Surgical site. If you're moving for a surgery, if the site is not marked, the patient will not move from the room. That's a condition we have put. And surgeons shout, everybody, the whole hell breaks loose. But my smallest nurse stands the ground and says, sir, can't move the patient. Simple. Because one wrong surgery can take me down the drains, whatever I've done for the last 4 or 5 years. So these are certain checks and balances which we put, apart from the infection rates, whatever industry benchmarks which we need to do. Because all these are done for us, because I monitor close to 250 clinical parameters and non-clinical parameters in my hospital. As everybody will have for their own jewelry, they might have certain things. For mattresses, they will have something. I have very, very serious metrics to measure from clinical and non-clinical side, because, for me, the margin of error and the consequence of my error is death. So I can't take chances. So for me, I think I have to be pretty serious about these numbers, and I ensure that's been drilled down to everybody. And does that say that, okay, whatever I do, I don't have errors? This is the only industry which has, it's a service industry. I can't guarantee any outcome. I can always say that I can give a certain product. I can ensure this bottle comes with a certain ppm of water, but I can't guarantee anything in my industry. I think that's another consequence of running a hospital, where my outcomes, I can say I'm industry benchmark 90% survival rate, but there is 10% chances for anything and everything going southwards. So I run a business which has got huge consequence, which can give you, the only happy moment in my hospital is a delivery. So a child is born. I think child is born. That's the only happy moment I have. Other than that, I think I have risk for anything and everything in this hospital. And my criteria of running this organization is to keep as transparent as possible. We give as much information to the patient so that they believe that they are getting the right information. I think classic example what SP Balasubramaniam was admitted with us. The outcome was not good, but the communication was superb, I would say. That was the best example where the outcome was not good, but we gave enough and more communication, even post the outcome. It was well communicated to the family, to everyone. So the family stood by us and said that they did the right things. In fact, we had faculties joining us across the globe treating him so that the outcome can be measured properly. And we can say hand on heart that we did the right thing for him, whatever possible. So these are things which we do and we communicate. We are coming up with clinical data for everybody to look at it and see that whether this institution is at par with Cleveland or Mayo, and then they can choose to come to MGM or not.
Sure. Thanks a lot. That's very interesting. Guru, if I may, fulfillment, you spoke about how it's now just down to 10%. Do you now, looking back at the journey, do you sort of think you still have an opportunity to enlarge that digital pie, or are you happy keeping it that way? And how do you ensure that fulfillment through the digital delivery, for instance? I think you mentioned couriers and so on. If you could just talk a bit about that.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, we prefer that way. In fact, the consumer behavior is tuned to be that way. If, for example, anybody who wants to do a purchase today gets onto Google Maps to determine where the location is or find out the reviews of the company or the brand and the products. And so on, all the research is done online. So we don't want to change that behavior. Just behind the scene, we want it to be fully omni-ready. Meaning there are certain things that one can do within the device that you have at your hand. You can actually select shortlist certain products. You can see what is the inventory available in the showrooms. If you like a particular design, is that particular design available in that particular showroom near me or not? Is a feature that we provide. And now we have taken one step further to say, if it is not available there, can I book that design to be delivered to that particular store? So we call it as a try at store. That's something which we came up recently. And we have gone so far into this space of jewelry that we are wearing this t-shirt with the tagline called Postcards, because we have launched a new product called Pro Postcards, a new application. It's a tech-heavy application where the complexity is hidden behind the scene. What we decided to do is, what are we doing in this business is what we started thinking about. And we realized that we are actually helping customers express their emotions through jewelry. If you think that way, the jewelry is just a form factor, but all is about the emotions. You don't gift a jewelry to an unknown person, or jewelry as such as a gift means you are emotionally attached to that person, much bigger than gifting a small product. So hence we wanted to do something on the jewelry space, on the emotion space. So today we launched an application which is machine learning based, which actually saves your emotions for eternity in the ring that you buy. So you can actually buy a ring from Carrot Lane and record a video message and attach to the particular ring digitally. So anybody who scans, not anybody, the gift recipient who scans the jewelry will be able to play the video that you have recorded, and that is forever. So a grandma can gift a jewelry, a ring to a granddaughter, and even after the grandma passing away, anytime the granddaughter scans that ring, will be able to play the video that the grandma recorded for that person. So something as a new concept that we came up with today. And so digital and all the other inferences that we make out of this are all the things that we want to continue to do. Fulfillment, we are making certain innovations in that space as well. So we realized jewelry is not like for a quick commerce delivery. Nobody is going to buy a jewelry for a 10-minute shipping, right? So we try to bring down our the delivery cycle from 48 hours to 24 hours. And I think that is where people are today, and expecting jewelry to be delivered in a 24-hour cycle. So we have started doing that in various cities in India, and that is where we want to stop also, because doing further actually is not going to do any good for the business, except for increasing the cost of it also. So the jewelry that is getting shipped right from 2008 onwards is getting insured. We have service providers who in fact, they did not know even how to answer to us when we said we want to ship jewelry through the couriers, right? But they actually innovated on behalf of us. And for the last 15 years, we're able to do it. And if you think about it, a lot of people would think that it is such a high value item. How do you want to ship it in a courier, right? But the pilferages or the lost in transit, all of that percentages are very less. For a large scale business that we do, we are almost like a 2,700 crore business today. And I can say that the percentages are very minuscule in terms of either somebody intentionally, willfully cheating on it, or, packages getting lost and so on. So fulfillment is largely advanced, and people are able to track the journey. They know exactly when the product is going to reach us and so on.
Thanks a lot. Venu, if you could talk to us about the competition in terms of, the Starbucks of today, and Coffee Day, of course, was a homegrown brand, but now Starbucks has come in with Tata backing, and that's fairly serious deep pockets for them. So how do you sort of see the competitive landscape in the industry, and how do you sort of want to, you did mention capital and so on. So
Oh, frankly, I don't see Starbucks as a competition. In fact, they're helping us because they're widening the consumer base. So as Starbucks come in, they open more stores. They're bringing in youngsters into the coffee culture, especially school-going kids, college kids. So they're the top funnel, basically. So they bring in the consumer, and we at the lower end are a home brand. So, traditionally our coffee is bought for the kitchen. So Starbucks coming in, the cafes, the big chains coming in is also is all very good for us because they are creating new customers, and eventually those youngsters are going to become home coffee drinkers. And coffee drinking evolves as you age, just like you start off with in college mixing Coke and Pepsi with your drinks, and then you graduate, and then finally you're a single malt drinker just with ice, right? So finally, like we're talking about black coffee, no youngster can drink black coffee immediately. So it's a journey. So we want to be at the bottom of the pyramid, and wait for the customer. So since you mentioned Starbucks, it's great they're here. When I talk about competition, it's the retail competition where there are a lot of brands starting up, launching coffee beans, coffee powders all over India, which is also good. But then what I raised was these guys are flushed with capital because you know very well today startups, the seed round, Series A, Series B, they all happen very fast. But we've also seen them deviate from their core culture, because once you start taking on immense outside capital, then you got to appease the investors. And so again, where you take the money from is very important. That's why as a family owned brand, I need to be very, very careful about it. I mean, if I was a founder, I'll be see, I'm all for globalization, getting big fast, but then we have a responsibility to take care of. So competition is healthy. There are a lot of coffee drinking is growing across. I mean, it's challenging either ways, right? So competition is always good for us. But Starbucks coming in is great for us, actually.
interesting. Thanks a lot. Balaji, quickly, repose, where do you go from here? I mean, do you sort of see yourselves managing to capture a larger pan-India market, or sort of what's going to be the go-to strategy for you?
Yeah, definitely. We'd like to get into almost every bedrooms of India. So the point is, we currently have about 6 plants. Although we are a 11-year-old child, we've got our mother plant in Coimbatore. We've got one in Pune, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Gwalior, Meerut, Ghaziabad. So these are the factories. And the reason for having so many factories is the service becomes very important, because for a very voluminous product like a mattress, it's very difficult for us to send it from Coimbatore. The cost of sending the mattress would become more than the product itself. So therefore, it's important for us to have, plants in various locations. And not just that, another interesting point is in certain markets, especially in the West, you've got non-standard sizes. So you can't have stocks built up with your standard size mattresses. So as and when the orders come, you got to make mattresses and, deliver. So customized mattresses is something that we're really working on. And in terms of a market expansion, we are currently there in about 17 states, having consolidated ourselves in the South fairly well. But I'm not surprised if many people haven't heard about Repose, because like I told you, you only think about a mattress when there's a need for it. So we are currently there in about 17 states. So we are there in the West, North, East. We don't want to get into right now because it's a very, very low end market. And for other reasons, we are now focusing on stabilizing the other markets. And one more point I'd like to substantiate here in terms of our positioning of Wake Up to Fresh Ideas. It's not a very fashionable thing like having a tagline or whatever. It is something that we believe in, and we have demonstrated that also. Being a 11-year-old brand, we launched India's first locker mattress, where we got a locker inside the mattress, which is concealed. The other interesting product that we've developed is a memory foam music pillow, which is again India's first. So there is a wire that comes out of a pillow, and you can connect it to your smartphone. And while you're lying down, you can listen to whatever you want. So that way, we're trying to come up with fresh ideas, trying to be true to our brand belief. Thank you.
Thanks. And Suresh, lastly, one of the big areas where management schools have a, should I say, large role to play is in the collaboration with industry and incubating startups and so on. So the West has done very well, especially the US has done very well in having, industry supporting chairs or supporting a lot of research inside universities and so on. So how has been your experience in trying to enlarge the, should I say, catchment area with industry, not just for placement of your graduates, but also for research and so on?
Number one, I think, is in terms of the curriculum itself, in terms of getting inputs from industry and the people in industry in important positions. I have a Dean's Advisory Board that is comprised of people from industry, and we meet every 6 months. So we are always getting input from them in terms of what is required, what are the skills that are required. So that forms the basis for designing the curriculum or redesigning the curriculum or rejigging the curriculum on a periodic basis. The second aspect of this is in terms of what you talk about in terms of incubation, where we have an incubator on campus, and it is an adult innovation mission funded incubator, and this basically helps a lot of our young students and alumni to actually come back and start something, and they can basically try to contribute something that way. And the third aspect is you talk about research, and a lot of the research that we do at the institution are basically projects that are highly relevant to industry. We have partnerships with companies to basically work on things like white papers and case studies, so that these are actually directly beneficial. We have a CLE, which is corporate learning and development, which is customized data. And so we work with a lot of companies to basically seek their input and basically work on specific projects for them. So all of these are basically part of the overall outreach that we have with the industry.
Thank you. With the audience, I'm sure there are a few questions for our panelists today. So just identify yourself and write questions.
Hi. This question is to Mr. Balaji. My name is TG Anand. I head a company called Team Universe. I'm from Bangalore. Sir, in the morning, the first gentleman said, like, when we are sleeping, we should not carry our mobile to the room and we have to keep it outside and things like that. So in your new system, you're telling that for the pillows, you're going to have a cable or something like that, this one. So it will be like through the Bluetooth, or we have to keep the mobile closer by and the radiation again.
No, currently the model that we have developed is the wire that gets connected. But I do understand that it's not really good to keep your mobile close to your, when you're sleeping. But the point remains that even otherwise people listen to whatever music through headphones. So I'm not really causing any further harm. I'm only trying to replace an existing system. But having said that, we'll also, work on the Bluetooth system and all that. But I don't know how practical that will be. Again, you got to switch it off and all that. And here we also design the entire thing in such a way where the volume by design remains very low. So even if you go out to sleep, it's not really going to disturb anyone. And secondly, even the person sleeping beside you will not get disturbed. One interesting point that I'd like to highlight here is the way we're going about positioning this product is that we are positioning it as a gift. Because these days, as you know, gifting is a huge trauma for most people. It's a stress. You don't know what to give, whether they have it or not, whether they like the color or not. Lots of other things have happened. And to take care of that, to some extent, you have gift vouchers. But even over there, you get to see the value and there's an issue. So what we have done is we've tried to promote it as a gift, because hopefully the receiver and the giver, both of them will be happy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. In US, in Macy's, we have seen that people can go and sit over there and feel it and all those things. But in India, when we go to a furniture store, the big board is there mentioned, do not touch and all those things. How are you addressing this? And to answer your first question, I have a king coil and the golden beige color.
Oh, great. So you're in the minority, clearly, because very few people know what mattress. I mean, also, let me tell you that off late, because of the entire category itself, being a lot more visible thanks to e-commerce, people are a little more aware. But I think we are only scratching the surface. We have not really gone deep down into it. Now, coming to the other question that you had asked, see, as you know, when it comes to retail, location plays a very important role, and therefore the rentals are huge. So for a product like mattress alone, you cannot justify the kind of rent you're paying along with your other expenses. So what most people do is they take a very small shop, and in fact, the way you're supposed to be buying a mattress is to lie down on it, check the, because there is nothing called the best mattress. All of us are different people, right from sinking effect to a very firm. We are all somewhere in between. So whatever you like best is best for you. Like the way we prefer coffee or tea, right? Some have it without sugar, some have it strong, whatever. So likewise, it's very subjective, and you know best about your body. So here what happens is the retailers are forced to stack mattresses like books. And then you go and just press and punch. And given your knowledge as a consumer, compared to the half-baked knowledge that a retailer has, I mean, he will just, being a businessman, he will tell you, this mattress has got this, and you have no idea what this is. And you're in a hurry to purchase because you don't know what question to ask. You will probably ask him how many years warranty, which should have ideally been the 28th question in that list. But the problem is we don't know what to ask if you compare any other category. So that is where the issue lies. And in our brand thinking, what we're trying to do is we're not trying to sell the product. We're only trying to bring awareness among the consumers. So everybody in this hall, my humble request is, please spend enough time in choosing the right mattress for you, because you're spending 1/3 of your life on it. And even if it's not a repose mattress, I'm perfectly okay with it. Thank you.
I think we've really run out of time here. Thank you very much to each and every one of you, Dr. Suresh, Balaji, Venu, Guru, and Mr. Manian. Thank you very much for your time. And yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to request you to be on stage for just 1 more minute. We have a couple of mementos we would like to hand out to you. And for that, if I could request Mr. Siddharth Gadve, the Managing Director of MI2, to join me in thanking our panel. Can we have a round of applause for all our speakers and the entire panel?
Yeah. We have one last tableau. And we will last yeah, taking.
Yeah, while they're removing, I can skip that introduction. Thank you, gentlemen. Just a quick picture before you all head out. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. One more round of applause. And now I would like to take this opportunity to welcome on stage our next speaker, who is going to be delving into understanding the health insurance sector a little better. We are super honored to have Mr. Chithi Babu, the Chief Information Officer of Star Health Insurance, and he's here to give us a little more in-depth perspective on the health insurance sector. He is the Chief Innovation Officer of Star Health and Allied Insurance Company. He leads various business verticals, and he also carries pioneer responsibility of digital growth businesses and more. With over 2 decades of experience in business innovation, we are super excited and honored to have him join us here. Chithi Babu, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our next speaker.
A speaker of here? Is there a hand mic or do I speak? Do you want hand mic? Yeah.
And if you have a presentation.
No. Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for the organizers to having me here. So I'm very much a local boy, right? So I'm born and brought up here, lived and worked across the globe. And the organizers told me to touch upon some of the brands I represented, probably some of the innovation that's happening around us, and some of the pride of India that's been happening around the world. And again, dwell into the insurance part. So quick introduction. So I'm someone who had a different career, right? The road less traveled. I'm someone who, started working since my 8th grade. I used to run a cable TV business. I worked as a steward in a hotel. And during my college days, I represented almost 15 brands: Soul Prestige, Non-Stick Cookware, Bosch Aluminum Contact Lenses, Countrywide Personal Finance. And in fact, I used to stammer during my school days. I'm a left-hander, beat and change to a right hand. So come a long way, but as they say, miles to go before I sleep, many more promises to keep. And in the last 23 years, I've predominantly worked in the banking, payments, fintech in that order, right? Worked in brands like American Express, HSBC, Geo, in various global and local roles, worked and lived across India, across the globe. And what I found interesting, especially in the last 8 years, right? India has been seen as a shining star across the globe, right? There are a lot of things that is being talked about India very proudly. And one of the things is definitely the UPI payments, right? Before that, I would like to, indicate a very small incident that happened when I was in MasterCard. And we were having a training program in Dubai, right? So people from across Middle East, across APAC were there. And we were having a lunch, they were just chatting up. And we had a couple of our colleagues from Pakistan as well, right? And, they both work in Karachi, they work in MasterCard, so they were there. And one of them was telling the other person, hey, you know what? My father who has arthritis wanting to visit me in Karachi. He is in Lahore and he cannot stand in the queue and buy a railway ticket. Since you're from Lahore, can you arrange to buy one? And we were listening to it and we were asking, why you have to stand in the queue to buy a railway ticket? And they looked around us and told us surprise and say, how do you guys do it in India? We said, log into irctc.com, right? And, and they logged in and they were quite surprised that, people can just buy a railway ticket, the click of a button, right? And that was a sweet revenge where we have to say, you guys think that you are on par with us, but we are decades ahead of us, right? And IRCTC that time was a very pride of India, right? And right now, you see 95% of the railway ticket is booked here and gone on the days where you have to stand in the queue, tackle and all those stuff. And in the last 8 years, I've seen payments is being talked about, right? UPI. I still remember in 2001, I shifted to Bangalore and I was giving a check of my advance to my landlord. And it took 10 days to clear because it was a Chennai check. It was encashed in Bangalore. And there was a outstation check charges, right? And now fast forward, all you need to do is that open your phone in 3 seconds, the payment is done, right? And the other person is happy to receive that pay. And you're doing like probably a 10 billion transactions a month, right? And probably going beyond that. In fact, our transaction count is more than Europe, North America, South America put together. In fact, 2x of it, right? And I will narrate an incident recently I came across. So we were a group of friends driving around South Tamil Nadu, and we were on the highway, tier 3, tier 4 village, stopped by to have a tender coconut water. And there was a very old woman, in her 60s, and definitely not stepped into a school even for a day. And so we are having tender coconut water, and we saw 3 QR code placed in a small tiny shop on the payment side. I was quite curious, being the payments guy, why is it? And she said, you know what, I have my first son who's studying college in this town, and my second son who's doing first year college in this town. So whenever I need to send money, I use the first QR code for my first son, second QR code for my second son, and the third one is for me. I was like shocked. I was like in wow, right? So if you look at the financial literacy on payments, and that is a new age method of payments, right? Mobile payments, QR code is brand new. Many part of the world are still trying to figure out, even countries like US, how does it happen? And somebody who's not educated even for a single day has so much sharpness, right? And again, I take it like a pride, because something UPI is something we are exporting out of the world right now. The world is watching us, and wow, by the way, we have digitized the payment. And I've been part of that journey in the last 2 decades, right? So what I mean to say is that I guess we are crossing a lot of boundaries. And in fact, many local global brands also are adjusting to the Indian condition. There is something we did adjusting to the local condition elsewhere. So when I was again MasterCard in 2013, 14 or 12, I don't remember exactly, we were trying to capture market share in the Middle East, right? And we were saying, okay, how do we do that? There are 15 banks issuing cards. How to make people, ask for MasterCard instead of Visa, which is our main competition then. And and that's the time in the phone you didn't have the compass, right? The smart phone was not as smart as it is right now. Then we realized, hey, you know what? Why don't we put a compass on the plastic? Because if you look at 95% of the people in the Middle East are of Islamic faith, they would like to pray multiple times in a day. So why don't you put a compass and make sure the compass points to Mecca, right? So it means they have to take the wallet, the card out whenever they need to pray, which is multiple times in a day, right? And that's the time a financial product which only talks to the wallet, talks to the heart and the mind as well, right? And this is a case where a global brand adjusted to the local condition to win market share, right? And and what I've seen is that brands across the globe change the way it is for the local condition, right? Again, dwelling upon on payments. I used to work for a European company, used to go to Germany quite often. And you'll be quite surprised, before COVID, in Germany, 55% of the transaction was in cash. And I was asking about why it's so. And they said, you know what, in Germany, OPM is other own personal money. Whereas in US, OPM is other people's money, right? So they don't like to borrow credit. Like in US, if you carry too much cash, either you're a beggar or a drug dealer. But in Germany, which is like the third, fourth largest economy in the world, people are happy using cash or less of credit card because they believe that they should use their own money to settle their bills. And you go a little above in Scandinavian countries that time, even before COVID, people are ready to put a chip in the palm and tap and go, like how we tap the mobile phone right now. And 95% of the transaction was in digital mode. The 5% is basically the tourists who come with the euros. And I've seen in Africa, even those times, that the dawn to dusk journey payments used to happen by mobile payments. The only global case study of mobile payments was in Africa. And the interesting part is that 95% of Africa then didn't have electricity. So how do you charge a phone, right? And they used to carry that phone, which used to do 20 years back. I'm talking about live, I've seen it 10 years back. The half-brick phone that we used to carry, where the battery lasts for a week, they used to carry that. And once in a Sunday, they used to go to the village fair and charge the phone and pay for it. And same time, I've seen in Bangladesh where people carry the SIM with them, right? And they borrow the handset, put a SIM, use it, and then give the handset back, right? So I've seen globally, everywhere things change, but what we see in India, we have actually 25 countries at one. Every 100 kilometers you travel across, you'll see different way of doing things. That is why when a famous washing machine brand found out that 1 liter washing machine was selling more in Punjab, and they realized that they were making lassis out of it. right? So we are like jugaad, right? And we've been doing that forever. And thanks to movies like Ponniyin Selvan, I have people across the globe calling me and said, "Hey, what is this Rajaraja Cholan? What is this Bragadishwara temple?" Right? And we talk about innovation. And somebody did that like almost 800 years back, right? Even now with the latest technology, advancement in engineering and technology, you don't have anything that can lift a 800 kilo dome and put it in the top of a temple, right? And no way you can carve a granite the way they carve the temple. So innovation has been around us all through many centuries back, and except that we lost and then now we are climbing it back again, right? And coming back, mostly on the insurance, right? I'm new to the insurance industry. I'm like spending 14-15 months. I'm trying to innovate, trying to differentiate how we will look at it. And one interesting thing I found out about insurance is that if you look at any of the product that you buy, whether it's a watch or a phone or a shoe or a handbag, you gratify it. What I mean by gratified is that you feel the use of it, right? You buy a phone, use it, everything. But if you look at insurance, it's a very crazy, interesting product. You don't gratify it. If you buy life insurance, you don't gratify it because the gratification happens after you're dead. Somebody else gratified. In fact, in a funny way, if you have too much of life insurance on you, many people would want you dead, right? So if you look at, you buy insurance product and wish that I don't gratify, right? And if you look at health insurance, where we are market leaders, yeah, you buy health insurance. When do you gratify? When you're terminally ill, you're hospitalized for some serious health surgery, or there's some danger to your life. So my customer buys health insurance and wish they don't get a chance to use it. That's very bad for a B2C product, right? Because a lot of brands, I guess, CXOs, CEOs, founders would have spoken all through the day, and they would have said how they engage with the customer. So how do we engage with my customer, not all my peers in the industry? Because my customer buys the product. The only one time they interact with me when they have to pay the premium. And sometimes they take a 3-year cover. It means for 3 years they don't interact with me. And the second time they interact with me is when he or she has to claim for hospitalization bill, right? So it means they don't want to ideally, but given no choice, they would like to. So how do I engage? That is something as an innovator, something I keep asking myself. So then I need to reposition my product as a health and wellness product, not a necessarily insurance product. So something most health insurance company trying to work around the world, there is a company called Discovery in South Africa. They run it really well, where you keep rewarding for customer for good healthy habit. You keep rewarding them for those 10,000 steps of good sleep. They help them to enable the customer to log onto the app on how they did, what they ate, how they did the workout, and then give them points or coins, which they can redeem it for, say, a gym voucher or a sports shoe or a gym clothing or a session, So if you look at insurance, it's a very interesting product, right? And that is why if you watch a movie called Sicko, done by Michael Moore, also did that famous Fahrenheit 11, you'll find that insurance is different in different part of the world. But in US, if you don't have health insurance, it's cheaper for you to fly to India, get operated and go back, right? Than to do it locally there. But if you go to the Western welfare economies of the world, especially the Western Europe, in fact, part of my family lives in the UK, they work for NHS there. There, everything is paid by the government. Obviously, in Scandinavian countries, you pay up to 70% tax. In places like UK, you pay half of the tax. In fact, my family members in UK, they say that Jan to June, they work for the government. July to December, they work for themselves, right? But the best of education and healthcare is taken care by the government. But there's a flip side also to it. When you call up the doctor and say, I'm having some pain, they will ask whether it's serious or not. If you say not serious, they'll say come after 3 weeks. But for all you know, that could be a symptom of something serious. But you can't visit a doctor because there's a huge queue. NHS, in fact, getting choked, by the British government right now with finances and everything. But if you again look at, in fact, in that Sicko movie, Michael Moore will go into one of the hospitals in UK and try to search for a payment counter, and you can't find one. And finally, you will see the payment, the counter will be written payment counter. So you'll ask the guy in the till, do I pay here? He said, no, we pay. And they will ask, how come, why you have to pay me? In case you get discharged, and if you don't have money to go home, you'll pay the conveyance, right? So that's how the model is in the Western welfare economies. And there's a story to it because during Second World War, most people died or most people got injured, permanent disability, and so on. So the government decided that, hey, we need to step up and we need to provide the best of healthcare to everyone. But in US, again, the director will show somebody will walk into a hospital and say, I don't have health insurance. They will just give $5 to a cabbie and say, drop him the payment of a public hospital. Right? So the health insurance or healthcare changes across the globe. In India, it's climbing up, right? In fact, I would urge either from Star Health or anyone, take health insurance. Recently, Zerodha founder said, every Indian is one step away from bankruptcy in case of a terminal illness, right? And that's how bad it is, right? Because the hospitalization cost, medical inflation has shot up, especially during COVID, we have realized, right? Because if you go in Mumbai, you go to 2 different hospitals, the cardiac surgery cost can range between 8 to 35 lakhs, right? And that's how it is. And people are paying for it, and not many people can afford for it, right? So, and if you look at also in US, if you look at any graph where people have to spend and would end up spending most of the life savings on 2 things, healthcare and education. And that's going to be the same over here as well. That's why if you look around the school fees that you pay for your kids, it's something what you pay for a year is something we spend for our lifetime, right? Lower KG to 12th standard and beyond. So, and so do the healthcare aspect, because medical inflation is going up, the food habits, everything is, not right. In fact, I was giving an example of someone who's not educated, who's very smart in their payment methodology. But if you look at the most educated, most urbanized, most wealthiest, their kids' birthday parties, happens in KFC, McDonald's, and so on, right? So if you look at, there is no connection between your education on other side and into your medical literacy. Otherwise, you won't allow your kids' party to happen in those places, right? In fact, I have my second kid who's got a, autoimmune disorder, or his kidney got affected and is going through treatment, and that is becoming very, very common. So to fast forward, I guess my time is up. I would say take health insurance at the most, because when you do your financial planning, right, you keep your contingency fund in case if you lose your income, that 6 months you will cover up. The second thing you need to take is your health insurance for you and your family, cover as much as possible. And I will, end up with a very interesting, fact. If you look at JP Morgan, is the largest bank in the world. They're present across the globe, and they're the most valuable bank as well. And if you look at United Healthcare, which is like our peer in the US, they do health insurance in only one country, which is the US. And United Healthcare market cap is more than JP Morgan, right? So you can understand, right? The largest bank in the world operating across the globe is less valuable than a health insurance company happening in one country, right? And something we at Star Health keep happening, then probably we should be more valuable than HDFC Bank sometime in the near future. And the health insurance penetration is unvisibly low in India. And most of us are covered by our employer. We think that's good enough. Think about it. You decide to start something on your own. The recession happens, your job gets restructured. You're not with the insurance anymore. And then you go to any health insurance player, us or our competitor. They don't cover your pre-existing disease. And then you have to climb with that, right? And we are a country where it's also known as a, capital of diabetic and cardiac. So go buy health insurance for whomever you feel is right? And cover your family, your elders, everyone, whether your employer provides it or not. You should have a standalone for that. Yeah? And thank you very much, and enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much for sharing your insight with us. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Vikas Chawla, the co-founder and director of Social Beat, to hand over a memento to Mr. Chitti. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, gentlemen. We are moving on to the advertising leader room, where we are going to be discussing everything related to advertising. So that's going to be interesting. And for our first session, I would like to throw a special spotlight. Where we're going to be talking about advertising agencies and leaders that have been born out of Tamil Nadu. Our first session includes these esteemed panel guests that will be talking about the past, present, and future of advertising. Joining us will be Mr. Vikas Chawla, the co-founder and director of Social Beat, Mr. Sagar Shah, CEO, Publicity Code, Sirid Salim, director and chief operating officer, Digitally Inspired Media, Upendran Nandakumar, the founder and CEO of IoT Works, sorry, my bad. Mohammed Mukwe, the founder and CEO of Cortex Media Marketing. And last but not least, Mr. Siddharth Dabbe, the Global Commercial Board Member and Managing Director of MIQ. So they form the panel for our first session here, which deals with advertising leaders. And moderating this session will be Mr. Saurabh Jain, the founder of EcoVME. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our panelists who will be joining us on stage? Taking a minute to set up the chairs.
You want to space them out a little bit, or you want the chairs to be together like this? No, the chairs. Do you want space between them? Yeah. Yeah, I think we need one. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು chair ಇರುತ್ತಾ?
Sure.
Gentlemen, if we could have you on stage, and can you also have the mics? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Oh God, I know it's such a deadly room right now. I want some noise. Good evening, everyone. I think I'm a little bit better energy. I know it's just such a delayed session, but I think you guys can throw some energy on us today. Once again, good evening, everyone. Louder on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Still low. Good evening, everyone. Little better. All right. Sorry. Okay, well, let's compete with them. Okay, and we see who has louder voice in the room without mic. On the count of 3. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Wow, look at them. Match it up, guys. Okay, for you guys once again. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. All right. So I'm so excited about this panel because all this while, I've been meeting some of them after some 5 or 6 years, despite being in Chennai. We all run digital agencies and some of them have come from outside of Chennai too. So I think all of us here deserve a big round of applause from all of you guys. Come on. Thank you. I still see the energy is less. Okay. Once again, big round of applause, everyone there. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So This is a very interesting panel. It's about digital advertising. It's about advertising, right? It's about advertising leaders board. How many of you here want this session to get started with a bang? Just say I. I'll ask this question again. How many of you here want this session to get started with a bang? Say I. Fantastic. Thank you. So I'll shoot some questions for them. There's going to be a lot of value. So start taking notes. And my first question for the panel here is, why is it important to understand regional market for seamless digital advertising, and how important it is to consider personalization and language for better return on investment? All right. So we'll go with you first. Go ahead, Sagar.
And thank you, E4M and Saurabh, for this session. Now, talking about personalization in terms of language and other cultural sensitivity for better ROI, I would say the time is now to go beyond the local. People all talk about actual income and what should be in regional language, but I would say personalized at scale, relate at scale rather, right? So, for example, I think it was in Kanyakumari that I was visiting. So I saw that there was a local football match going on, and it was sponsored by the local production of, I don't know. So that is a good place for a brand, right? Same thing in Pondicherry, we have something called Sunday Bazaar, where it happens every city and do it. So I think going, beyond the language is the key, where people should focus on that. I think we try to bring ROI. One of the campaigns that we ran for a lifestyle brand, made from Chennai, and what we saw, but I think I'd rather start with this way. In India, they say that culture changes every 20 kilometers, but in metro cities like Chennai, I say it changes every 10 kilometers. I mean, there is a difference in preferences of food and clothing. The people from Triplicate versus people from Metro, right? And that's what we saw in our active brand as well. We were just testing out the background there. So I think trusting your own data and avoiding stereotypes is the right approach after that.
Thanks, Sagar. Vikas, would you like to contribute to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of brands have tested this out, and I think at scale, when you look at it and experiment, you realize that creating content for different markets, for different audiences, for different cohorts, can actually drive better ROI, but it requires an investment, and often brands hesitate to do that. But that's really where agencies like us need to come in to show the outcomes. I mean, a quick example would be for a large food brand. We were really trying to test out different kind of audience cohorts in each market, like Sagar said, right? Within a state, what kind of different audience cohorts you could have, and how can you create different communication for that? And that actually works much, much better than just having one centralized communication. And one quick hack there is also to use creators, and you can help use them to actually create multiple pieces of content for different markets as well.
Brilliant. Yes, go ahead.
Sauro, if you see, I represent Cortex Media Marketing, so we are basically into healthcare digital marketing exclusively. See, India is a country with 22 official languages. We all know that, and as rightly said by Sagar, every mile there is a change in culture. But when you want to go local, see, when we wanted to start up this agency, what was the crux behind it? When I was researching about the mentality of doctors vis-a-vis the patient mentality. So how to bridge both of them. I was only able to classify doctors into two categories. Either they know the power of digital, but they don't have the time and bandwidth or the right people who has the knowledge, because working in healthcare itself is a challenge.
Right.
There are a lot of regulations. You can't speak everything as you speak for other brands. So they don't have right people. Or the other category would be like, they don't even know like this can be so powerful that can get them more patients. So these are the two categories I decided before even starting the agency. So when we started the agency, the challenge was there are a lot of doctors who have burned their fingers with many freelancer types. They were not able to get the right kind of output out of these things. So when we started going local, we started researching in the tier 2, tier 3 cities instead of working on metros. So for example, I would quote like there is a case study in Tirupur. So Tirupur, we all know as a very small city, but as such, the wealth power of Tirupur is very high. And when we started working for a hospital, the first thing came was like, we need to start communicating to the audience in Tamil. So this was the first thing which came from doctor also. But when we started researching, Tirupur has more migrant population now, which has come from, northern part of the country than any other state, any other city of Tamil Nadu. So there was actually a need to customize, into Hindi and publish for a hospital which is based at Tirupur.
Nice.
Because the doctor was also very happy, the results which was yielding. Normally anyone would go for a Tamil, okay, it's a Tamil, tier 2 city, we'll go for a Tamil. But when we had a proper research, understanding, sitting in the hospital for a week, understanding what kind of patients are coming, and the patients started engaging better with the doctor and the hospital. So going local is very, very important. And before going local, understanding what exactly is required, that's more important.
Fantastic. Thanks. So it's two big takeaways from your customer cohorts and regional languages. So it's the next question to Siddharth there. And the question is, what's the crux of creating customer-centric advertisements? What is that one factor all of us should have in the communication for 2024? We'll start with you.
I think, it's very important to understand the brand and the consumer insight, right? So, I want to just give a quick example. We have a case study with Luminous Inverter, where they, wanted to reach out to consumers in a very contextually rich environment. It's a power inverter. It's a utility, right? I'm not going to wake up in the morning and aspire for buying a power inverter. Only when the power goes off, I realized the importance that I should have a luminous power inverter. So what we did was we found out a government website where the scheduled power cuts are available. Right. And our engineering team created a crawler, got that data, fed it into programmatic DSP. We are a data-driven programmatic solutions company. So in Jaipur or in, say, Pondicherry, if there is a Sunday 2 to 6 p.m., there is a power cut, then that ad would trigger on your mobile because you're connected on internet, right? And it is also geo-contextually relevant as well. So it will be in the vernacular, because obviously vernacular is important any which ways. We have to go beyond that as well. And so going beyond that in the sense that it's a geo-contextual as well. So we also showed the address of the nearest dealer where you can buy the luminous inverter as well. So, and for the unscheduled power cuts, we collected the data from the internet through Twitter and other sources, because when power goes off in my area, I will tweet basically. Sure. So like that, we were able to, really reach out to the consumers when they really were thinking about having power, having an inverter. And that resulted in a very, very strong execution, very strong engagement, 6 times engagement than the benchmark, very good footfalls as well, etc. And there were many awards were won with this campaign as well. So I think it's the crux is, the consumer insight. What is the right moment when consumer could be thinking about your product, your brand, and reaching out to them during that time? I think that is very, very crucial as well.
Beautiful. Geocentric data-driven decision. Suresh, would you like to add? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, E4M, for having me here. Something that we've seen, to add to that point, sort of, was, a large e-com brand in India, one of the top 3, had reached out to us to specifically create a campaign for their grocery division that was happening in Trichy and Coimbatore. And we actually, hyperlocal was a buzzword. I think it's gone down to the level of even breaking it down by dialect. So we had to come up with campaigns that were specific to Trichy and Coimbatore, because both those towns have a specific way of talking to people. Right. So I think if you can really crack that code and, make campaigns that work in that way, your consumer-centric advertisements become more relevant.
Fantastic. Upendra, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah. So, hi, good evening, everyone. So, like what Suraj said, it's not only basis on the advertising communications. So, if you could break that barrier and then we could advertise, that will have a more impact is what we have personally experienced. We have, for the recently we did run a campaign for FMCG brand. So that had a more impact when we had to create communications very like this.
Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to ask this question. I think a lot of you will start making notes for this one. The question is, which tool do you use for advertisements, and how do you think AI can help you ease this process? Because today we all talk about AI in advertisements, and we've seen that it's really doing some great work for us. So who would like to, Vikas, would you like to contribute for this one? Yes.
Yeah, we were actually joking that Saurabh might be the right person for this. So maybe towards the end, you can add,
Sure.
Saurabh.
I think we use a lot of tools today. I think in the creative team, especially, we've started using a lot of different ones. There's Midjourney, there's of course ChatGPT, but we're also trying out a lot of interesting video-based tools. And I think, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening out there on the generative AI front. That's one part of it. The second, I think, is also increasingly looking at how do you leverage the right kind of AI within the platform that you're using, right? Be it Google, be it Meta, be it MIQ. There's so many things within the platform that you can actually use, be it automated placements, automated targeting, automated pieces. And I think, a lot of brands actually forget to even leverage those. And that's maybe a good first port of call to look at as well.
Fantastic. Yes.
Saurav, adding to what Vikas said, first, I would prefer to use the inbuilt tools in Meta or Google as a first and foremost things, because we are many times we are attracted towards tools because there are a lot of things we see in the social media, a lot of people coming and saying like, I use this, it created wonders. So these kind of bites makes us actually eager to buy, and most of them doesn't buy. They window shop and then few of them buy and then it becomes idle. So because unless until you don't have the purpose for the tool, then it's an idle tool. I would suggest, first of all, go for the inbuilt tools of Meta and Google, or any platform you use nowadays. The platform all the platforms are providing excellent tools to support the advertisement. But personally, if you ask me, some tool which I have liked is DV360 as a platform. Our team has been using it, and I feel like DV360 is something. And I think a lot of competitors already bunched in for this brand also.
Anybody else would like to add the tool suite to us? Yes.
That's one of the tools that I personally recently started using. I think it's called Tapping. I basically use it to, I would say, automate my engagement on LinkedIn. So it basically picks up all the posts of the people you like to engage with, as well as the people who have interacted with your post. And you get to, so what this tool does is it reads the post and suggests a comment. And it will take just one of them, and it makes your life a lot easier, especially when you're on the group or when you're planning so many things. So, and also of course you can always edit the comment and add a person touch like that. So one of the tools that I recommend would be Happy.
Fantastic. Yes, Upendra.
So here I used I wanted to comment on this. Recently, when it's not recently, it's almost been 4 years now. We have been handling one of the Wales University. Let me tell the client directly now. So we have started this using a tool called the No Paper Form, NPF. So we did the initial days, we never knew that we would be able to get so much of traction and results. And now the tool itself has been generated a lot of things, and more of the admission, not only from the admission perspective to the end consumer, until date, they've been communicative, it's been very easy with the tool. So here I would comment on the NPF, which has been a big push tool.
Okay, thank you. I'll recommend one tool called InstaChamp or ManyChat if you want to automate and bring AI into your communication strategies on Instagram. It does amazing for you to convert your audience into potential buyers. Having said this, hiring an influencer, because we're talking about Instagram right now, because that was my last tip. Hiring an influencer or using an influencer video without hiring them in your advertisements, what drives more impact and why? We'll start with Suresh. Would you like to say, or Sagar, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. So I feel that hiring influencers, though it's very expensive, is better because nowadays people use influencers to identify new products, which companies have been using, rather than getting recommended by them. So influencer marketing, from what I have seen in my interactions with the brand, has moved, on the top of the funnel. So it's no more on the bottom of the funnel. So I think hiring influencers, replacing their own channels and replacing their audience to create an awareness for your particular product or brand that you have responsible for is a better idea, creating an impact.
Okay, fantastic.
So yeah, I like to comment the recent campaign did by Vikas, the Samsonite. So seriously, hiring an influencer It's not based on the influencer itself. So he has to be resourceful for the product as well as he needs to be an end user, and that's value to the brand and the product as well. And that campaign actually seriously that has come out very well. I suggest to have an influencer and not only to take a video.
Okay.
Saurav, I think this goes both ways. Like, both are important. Like, at times, like it purely depends on the situation which we are in, the client, the budget. There are too many things which comes in play. But nowadays, if you see the new normal which is happening in terms of social media advertisements, the entire advertisement is done by the influencer itself.
Right.
So it's a new trend, and I think this trend is picking up very well. I think we were discussing outside also how this is influencing the entire advertising industry itself. Nowadays, there are too many cosmetic brands coming in, and everyone wanted to have an influencer, and every influencer makes a video, and they continuously repurpose the video, because repurposing of the content is very, very important. You have one influencer shot, one video put. What next? How you are repurposing the content? That's very, very important. I think this is something I think you also vouch for, personally in many of your talks, about repurposing the content. So hiring influencer, yes, always have an edge, but when you have too many options, when you need to create consistent traffic, practically it may not be possible to have an influencer every time.
Right.
So it should be the mix, is what I feel. Maybe I am contradicting Sagar.
Because what's your take?
Yeah, I think 2 quick points here, right? One, I think brands struggle to identify the right creators. So, and this is where I think the data comes into play. There are some amazing tools out there. Quick plug, we also have one, but there are so many great tools out there that help you identify the right creator for your brand, depending on which geography, which demographics, which gender, which age group you're targeting. I think it's important to look at that and not just go with your gut and say, hey, this creator looks like someone who relates to my brand, but they may not have the followers that relate to your brand. So you have to really rely on data to get the entire influencer marketing to work well for you. The second part is, often we tell brands, when you're creating a campaign, make sure 80 to 85% of the money is actually going towards amplifying the content.
Right.
Whereas what happens if you only hire a creator and use their organic following, you're actually not doing justice to that content. So we always believe in actually amplifying that content and putting more money towards that, because if you have an amazing piece of content, you've seen the engagement rates are great, you've seen it works, put the money behind it to make sure it reaches the right people, because that's really where the magic happens. And Meta itself has been pushing this as what they call the branded content ads, and now it's renamed to partnership ads. But that's where the magic happens. It's not just the organic reach that drives the outcomes.
Absolutely. I think some really good thoughts there. So now that we're talking about influencer, each one of you get about 15 seconds. If you have to pick an influencer that you worked in the last year and who did a great work for you, who would you call out? Just 15 seconds, each one of you. Vikas, top of the mind.
I mean, the one we just used for Samsung and Milind Soman, I think has worked fantastically for us. The numbers are still rolling in, but I think it works very well. The right creator, the right TG, the campaign has come out well. The integration of the product has come out well. So Milind Soman is for me.
Saga.
Sorry, I didn't have anything to top of my head right now.
Super. Suresh.
We worked with Chika. He's not really an influencer, but he's bigger than an influencer. In the anchor space for Star Sports, we were doing a campaign for IPL, and we used his core lines that he's known for, which is Mukmela Raja that he does. We made a track with that, and that went crazy for IPL.
Upendran.
This influencer is a very kid. We did it for Dadam recently. So she had brought in a big market. Her name is EL actually.
Mokatta. No one. Siddhant.
We don't work with influencers. We are very much into data and tech.
Okay, fantastic. So that's the next question for you, because you're in data and tech. The question is, seasoned advertisements or festive campaigns, what breaks the clutter and what gets you the most result?
I think you have to really look at consumer analytics, right? If I look at what we have found out from our data analytics solutions, it is very, very important that you have a history of consumer analytics. You understand your consumers very well, and then you already know that during the peak time, when there will be a lot of clutter, you
you know your consumer segment, you know where they are, and you know what they are expecting from you during this festive season. So a bit of consumer analytics and predictive modeling will help you to plan that marketing campaign during the clutter season in a very good way. And it has to be very, very customized, right? It has to be like almost one-on-one kind of marketing if you can do. That will really break the clutter.
Fine, right. Suraj.
Yeah, I mean, to add to that, like, we just got a recent brief from a B2B client, which is one of the market leaders in the glass business. And I was very interested to know that they've actually chalked out a content calendar for themselves that they intend to do consistent films over about close to about 100 in a year, right? And these could be probably reels, these could be short format videos, whatever. But it's a B2B brand that's thinking of it in that sense. So it's not only those, one film that works for about a couple of crores, but it's actually many of these that would make and work for them.
You're doing 100 videos for them. You're making a lot of money there. Having said that, but it's an amazing thought that it's just not one moment, put all the money for that special day, but they're spreading across the budget throughout the year. Vikas, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think it's important to connect the dots between what's unique about your brand and your product, and how can you give something to the consumer that's different for this festive season, right? And often brands forget both sides of that coin, that you're saying, hey, I have this product, but forget that you also have to be different for the consumer when they look at the clutter that they're seeing. So important to stand out, keeping the context in mind.
I think fantastic. Okay. Yes, Sagar, go ahead.
As a performance team, I think some ads, but what we have realized is running seasonal campaigns kind of brings that brand message, being consistent with the brand message, really helps with remembering, the hammering that we all tell about. So if you're looking at quick sales or quick ROI, I think festive campaigns are best, but focusing just on festive campaign would mean that, after Pongal, you'll end up spending another lot of money on, Valentine's Day. So having a consistent brand would eventually help you reduce your spend on festive.
Cool. When we think of advertisements online, the first thing that comes in our mind is Google, or if not Facebook. And there are tools beyond this. So I would like to ask this panel today, what are some of the other tools that you have tested beyond Facebook and Google? And share your experience with us so that people can make a note of that. Audience today can actually learn from you.
Shall I?
Yes, Suraj.
Yeah, so very interesting thought. Like one of our media and entertainment clients about 2 years ago, they did a focus group discussion in Trichy somewhere, and it was about which platform are women consuming their serial content. And they were really surprised to know that a lot of content that we were making and dropping on ShareChat and Moj were consumed by those women and then sampled on TV. So it worked. It was not Meta at that point in time. It was ShareChat that worked for that audience because it's a pure regional app.
So you said ShareChat and Moj.
Yeah.
Fantastic. How about you?
I would second the thought, because as I said, most of our clients are into tier 2, tier 3 cities, into building the healthcare space digitally. ShareChat has always helped us in a phenomenal level to take the original content to the mass audience, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And even in not only in Tamil Nadu, even in other states, when you want to go to where actually vernacular language plays more part than in Tamil Nadu, we have found ShareChat to be very much helpful. Of course, you will find the content repurposed many places, but ShareChat as such has taken the reach to micro level.
Wow, nice. Siddhant, you have a say beyond.
We have our own data and text platform, right, which we provide to agencies. So we'll go with our own.
Oh, right. Okay. That's a good one. Because
Yeah, I'll plug it in. I think we use MIQ quite a bit. So I think MIQ is quite powerful when it comes to advanced use cases like the ones Siddharth mentioned on leveraging different APIs, leveraging different use cases. That's one that we've used a lot. I would echo what was being mentioned on ShareChat and Moj. I think we're seeing some great success with brands that want to target across specific languages and regions. And the last one I want to talk about is Spotify. I think we're doing a lot of interesting experiments there. They have a large base of 70 million users now. Again, we're seeing some interesting success from there as well.
I think Spotify is a good add-on, and MIQ. I've not experimented it yet. Maybe this is the time for me. Thanks for introducing that, Vikas. Okay. Anybody else? Any other tool beyond this on top of your mind? Fantastic. Okay, let's move on to the next question. When it comes to online advertisements, what are some of the biggest mistakes people make in this space? And you think you need to share your mistakes so that people don't repeat those mistakes, right? As advertisers, I'm sure all of us have done quite a lot of mistakes there. So what are those which people should not be repeating? Who would like to start first and be honest about it?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about two. One, I think, is, taking your TVC and just putting on digital, right? And I think it's the biggest mistake.
Agree.
I think it's still happening. Unfortunately, brands sometimes don't want to invest towards creating digital first content. And that's a huge, big mistake, I would say. I think the second is a little bit more intricate, but not having the required threshold reach and frequency, right? What happens often is brands come and say, hey, I want to run this campaign. I have, let's say 20 lakhs of rupees, but I want to target 5 states. Now, that much of money, you cannot get the right threshold reach and frequency to create meaningful impact, right? Sure. So it's important to work with your media planners to make sure that for the money that you have, you figure out what should be the right audience cohort, geographical cohort that works to reach that threshold reach and frequency, because otherwise you're just putting money down the drain.
Good point there. Who would like to add? Yeah,
maybe I can add that. We are into programmatic, right? And I think one of the questions which we were discussing was that what is beyond Google and Meta? And a lot of brands get scaled up on Google and Meta, and after that, beyond a point, there is a saturation level which comes in, and that's where programmatic comes in because it has display, retargeting, audio, video, OTTs, connected TV, digital out of home, so all the new channels basically. But these are all push channels, right? And many times what happens is, like we would go and tell a client that, this is these are the channels basically. And then client will say, yeah, but I just want, conversions and cost of acquisition should be like Google search, right? And that's where, you have to be careful that these are channels which are push channels. And you cannot expect that. And Google search is, when I'm already familiar with the brand, I'm already in the market for the product, I'm searching for it, I'm very, very interested. So it's a pull solution. So my cost per acquisition for Google search will be much, much lower. Instead, when I'm trying to create awareness with display or video or connected TV, that's where, then from there to acquisition will be a longer journey and cost will be higher. And so the common mistake would be to equate the cost of acquisition of Google search with these programmatic mediums and say that they can be equal, which, we have seen happening or, we have done a couple of times, and then we realize that it is very, very important that we educate the client about these channels. And what we did was then we also introduced more analytics for evaluating these channels. And then, brands who have real problem of saturation, then they move to these channels. They are able to measure also well, and they are also willing to pay higher price, for acquisition, because they know that without creating awareness, without creating the upper funnel, how will I create my mid funnel and lower funnel? So that full funnel strategy and that education is very, very critical.
Fantastic. Yes, Sagar.
The mistake that I've seen, again, this may not be applicable for bigger brands because they have better marketers, but especially the smaller business, the local businesses, I would say, they go platform first strategy. They say like, oh, I want to run Facebook ads, I want to run Google ads, but then they don't realize the Facebook ads is or what is the right platform for them. So I think as advertisers, we all agree that consumer is the brand. We should talk about consumer and everything, but a lot of times, and especially this, new advertisers who are coming out, they simply comply with the client's request and they end up running Facebook ads. And then after that, when we get a client is like, oh no, we did Facebook ads and that. But they don't realize the strategy was wrong and our strategies were different. So I think going platform specific or platform first strategy is a very big mistake people still make.
Right.
Not so much.
Right. Fantastic. All right. So that was some questions for the panel today. I'm going to take up two questions from the audience here. If anyone has a question, you can raise your hand quickly. And yes, quick please pass on the mic to this gentleman there. Yes.
Question is to Vikas. When you told
Hi, can I please know your name?
Sorry, I'm Rajkumar.
All of you say hi, Rajkumar.
Hi, Rajkumar.
So
Louder, guys. Say hi, Rajkumar.
Hi, Rajkumar.
Yes, go ahead, Raj. Yeah.
thank you. This question is to Vikas. When you say create a video specific to online medium instead of replicating the same things, what do you mean by that? You mean the look and feel, or I don't understand.
Yeah, no, great question, Raj. I think when we say digital first content, it's the way the data, the content is consumed today, right? Today, a lot of that content is consumed vertically. Today, the patience and the average watch time that users have is probably around 5 to 6 seconds, unless you're able to really engage with them. So what that means is that, and the last part is also a lot of the content is actually watched without sound, which also means that your content needs to be captivating. It needs to have a really good hook in the first 2-3 seconds. It should also introduce the brand very early on and not at the 28th second, right? Because that's how TCs are built. So the way the content is structured for a digital first piece is very, very different. And you can look at any reel on your own feed, right? That reel breaks all norms of a traditional TVC. It starts with a hook. It's only for 60 seconds. And you actually can get the crux of it in the first 10-12 seconds itself. That's what I mean by digital first content. Of course, we can get into more depth of it, but that's the crux.
Great.
Okay, one last question from the gentleman there. Yes. Guys, I need some energy from you when he calls out his name. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Victor from ABP International.
Victor.
Yeah.
All of you say hi, Victor. Victor, go ahead.
Actually, I want to know that you are an expert here. So nowadays, the AI is getting into like social media platforms. So I'm a digital marketing performance marketing manager. So I want to know either AI will take over all of the man-made efforts who are putting to just pull up the increasing the digital marketing, what the people are doing with that. AI comes to the field.
Fantastic. I'll quickly answer this. AI, you need to make friends with AI.
Yeah.
If not, AI is going to eat you up. That's for sure. So if you make friends with AI, AI is going to help you in your business. If you don't, then it's going to eat up your business. So now it's your call whether you make friends with it or you let it be. Yes, I think our time is up. So I will not let the panel answer this. Sure. And I've answered on their behalf. Thank you so much for hosting us. Thank you, and thank you, panelists, for doing a great job.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Saurav. I'm going to request you all to stay on the stage. Quickly invite Mr. Ankit Sharma to join me to hand over the Memento General Manager Exchange from Media.
Thank you. If I can. Come.
Yeah. One more. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for a very interesting panel. We have one last panel before we move on to the awards for the night, which I know everyone's excited about. So make sure you've got your energy in store. Otherwise, I will have to call silent to assist me when the awards start, because I don't think I can get them to my head by myself. Nevertheless, yes, I'd like to welcome on stage our last panelist. We have joining me now Jane, the CEO and founder of MJ Solutions. Let's get the energy going. It's our last panel. Let's invite him on stage. We have Ritesh R, co-founder and head of digital, Big Sense Digital. We have Chirag Singh, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, co-founder of Hashtag Inc. LV Krishnan, founder of Open Design, Karan Daswani, the founder of Fingerprints Creative, and last but not least, we've got Samuel Matthew, Chief Executive Officer of 7 Seconds. And moderating the panel, we have Pavitra Charan, the Managing Partner of Inception Business Service. So we have a big round of applause. Yes, and invite them on stage. If I could have the panelists join me, please. Over to you, Pavitra.
Okay, hi everyone, good evening. And hi again to my colleagues from the advertising industry, as we are now called in South India. So I think it's, I know we're the last panel, and between us and the next end of this panel is all the suspense left for the award winners. But do bear with us, we have a fairly interesting conversation coming up. So the very first question that was tabled for our panel is, how is the advertisement industry of South India different from any other? I was glad that it wasn't, is the South India advertising industry different from any other, because that would just be an unnecessary question. But diving right in, I think we accept that there is a difference. We had some fun conversations, and all the censored answers will now find their way into the panel. But my first premise was, and of course, we worked with national brands, international brands. We are like, hashtag Talaiva does not make your ad relevant to South India. Thank you very much. We don't even know who that is because we call Rajnikant superstar. And also, right from spelling Diwali as Deepavali, the differences start right there. So my question was, is it because brands here are different, the people here are different, culture here are different? So I want to start with Karan right there at the other end from me.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it starts with how we've all sort of been born and raised, right? Culturally, the kind of content that we've consumed, everything that we've grown up, the tradition, the culture that we have, it's the emotional sensibilities that we have. So it sort of goes, obviously, from the people and the brands, depending on where the brand is sitting on. But on the other hand, the kind of content that we consume. On the other hand, I feel that, like you were saying, there are some brands that sort of come down and then reduce us to dosa idli or a taleva, and that's when I think there's a bit of a huge differentiator. And me as a consumer itself, sometimes I feel a bit of a resistance to the brand instead of any affinity towards it. So I think for us, it's largely the culture and the tradition, the nuances between the dialects that, between every city. All of those things are a big difference.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the languages, cultural nuances, more about celebrity endorsements. And we are South Indian, prefer South Indian brands, more festival driven, like Pongal, Diwali or Navaratri. That time the sales will be more. So South Indians prefer South Indian brands. Instead of Bajaj, we prefer TVS. So that is my take on that.
Thanks. I think Chirag, was it you who were talking about other differences when it comes to budget or adoption of technology? Any differences that we find here that some of us who are more into the digital side of things want to talk about?
Yeah, the scale of media spends is very different. As in, the kind of money is being spent up north versus what's happening down south is very different. And to add to what Karan also mentioned, it is 4 different languages in 5 states. So even what works, the South India industry is completely different when compared to anything else. And coming back to the media spend point, because the numbers are smaller, there are also so many media options being missed out by brands, which there's no feasibility for it. So that's like a very big difference there.
Right. And what about the talent? Anyone has anything to say about the talent here versus rest of the country? Do you
We have
find it-
abundant talent.
We have abundant talent. So that's our trump card. Or should I not
Yes.
say Trump? Sorry. Any other differences that we want to talk about? I think culture, definitely.
Yeah.
I think I'm with Karan here that there is a lot of cultural nuance. So it's a bit reductionist when brands kind of miss the point. Of course, many brands are doing better on that for sure. Your point of view, Samuel?
I think you can even talk about the aggression. Okay, I feel South India is more subtle. Okay, and North India is very aggressive. But you can't explicitly differentiate. It's evolving. Okay, there are some ads here. We are trying to toe the North Indian style, and there are a lot of ads from North India trying to toe the South Indian style. But predominantly, if you want to ask me, like the aggression, slap it on the face kind of an advertisement or pushing the product, that happens more on the North. Okay, on the South, it's more subtle.
So you're saying from even the way the
message-
tonality, the
exactly,
tonality
the
of it is
tonality, the
also-
message.
It's conservative for sure, and openness to trying something offbeat is not there. The hunger for that is, it's maybe one level of management being okay with it, but the senior management not being okay with it, which I think is changing. In some, we've done that with a few brands, and it has changed in a few places, but it's still a large chunk which needs to change there.
Before I jump to Mohit and Ritesh, I also want to add the next part of it, which is kind of segueing from here, which is, how do we make ads that cater to how is it different when you're creating for a regional brand versus a national or an international brand, and therefore the audience as well. Because some of that is kind of interlinked to why things are different here. And the industry is, of course, shaped by the audiences we serve and the brands we work for. So, sorry, Mohit, you had a point to add.
Online as well and there's no different store so that is a great marketing.
So I think localizing and maybe the difference in the audience, I think what I'm hearing repeatedly from all of us is we are different, but not just because the industry is different, but because the people we serve as audience that we create content for the brands, there's a lot of richness, texture there that is missed when it's not catered to. That's what I'm hearing across.
When it goes with regional, national, international, we should make sure that cultural and people sentiments are not being offended.
Yeah.
That's very important point.
Yeah.
That is where your point of view in terms of talents comes into the picture. Right? On outcome, you sort of understand different culture, different thoughts, different nuances, so that when you sort of implement that in your campaigns, you speak the mass language.
That's a very good point, Ritesh. And it brings me back to something we were talking about earlier, which is diversity. Today, the corporates talk about diversity, but in advertising, especially in the South, where, like you said, 4 languages, 5 states. In fact, I would add even English as a 5th language because it kind of unites us, and maybe even Hindi for the cosmopolitan crowd in the South. So that brings me to the next part, which is when we, as creators who are representing brands, what is more exciting, working on a regional homegrown brand from the South or a national brand that, wants that creativity to nail their communication for the southern states or for Tamil Nadu, for instance? What is more exciting?
So to be very honest, any brand which has an openness towards accepting the nuances of the dialect. For an example, let's take a dialect. Chennai dialect will be completely different from Coimbatore or Madurai or Tirunelveli. That's something that which we had a discussion with. So if the brand is having that kind of an openness towards, okay, now every place has a different dialect. Every people in TN celebrate certain things in a different way. Okay, we go a little bit to Kerala or an Andhra or even Karnataka. It's different. Now comparing it with Andhra, comparing it to North India, it's completely different. So digital is one place where it's sort of, you can actually tailor your ads and put a location.
So you would say that the digital journey has made this part of catering to different audiences easier or more complex because you can now slice and dice easily, right?
It's made much more easier.
Easier. Got it. Karan, your point of view?
Yeah, no, I sort of agree. I think on one end, it's, when when the brand comes in from wherever it is coming, or whether it's homegrown or out of the state, typically they do come with brand values, and they stand for certain characteristics and how they want to position themselves. So those things really don't change. It's how we take that brand personality and sort of try and just slice it up, like he was saying, to cater to multiple audiences. So core messaging doesn't change. It's how we deliver the message that actually changes.
That's a good point. Shri Krishna, would you like to share? It will be great if each of you, maybe from your recent work or experiences, if there's something that you feel brings out this difference between, the creativity, the way we are doing it now, where brands are also a little bit more receptive of having diversified or personalized or localized content. Any examples, please? It'll be good to share.
First generation entrepreneurship to second generation entrepreneur. There's a huge shift in accepting, and there's a complete change in the mindset spent on digital and trying something new that has been changed when it comes to South Indian brand. But when it comes to national brand, they're ready to spend. When the outcomes are good, they're ready to spend. I feel that is a big change.
That is a big change.
For me, what excites me most is, number one is the budget. Okay. Number two.
Well said.
Number two is how objective. I mean, what clarity do they have towards the objectivity of the campaign? Recently, I worked for the Big Boss 7. I mean, we handle the title sponsor for Big Boss 7. I mean, I'm sure the Vijay TV guys are here. What happens is like what kind of readiness do they show while on the floor trying to give some kind of an exclusivity or some kind of a twist in the tail as the flow happens, rather than just being rigid. Okay, how flexible are they during the flow of the campaign? That
openness in terms of understanding what you're pitching to the brand. And I mean, so there are ways where you can do something different which a brand has not done, and you go pitch it to them. There are a lot of people on the team who are open to that newness, but it's also the openness of the senior management which needs to come in. And again, I would give credit to one of our clients here. We've done a roast comedy battle for them for IPL. I think 22 of IPL season, we did a roast comedy battle for Nippon Paint, and that was something which it went through multiple pushes from us, but eventually it did succeed. And I mean, it's got 5 million views, and it did well for them, and that was really highlighted well for them overall in the annual stuff also. But there are, to the other side of it, there are so many brands where they'll say, this is nice, can you do something on similar lines for us? And we'd go pitch ideas on those lines to them, something which is not being done down south.
So I hear you. I think what we're hearing is, one is, given a brand's values and core message, adapting it no matter what is the brief in terms of which audience you are asked to create for. That is what is core to the creation process. And of course, budget makes it a little bit more exciting for sure, both for production as well as for distribution. Because they say, if your business is like making an ad even and not giving it the distribution power is like winking at a girl in the dark. You know what you're doing, but nobody else does. So it's kind of like that. I think the next part is also a very interesting conversation, I think, for all of us here, both on the panel and in the audience, is how the digital era and artificial intelligence, which is being talked about so much, is changing or shaping the way we deliver advertising today. And I think we had a lot of interesting conversations on this. It's not just AI, but AR, VR, broadly the use of the new age technologies in how advertising is being created and delivered and measured. I think we were talking about all these aspects. Ritesh, your point.
It's an interesting topic. It always excites me. Having a tech team, we internally have built our own tools, which is into augmented reality as well as artificial intelligence. Now, what we have done is, we have always found difficult in terms of sourcing the right image. If you go to Shutterstock and you take Indian models, you will predominantly find a North Indian model, right? And if you put that same advertisement on your ads that you're running for your performance of them, even for a brand awareness ad, that actually doesn't connect with people, especially if you go down south, right?
But here, what we have done is like what we are able to see that is our CPRs and conversion rates have improved just because we are using artificial intelligence, not only in terms of generated images, but also slicing and dicing the data.
Right.
Rather than 1 lakh column, you doing it manually versus artificial intelligence getting built and it sort of gives us an idea. Hey, this is what we have done. We have seen, CPRs getting improved by, we were averaging at 2%. After doing this, we are averaging at 6 to 7%.
I think that is a very important point. I think, Chirag, you were mentioning earlier, right? The power of AI for personalization. I think all of us were talking about personalization and inclusion that you're able to deliver with much better ease. Chirag, you want to talk about that? And also, I think Karan
before the personalization bit, I think one more thing which AI has helped us big time is, I think there was always a concern from a client's angle saying, I'm not able to visualize your idea. But today you're actually able to show him something which is your idea from a basic imagery standpoint, which is out there for him to, at least as a thought starter. That has helped in a very big way. It helps in storyboarding from an entire, for a film script. In general, I think as a sounding board for you to put out your ideas there, because I mean, today I think we've already reached that place where you can say this is an AI generated idea, this is a chat GPT idea. You don't want that. But if you're putting your prompt right, and if you're able to put your idea out there and build from there, it gives you a mind map for sure, saying, okay, these are the different directions it can go. And so that's like a very big thing it has helped in. And some stuff which we've already seen with the entire Cadbury and Shah Rukh Khan campaign saying local Kirana stores and the use of personalized AI, I think that's already been big and that's on the rise again.
So it also changing expectation of brands and clients in terms of what is now possible at maybe much less cost or at scale. Sorry, Sri Krishna, you want
Yeah,
to
like
also...
chatbot, which is helping the banking industry and real estate industry with the predefined questions and answers, where like it'll prompt you with where we can understand what is the frequently asked questions from Google, feed in and make a chatbot. So that is helping the end customer understand the visitors what they want. And voice search, because today we are more into wearables, like voice search is helping dynamic content based on the user preferences. This thing's changing through AI.
And all of this powered through AI. So
Yes,
I think on one side, we are talking about generative AI that can aid in production. Then we're talking about tools that are AI powered that can make it more personalized for the customer experience. Karan, your
So
point?
I think on one end, it is definitely helpful when you have it as part of the creative process and to ideate and share and bounce off, but also in terms of implementation and executing your campaign, right? Now the ability to generate personalized ads to specific users, personalized data plans. For example, I read somewhere that Airtel had personalized data plans. That was a huge success for them. So beyond from the creator side, from the implementation, execution, and marketing side as well, the power of AI also does improve conversions overall.
I think that's very interesting because, typically when people say advertising, we think top of the funnel or impressions or share of voice of brand. I think today what I'm hearing is we're talking so much about moving along the funnel, moving along whether it's the sales funnel from the client side or the customer experience journey. I can see that we are relating to different parts of it. So I think that is a very interesting thing that digital has made possible, that you are spending more time on the different things. Samuel, you had something to add.
Another change I see with the introduction of AI is the time. Okay, what happens is like earlier, 4 years, 5 years back, to write a script, we would easily take a 7 to 10 days time. Okay, or for storyboarding, we take like 10 days time. Now the client gives us like 1 day.
Right.
Okay, subconsciously he knows that, okay, so like storyboarding 1 day, script writing 1 day. So the time has shrunk a lot.
Thanks, Samuel, for that. That's something. So even in terms of timelines, expectations are changing. It's now possible to deliver on those timelines. Mohit?
Products which includes Photoshop or Canva, they are implementing. You don't need a new separate website or
Right. They're integrating AI. So the tools we know are already, it's same with Google, right? So there's a lot of, the algorithms that the platforms are using. Also, there is a AI powered searches and things like that. So that's a great point.
But we have to be also intelligent enough to use that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's not an open technique.
That's a very good insight because I don't think when people say, so is AI going to take away jobs? Honestly, no, because you need very supreme intelligence to use AI the right way right now.
True. I hope this may. I just had a conversation with my brand manager at NTC, and he was like, the agencies came, what? Both of them gave same ideas. Okay.
Because it's generated with.
Yeah, and he told me, I was just curious and how come two agencies are coming with the same idea. And he actually went and gave the same problem statement. A gave this, so 3 ideas, one problem statement. So we also need to be sort of intelligent in terms of how we are using it. Or
That's a good warning actually for anyone who's using ChatGPT to generate pitches. But I'm going to move on because the next point is actually stringing together many threads of our conversation, which is the expectations of a brand from the advertising industry for whatever joy or I don't know, there is no brand as such. We are representing the brands we work with, but we're all on this side of the line, so to speak. So we can only give our expectations from brands and clients. So we discussed a lot of that. But what do you think has changed? We talked about the brand and agency or brand and creator relationship, our frustration with pitches and things like that. Shall we just share with the audience what we were talking about earlier? Shri Krishna.
Open to new ideas. The second generation, they want open to new ideas. They want to try. They want to try different platforms and see what works, what doesn't work. And when it comes to the digital, they're ready to wait for 12 months. So this is how we pitch and inform them. No outcome can be turned in the first quarter. We'll go for a long term and relationship based. If a relationship doesn't work with the brand, we don't associate with them.
Right, right. I think it's a two-way street, right? We were talking about how it's a partnership that we would urge brands to invest in an agency partnership because it is a long journey. And we were talking about also what's changed is the whole gig economy and the collaborative mindset. No one is competing with one another. Like several of us here could work together on a project very collaboratively, where maybe 20 years ago it was like, are you working on that client? Am I working on that client? So maybe the expectations from our side have also changed, that we want a trust-based relationship. What else has changed? There you go. Yeah.
It's already working for past 3 years. Right? So, I mean, it's for the same thing. We work towards.
And we would like brands to understand this, that it's not needed to have one what we call full service agency, of course, still do exist, but even they cover what is full service within one particular area, right? So I think it's yes.
Yeah, brand has a like openness to accept like specialization. If you are specialized in one particular area, we can hire you, then they're ready for collaboration. So we work with a lot of ad agencies. They say, okay, you're good in this, you do for us. We'll directly introduce to the client. So brand is also fine with that.
What if there was one thing you'd like to state as an expectation from your top clients? Any of you have something that? I have a similar experience. We are the continuity factor, actually. Yeah.
So, we have the brand.
I love that phrase. We use that a lot. Yeah.
So you told about partnership. It's a partner with the brand. I feel, lately there's been, any agency can be easily replaceable. That having a tenure of only, let's say, 6 months, 1 year. It takes time for anyone to understand the values of the brand.
Yeah. I think what has changed a lot in my perspective is that word retainer itself, I want to trash, because no one works on retainer. It's a monthly fee and it's all modularized. So I think maybe the expectation from their side is everything shouldn't be extra, extra, extra. And from our side, it is about, let's have a healthy, trusting relationship.
Trust in general.
Trust in general. So I think that's a very good, I think trust under its large umbrella can cover many things that I think works, can help a win-win partnership between the brand and the agency.
Yeah, one more thing, I think, which this is an ask more than anything else. I think brands should adopt more cultural and age diversity in their teams. A challenge, I will tell you, it's a little difficult to sell a CGI concept to a 50-year-old. No offense. I think it's that when I'm saying trust, it's also coming from a place of I'm new to you as an agency, but if you have someone who understands CGI I'm sure you trust that person if he's already on your team. So at least that in that way, that cycle works, that, okay, what the agency is coming with is in the right direction. So sometimes those are challenges we
I think
faced.
I would probably even take age out of the equation, but at least that willingness to trust that maybe you know something about a new age thing that I don't. So I think the diversity, I completely agree, because that's true of any situation, right? That diverse teams, whether it's a sales team or even on the agency side, you want multi-skilled, multilingual, same on the brand side.
The reason I said age was also, let's say you're launching a product, an app, which is for the Gen Zs, and the boardroom is filled with about 45-year-olds. We need them. We need them. Those are the people driving the direction, but
also have the
also have
representation of
Gen
the
Z
voice.
there
Fair
if
enough.
to understand if it's the right approach we are taking or not.
So I'm going to put it also a bit more politically correctly to say that we want representation for the customer you're making the product for, the audience that you're trying to serve. And of course, those who are experienced bring in the expertise and all of that, but not for the exclusion, not at the exclusion of, you know, the right age group, or it could be cultural diversity, gender diversity, age diversity, but that's important. It's like your example of a Gen Z, if you're creating a product for women. It's the Barbie movie was hilarious, right? You have that boardroom with all those men, and then, you know, they've made this amazing product for women. So I think these are good things to take forward. Karan, you want to say?
So just writing on, you know, what we're talking about on trust. So on one end, you know, good relationships and good brands are built with long relationships. And therefore, I also feel sometimes that on the agency side, there's a lot of expectations as to what the agency has to deliver. But from a brand side, like, for example, if we want something that's topical and trending to turn around something quickly, we also expect the brand to be able to be quick and agile to either innovate in their product or turn around quickly to work with us to make it work.
Yeah, jump on trends, moment marketing.
Correct, yeah.
That's possible only if the brand is a willing participant. I completely agree. The next one, I know we're going to have not too much time left on the clock, so I'm going to do a quick summary of what we talked about, the top 5 trends, and if each of you could just pick one. We talked about the top 5 latest trends of advertising industry in Tamil Nadu specifically. I think we talked about video advertising, the gig and collaborative one that we've already covered, the digital and the influence of AI and technology, which we already covered, audio and music related content, and the vernacular dialects, that it's becoming very important to represent and cater to the diversity even within the state. I think that is one thing we heard. We heard about humor and also the celebrities and stuff like that. Yeah, Shri Krishnan.
Yeah, 2024, there'll be a video without sound, something like Pushpak Kamal Haasan movie. So that'll be a trend for this year. So people have to make sure that whatever visuals or content, it has to people have to understand without sound.
That is a very good trend actually widely. I don't know whether only Tamil Nadu, because we do tell brands that you know that most people are going to watch this with audio off because they're watching it where they shouldn't be watching it, right? You're watching it whether you're in a meeting or you're in school or college, or you know may not have headphones. So there's a lot of content that visually you need to bear in mind that Gemba moment that the person who's consuming it may consume it without audio. So that's a great point. Right.
Various audience also and for the consumer, various types of platforms you can refer to.
Right. Anything else we want to talk about? The humor part we talked about, right? That humor is a big thing in Tamil Nadu. That I have to use a Tamil word to say this. That nakkal and that kurumbu. These are all, even in humor in Tamil Nadu, we have different forms of humor. I mean, I can only speak to my association here. I'm sure it might be there in different parts of India as well. But any experiences on pitching humor as a
Regional
trend?
cinema in general has a big impact on the South Indian ad industry in general overall. So, I mean, anything you do and you bring in humor in that, it definitely works. And I mean, the relatability factor is very big.
And is this also something where we find back to our question number 1 in our panel's question paper, which is the difference between South India versus, let's say, even rest of the country?
See, just feedback in terms of what we discussed earlier, how to pitch a very well competitive opportunity to Mumbai as a market.
Right. They need the cultural context. cultural, popular or pop culture context. So regionalization of
that's
content.
exactly why I said cultural diversity. We lost a client because of that.
Absolutely.
We lost a pitch because of that. The managerial level loved the thing because he connected, he understood everything. But the senior management, how do I explain Vadivel comedy in Hindi to the person or in English to the person?
Right.
That
Fair
was
enough.
that's
So I think being a regional creator for a national brand, I think getting our expertise, the right share of, being given importance, because imagine for a brand manager who's on a national brand, they're looking at multiple regions and states and all that. So this is one more, and it needs the attention in every region. This would be the same if we were sitting in Kolkata and talking about East. I'm sure there are many factors that come in there. So I think this is something that it's good for brands to bear in mind when working with regional.
if a national brand is coming down south and they want to create an ad in Tamil, again, it comes back to trust. Trust that this is, I mean, we know what we are doing. Which is where that entire age, cultural, you have people there who understand it. Relatability is there. I think it'll fly.
Sure. I'm going to jump to the last question, which we all talked about, which is the importance of media buying and selling. I think this, we were saying that there's basically what has changed. I mean, it's important. All of us know that. On the inventory side, we see the big platforms and there is new OTTs and all of that. We're talking about when you exhaust the delivery from the big platforms, that's when you look elsewhere. But any thoughts on what's shifted, traditional versus digital, outdoor versus any such shifts that anyone wants to quickly talk about?
It's have come out from it, right? So now it's easy to sort of question, okay, and comparing traditional with influencer is a very difficult thing because in traditional you rely on formulas and
Right.
hypotheses and etc. And still you have real data. So I feel a lot of brands are adopting to it by taking a digital first approach. I wouldn't tell that traditional advertising is gone off, but I would tell that digital advertising still works, but we just need to sort of increase that traceability and trackability of it. That's number one. And second thing is, we need to also identify the spots that we are in. Let's say if you have 5 lakhs budget and if you want to allocate that deal, reach and frequency won't match.
Right. Samuel and Karan, you'd say TV still rules?
I mean, yeah, data does say that TV still
TV
does
still
rule the media spend and the market share, followed by digital. But that being said, YouTube Shorts has seen tremendous growth in regional cities and regional
Yeah, we're
areas.
talking about Daily Hunt, for instance,
Correct.
being such a huge, I believe in Tamil Nadu, there's a huge audience for that.
Correct. Yeah, and so the average growth in the rural areas was surpassed the average growth in the rest of India, right? So digital is growing, but today TV is still dominant.
Samuel?
I would definitely say TV is still big. To create that immediate momentum, to immediately give it a picture that also like we are very serious about this campaign. I mean, TV works much better than the digital. I mean, for various criteria here, when you wanted to focus more on the brand awareness, okay, reach, I think TV works much better, even now.
Visibility part.
Visibility part, yeah.
Research time for the TV user is much larger compared to a person who's
Fair enough. Yeah. But how much of that is also being consumed now on the small screen? So what we think as TV is now someone's watching on a mobile. So a lot has changed.
Connected TV advertisements.
Yeah. And I think goes back to our point that the media buying also has to consider the various parts of the funnel or the customer journey. And you need to have budgets to address at different stages, right? From awareness to consideration to all of that. I think we run out of time, but we'll do the fun thing that we discussed. See, basically, I wanted to do coffee shots like a certain very famous TV personality, but since I don't think we can do that here, we're just going to raise our hands and do we're going to end with never have I ever. This is very tongue-in-cheek, so no offense meant to anyone, a brand or advertising. So you can start with your hands up. I'll try and keep it quick so no one gets an arm workout out of it. So you can drop your hand if it's a yes, basically. So never have I ever sent the same artwork to 2 different clients, same concept or artwork to 2 different clients. Who's going to put your hand down? Okay, no one's. Sent the same creative multiple times for approval at various stages of iteration. Okay, we're doing this the reverse way in case you notice. We're keeping our arms down and raising it if we're saying yes. Never have I ever lied to a client that I love their product when I actually hate it. Right? And the last one, never have I ever got paid on time every time. Okay, that's it from our panel. Signing off from all of us. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. I think we've ended it on a very high note in a very fun, interactive session. If I could request Ankit Sharma to join me to hand over the mementos. Yes, indeed. I'll second that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Once again, big thank you to our panelists and moderator. This was our last panel for the day. I think we had such an interesting session today. We've had some amazing speakers, amazing topics being discussed. A lot of points to be taken back, but one thing we would love to take forward here, our last part of today is of course very high energy. So I'm going to request you all to make sure once you head out and break for tea or coffee, come back totally energized. Couple of things I want to tell you before you leave, so please pay attention. First up, once you head out, we request you to make sure you collect the black bands. Thank you, everyone. Yes, so once you head out, we request you to collect the black bands you need to enter for the award ceremony, and that can be collected from the registration desk. And yes, tea and coffee is being served out. We request everyone to please exit the hall. We will reconvene here back in 20 minutes. However, the brand partners who were here with us from morning, like I can see Carrot Lane and TVS and a couple of others who were here with us from morning, you guys can stay back with us. Everyone else, we request you to please head on out and clear the halls for tea and coffee that's being served. And also, if I could request Mr. Pandey from GC Chemistry also to stay back over here, I would appreciate that. Once again, just a reminder for the award ceremony, you need your black armbands, which can be collected from the registration counter. So please head on over to that. And everyone else, please clear out the halls. Thank you.